Нас единственных там выдавливало зоны, и нам нужно было принимать какое-то действие. И так как мы тогда, я помню, знали то, что твисты на горе, в твистов там получится, не получится, но пуш был такой своеобразный достаточно и очень сложный. Но так вышло то, что я остался, я там нокнул одного, и пацаны там на драйвбай заехали и убили всех. Однозначно закинул его в S-тир, потому что мы там, наверное, выиграли то, что не выигрывается, что очень сложно выиграть.
Так что, ну, это один из тоже самых крутых моментов. Так что я его не могу оценить меньше, чем S-тир тоже.
Я бы ответил это как скорее что-то около А-тира.
Так что я тоже отнесу этот момент в S-тир.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion.
Navi's patience is rewarded in the biggest of ways. $1 million they now get a hold of.
Очень непонятный для меня, потому что, ну, лично мы не понимали в середине игры, что мы уже чемпионы, типа, и нам нужно доиграть до конца было в любом случае.
Поэтому я бы тоже в S-тир его закинул.
Так что это, я думаю, А-тир для меня.
В плане эмоций это, ну, хороший, крепкий А-тир.
Самого такого понимания победы еще не было до конца.
Well, he got pushed back into the blue. It's right next to him. The blue is going to get the knock. Attack is gone.
That's going to finish it off. At the end of it.
Here we go. It's their first international title. The first title for their region. Your 2022 PGC champions, Navi!
Финальная победная игра навсегда останется в моем сердечке. Я не сразу смог осознать то, что мы стали чемпионами мира.
Не знаю, что еще даже сказать по этому поводу. Это надо прочувствовать.
Именно после катки, когда ты встаешь, и ты понимаешь, что вот ты точно выиграл. Так что это однозначно самый лучший момент на турнире для меня, когда ты выигрываешь последнюю катку и встаешь чемпионом.
Отнесу этот момент в A-тир.
Одни из самых лучших эмоций, которые я испытывал, в принципе, в своей карьере. Поэтому определенно S.
Мой однозначно самый лучший момент в жизни. Поэтому я закину его точно в S-тир.
Это было первое командное поднятие кубка у нас. Это S-тир.
И поэтому я бы закинул его в А-тир. Приятно, но недостаточно.
Трофея, для меня это А-тир.
То есть поднятие кубка немножко хуже, чем в момент, когда ты встаешь победителем.
И в конце на сладенькое у нас скины от команды Нави, которые будут выходить 27 сентября по 25 октября. Это чемпионские скины, набор, который поможет поддержать как команду, так и игроков в отдельности. Все-таки для меня, я думаю, это S-тир, это важно. В принципе, это значит, что это история в игре.
Очень красочные, прикольные скины. И очень круто то, что разработчики так поддерживают именно команды, которые вот выигрывают. Поэтому однозначно в S-тир.
В А-тир.
И приятно иметь в игре свои скины. Спасибо PUBG за такую возможность. Это также очень важно.
Я буду рад видеть вас на пабликах, в наших скинах. Всем спасибо, всем пока.
Это будет большая огромная поддержка для команды, для меня и для всех, кто участвовал в этой победе. Успех!
Так что и ты сможешь выигрывать любую каточку с ними.
Прикольные фановые скины. Будем бегать на пабликах. Мы точно. И ждем вас в этих же скинах. Всем спасибо.
They're fighting on blue.
Huh?
I think I have more kills, I think.
One guy back in the shack from the car.
Two guys. Crazy, you here?
Yeah.
I got knocked back.
Knock one.
Nice.
Back.
Back.
I'm vaulting in.
I'm getting mollied, I can't push.
I'm all in.
Both here.
I'm all in. Yelling. You can rest. Oh. flashing above. I need first aid if there is. Can you give me?
There is not.
One more.
Empty. Nice.
Only one left. Fast face left.
No, they're taking.
They're crashing east.
They stab on.
Defend the east side. This is person one. I'm gonna go take your phone.
Dark one.
They stab on blue. Oh yeah, I'm still looking last again.
Pop tires to the con crashers.
2 guys first car.
That's one.
One knocked.
I'm flashing my back.
In.
Inside.
One more outside.
Inside.
Knocked. One more. Yep.
Res.
Over three.
Res.
Isn't.
South knocked.
It's running around. It's on the north side now. Northwest side.
Yeah.
2v2.
One close still.
In between.
No, he's.
I'm upping.
One active.
I
One
think it was.
HP.
I'm dropping all my flashbang. I'll drop all my flashbangs. Yeah, it's fine.
One active.
I have also.
On me. The three, yeah. Take your time.
Good flash maybe.
Nice.
Nice. Well fucking played.
One knocked under the window. Nice. No way. Just smoke for you fast. Just throw smoke.
No, I mean he stole it.
You need to swim, I think.
Yeah, but there's like.
I need to swim, yeah.
Ace shooting on north, careful.
They're on inside.
Watch out when you get out, Greg.
Yeah.
I would you? It's one out.
I have not
He's
made
shooting. We should play on right side.
Near me, near me. I'm 1 HP.
All in.
Healing outside.
I'm safe.
This guy on the other side of the fucking
Just chill
river
with
as
smoke. Just chill with smokes.
I have no smokes.
well. 2 guys in on
Just went in. Okay. South road still.
People
One guy in the compound. Yeah, one guy.
I see him. Tagged twice. No, one time. On the right side.
He's 1 HP. He's knocked. He might be knocked. He might be knocked.
No, he's not. He is. One is knocked. On your house.
Exalt 4.
Flashed.
Time's down. That 5 soon, but one. Once Skitbrooks goes down, but they're down to just 2 as I say that. Question mark before they make their way on over 1 of the people. To be assessed. It's going to be the perfect moment for the terrible corner.
One open. Another one. They're fighting on blue.
Yeah.
I think I have more kills, I think.
Still a guy
Back in the shack from the car.
2 guys.
PG, you here?
Yeah.
I got knock back wood.
Knock one more.
Nice.
Back.
Back.
I'm vaulting in. I'm getting mollied. I can't push.
I'm all in.
Both here.
I'm all in. Yellow. You can rest. Oh. I'm flashing above. I need first aid if there is. Can you give me?
There is not.
One more.
Empty.
Nice. Only one left. Fast face left.
I'm crashing east step.
Take stop on.
You need to defend the east side. Take this person one. I'm gonna go take this one.
Mark one. Stop on blue. Oh yeah, I'm still looking last
Pop tires so they can't crash us.
2 guys first car.
Mark one.
One knocked.
I'm flashing my back.
In.
Inside.
One more outside.
Inside. Kitchen.
One more.
Res.
Easy. South knocked.
It's running around. It's on the north side now. Northwest side.
Yeah. 2.
One close still.
In between.
No, he's...
I'm dropping.
One active. One HP.
I'm dropping all my flashbang. I'll drop all my flashbangs. Yeah.
One active.
On me. With 3 again. 50
Good flash maybe.
Nice.
Well fucking played.
One knocked under the window. Nice. No way. Just smoke for you, fast. Just.
Welcome to the update 26.1, where you'll experience a rejuvenated Erangel, the return of tactical gear, the launch of a new ranked season, and much more. Let's get straight to it. Time to play Tourist again and re-explore Erangel, enhanced with new features and revamped landscapes. Gain new advantages by discovering secret rooms, refine your tactics for the freshly redesigned ruins, Milta and Stolber areas, and keep an eye out for our KFC collaboration that's finger-licking good. We are also reintroducing tactical gear after a brief hiatus, during which we fine-tuned and rebalanced it based on your crucial insights. Now re-established as a world spawn item, we've adjusted the performance of both the drone and spotter scope to better synchronize with the overall game balance. Check the patch notes for all the juicy details. Additionally, in an effort to elevate strategy and teamwork, each squad is now tagged with a unique number visible on the kill feed. Lastly, we've polished up the match report page to offer more precise, match-specific details. Consider it your personal analytics dashboard. There's plenty more packed into update 26.1, so make sure to dive into the patch notes to learn more. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They're fighting on blue.
No.
I think I have more kills than you.
Still a guy back in the shack from the car.
2 guys. Where's it? You here?
Yeah.
I got knocked back.
Knock one more.
Nice.
Back.
I'm vaulting in.
I'm getting mollied, I can't put.
I'm mollied.
Both here.
I'm mollied. Yellow. You can rest. Oh.
That's that, but yeah. I'm flashing above. I need first set if there is.
Welcome to the PUBG EMEA Championship Playoffs for Fall. I hope that you're as excited as we all are to be here, kicking this off today. I know you've been waiting, you wanted a taste of that EMEA action, and we are here. My name is Tekel. I'm going to be taking care of you for the next 4 days, and I'm joined on our little virtual desk by Avenger and Saga. Avenger, good to have you back. I'm excited for this one. I'm sure you are as well.
I am indeed super excited to get things started off here for the last big qualifying PGC points tournament of the year here. Of course, we have a direct slot, but there's a lot of points to be fought for.
There's a lot of points to be fought for. We'll break down exactly how that's looking in a little bit, but first we're going to have a chat to Saga. Because Saga, the last time I saw you was spring, and now we're moving into the colder months in Europe. How have you been coping while you've been sitting at home watching all that PUBG?
I'm from Northern England. The cold is my home, and there's nothing better to warm you up than a bit of spicy PUBG action, and even more of a warm-up, hearing some of those comms at the beginning. Love to see a lot of teams coming out with that. Not so sure I love the sort of chewing gum sounds while Quizzy was trying to 1v4 in the background of one of those clips, but you know, we can work around that. But it's going to be a really exciting weekend for sure.
It is going to be an exciting weekend. Let's remind you exactly what this is going to look like. This is the format of our competition so that you are up to speed with what is going on. It is the playoffs this weekend, and we are kicking it off with the upper bracket, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. You have, of course, 8 directly invited teams. We have a team coming in from Fatality, a team from the Dark Meisterschaft, from Nation Gaming, from Taylor League, and of course some of the qualifying team coming in here. And it was close, but our top 3 teams, Saga, coming in and guaranteeing themselves the spot here, actually was playing quite well and was quite far ahead of 4th place for the European part at least.
Yeah, it really has been a ridiculous sort of way to find themselves in this position, especially given the fact that a lot of the teams that are joining us for the upper bracket don't actually have any PGC points on the board already. So those that do, they've really got to come out strong this weekend.
6 games, that's what you can expect. And I like this one, Saga. We got some new additions to the mix here. A new map. Is that going to change things up?
Oh, undoubtedly. You say you're a big fan of this. We'll see how much you are a fan of this by the end. When it comes down to some of the, particularly Vikendi, there is a lot of ridiculous, crazy things that can happen. I've seen people getting jump scared by polar bears in blizzards. It's going to be absolute chaos, but well, you just got to work around it.
Avenger, how do you feel about the Vikendi edition?
In general, I love the more maps the merrier, right? And hopefully next year we're going to be playing all of them when everything is balanced out. We'd love to see Destin coming in there too, but I doubt it's going to happen this year. But of course, it's Erangel Miramar that's the biggest ones, and we're going to be playing a PO12, as you see here, the normal point system for placement. You got to get a win for 10, and each kill is still 1 point, so it's obviously huge, but the maps is going to be super interesting. It's going to be fun to see what the teams decide to play, especially on Taker and Vikendi, as it is a little bit more of these kind of wildcard maps.
I love wildcard maps. I love how it's going to shake it up, because it means that more teams have an opportunity to find their way into the grand finals, which is what they want to do, because if they get there, they get their hands on some of this prize pool, and that's really what it's all to play for. For the next 4 days, it's all about qualifying, Saga.
It absolutely is, but on top of that, I mean, it's all about the prize money as well. Particularly, again, we'll touch on it in a second, but the teams that are coming in, and this is their first regional major event, some of them don't really have any PGC points on the board, so this is essentially what they're playing for, but that's no small prize to chase.
You mentioned the teams. Why don't we take a look at who is going to be participating with us for PEC Fall, our teams joining us. And we've obviously got the upper bracket kick-starting the show. We have to talk about the Na'Vi shake-up. Saga, we mentioned it before we started. Is it going to be interesting, or is it going to be devastating for Na'Vi fans?
Honestly, I think they had to do something. Like Na'Vi's position, especially as a global partner team, failure is simply not an option, and something needed to change. They've been very up and down. So what ended up essentially being a straight swap between Exalt and Na'Vi could very much pay off, and I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit later throughout the day, but yeah, it's actually a really good change for Na'Vi, and hopefully they're going to show us why.
Avenger, what did you think about the change?
Yeah, I mean, for Uber coming over to Exalt, of course, it's good times for him. He is very close to be going to PGC again, and Na'Vi, they have a pressure pin on them. They need to perform here. They are quite far behind, and they need to have a pretty decent tournament here. Otherwise, they're not going to PGC. And of course, it would be devastating to see our defending world champions from PGC last year not returning. So, as Saga said, they had to change something. Not sure this is the correct change, but I mean, there's multiple other options, but I don't know. Uber in many ways is the GOAT of PUBG. He's done a lot of things that many haven't done. So yeah, it's going to be rough for of course Na'Vi to lose Uber, but Fairest is such a young and good talent that yeah, I'm expecting him to step up to the case here, and that could be maybe a little bit of a honeymoon period going into this tournament for this one.
I mean, we all know Desco should never have an opinion because they don't know anything, but I'm going to say it. I think that the move was wrong. I don't think they should have got rid of Uber, but that's my opinion. And I'll throw it out there before we move on to the thing we're talking about, PGC points, because that is what is up for grabs, Avenger. And this is it. This is that opportunity that you've got to grab with both hands from today.
It is indeed. And of course, the winner from here, and that's where all these 24 teams that are going to be playing throughout the playoffs and the upper and lower bracket, that's what they're trying to get if they're not guaranteed already. The direct seed, the direct invitation to PGC, and of course then 700, 650 and so forth down there. But we have a lot of teams that are in the thousands right now that is quite far ahead, and you know, our top 6 in the total standings are more than 300 points ahead, so they just need a little bit of a good game. So there's to me there's not really anything else than the direct spot, and maybe, you know, 1 or 2 spots up for grab, because we know that the teams that we usually see play and perform quite well, they're going to perform again here. They're going to get some of these points that they need, and they're going to secure their spot quite easily. And you know, with Exalt coming in here with a new Uber pickup and so far, I actually, as you see here, expect them to still grab one of those spots here. We only have 6 up for grab, so Exalt with like a couple hundred points, they should secure themselves with a little bit of a dash down to Digitaletics on this 660.
How much pressure, though, is on some of these teams that desperately need those points, and obviously they're going to be coming into this thinking about it? Is it going to change up how they potentially perform, Avenger?
I mean, they have the eye on the prize, of course. The biggest opportunity for them is this year is PGC, so they have to get there. And Na'Vi right now just outside, like they have to perform better than the teams above them right now to take one of those spots away from them, potentially pushing Digitaletics, FaZe Clan, so forth down, or win the whole thing. It could be a honeymoon period for them that kind of push them into, you know, fragging out and just showing us what they're made of in the end of the year.
Saga, while we're here and we're looking at it, are there any teams that you take a look that aren't sitting in that top 6 that are kind of out of contention completely now that surprise you?
Out of contention completely? I'm not honestly sure that there's really any on this list that we would consider completely out of contention. Again, the first place is an instant guarantee, so as long as they qualify for the grand finals, they have a really solid chance of making it there. Particularly a team like Question Mark. You know, we're in the latter half of the year, they always do well. Even if they did miss out on the upper bracket, that's a team where you really should be expecting them to make it directly through into the grand finals with pretty relative ease through the lower bracket, and shouldn't have any problems when it comes to performing there as well.
We had a little chance there to see Kylaris and Toby obviously getting ready, laughing hysterically. I love the fact that they're always smiling at each other until they come onto the cast.
The bromance.
They're getting ready. They'll be the bromance, and there's like, it's a little bit of an unhealthy relationship though, right? Because the bromance exists off air, but then the moment they're casting, you just hear Kylaris say no to Toby all the time.
Yeah, it's a hate-love relationship between these guys. Yeah. It's very fun to observe.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like our dynamic, Sam, where every time you ask me a question, you start beefing with the answer I give. So what if I flip the tables on you this time and say, actually, I do think the Na'Vi change is actually a good one. I think Fairest fits a role that Na'Vi, when it came to their sort of final day push at the end of PGC last year, they played a very effective style where they had Uber leading the charge, Melman holding the backline, and Fairest is really effective in that sort of second supporting fragger role. He's been doing it the whole time, following up behind Molodoct, and it has worked incredibly well for Exalt. So hopefully he should be able to slot directly in, and Na'Vi can have a big performance, and crucially, for a lot of people's fantasy team, no doubt, Example will absolutely love having that support support, he's going to be absolutely unleashed in this tournament. And that's my captain, before you ask. It is.
Hey.
You see, I mean, Saga, you see, if I don't just throw out outlandish statements and disagree with you, I wouldn't get that sort of analysis from you, because now you've given us a deep dive. You mentioned fantasy teams. You're the king of fantasy teams. And of course, if you are watching, you get to play along with us. Twire.gg. You can set up your fantasy team for free. Saga, who is in your team for PEC Fall?
It's actually quite interesting this time, because there's a lot of players that were costed in such a way that it's hard to say no. Like Foot Esports, a lot of their players were very cheap. Even Molodoct was less than 20k, and I mean, we remember what he did last time. We just talked about it, and now with Uber on the team as well, you can expect good things from them. So Molodoct has gone in. I've actually picked up Odin Mavisi as well, the replacement for Global Army, who's come in. It's big shoes to fill. It's like 700,000 people in a Global Army that he has to take the place of. And he's actually done incredibly well. I know you can't read too much into scrims, but I've seen him picking up 22 kill wins on certain maps like Vikendi and a couple of scrims as well, where things can be a little more chaotic, and they really thrive in that environment. So between the two of them, and then of course Example Perfectix at the top end of things, prime roster, what can you say?
It is. Yeah, that's good.
Do you have Perfectus Avenger? I'm curious. Perfectus in your
I have Perfectic. Yeah, I had to go with him, of course. I have some Beamy in there, and in general, as Saga said, I think there's so many options to pick from. And to be honest, as I said to Calaris before we started today as well, I was like, I think there's a huge chance that the best team, when we're done with the 2 days here for upper bracket, I think could end up being like players that cost 70, 80k combined. Like you don't really have to go full budget. You can have like a really expensive players, and then there's like 3 really good choices below like 20, 21k. So I went with my gut instinct and locked it in, but I have had 48 second thoughts since then. I was like, no, that guy's too cheap. No, that guy's too cheap. I have to try. Maybe what about this? So we talked about doing like a fantasy draft. We didn't do it this time here, so I'm a little bit sad about that. We did that for PGS2 in Saudi Arabia for Riyadh. That was really fun. So I'm a little bit sad we didn't get to do that this time around, but maybe for lower bracket, we'll see about that.
So Avenger said there that he went with his gut, and apparently his gut is simply copying Kylaris' team. But whatever, I'm just saying what we all know. If you go play, you can earn points and you can exchange those for PUBG merch as well as G coins. And there's even more ways for you to get involved. Elisa has taken over the PUBG Esports Twitter account, so you can jump on there, chat to her. She is, of course, one of our PUBG partners. She's going to be watching. She's going to be engaging with you, so get right on in on that conversation. We want to hear from you. This is all about you. We're doing this for the community and the players. So come on in, get involved, and let's create as much hype as we possibly can. Right, day number 1, upper bracket. Let's get very serious right now. Avenger, what is the mindset of some of these players coming into it? I know that you have a chance to speak to a lot of them all the time. How are they feeling?
Yeah, of course. There's some of these mindsets that are coming into these players. Is still like, we have to perform. It's our BO12. We have to get into this and just get into grand finals. That's the kind of biggest focal point of this, is just perform, get top 8, and then we can focus on the grand finals. That is 2 weeks away from now, so that's obviously the biggest opportunities of these. Also, being in upper bracket, you have these kind of double elimination, but you want to go through now. I had the opportunity to talk to some of the players, and they're like super excited. Some first timers, some of the very first big tournaments for some of these players, and yeah, they are a little bit nervous, but it's online, so you can sit from the comfort of your home and do your best and do what you usually do.
Saga, for you, which teams are you keeping an eye out on? Which ones are you the most excited to see?
I gotta say, we're starting off on good old Erangel today, and that, of course, means there is high potential that military zones are going to be in play, and that Eastern Bridge in particular, FaZe Clan and Ascend, like age-old nemesis on either side of that bridge when it comes to early rotates. And FaZe Clan has certainly not been shying away from setting traps, and Ascend is one of the teams that's above them in terms of PGC points, so if they can find a way to mess with their game plan, do what they can to keep them out of the grand finals, FaZe will absolutely take it. So definitely keeping an eye out for shenanigans between those two.
So Saga, interesting for me, I had a chance to chat to some of the players beforehand as well, and the main thing that was coming out is every single one of them brings up Twisted Minds. And yet I would argue that Twisted Minds, in my opinion, has not reached its full potential. I really don't think that this team is at the full firing power we want from them just yet. I believe they can be better.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
No, absolutely not. I think Batulins himself would agree with you and has done on many occasions. He's done interviews and said, look, we're not happy until we win a global championship, and they've had multiple opportunities and fallen just slightly short. But the good news for them is that they've already secured their slot at PGC. They can take this opportunity, particularly on the newer maps like Vikendi, to be a little bit more experimental, to push the boat out, to limit test, and really just force the issue on other teams. Just maybe try out some more aggressive play styles. Try and make full sends, work on your team fighting, your communication in high pressure scenarios. They have the opportunity now to take this as a learning experience, and then hopefully can help them reach that potential you're talking about.
Avenger, as much as we talk about Twisted Minds, on the other side, I know we spoke about the roster change a little bit, but isn't it quite a bold move for Na'Vi? We know, I know you both said that they have to do something, but to change now when you're still not secured that PGC spot, and this is basically your last chance.
Right.
A big ball move or possibly the death?
I think it's, you know, it's a 50-50 for them right at this point. But I gotta say, again, this kind of honeymoon chance that they're like super refreshed, they're like rejuvenated in terms of coming into this, and they're like, all right, new team, we gotta work harder, we gotta put in the time, gotta put in the effort as well. And that's when you get a new player, and you have to work on that, because there's, you know, comms that need to get used to, there's how, you know, play styles, everything, calls, comms, everything is super important. So they've been grinding in terms of putting in the time to make sure that they are a super sharp team coming into this. And if you were just the same four, you might not have the same kind of motivation to go into that. So that change is what is potentially going to work for them. And Ferris is a fantastic, capable fragger. So I'm not really worried about his performance. But the question is really that you have these 6-7 teams that are really sharp in terms of their PGC points and their performance right now, that is also looking at Na'Vi, and they're like a really strong opponent. And internationals, once we get to kind of PGC level, once they get into the big monies, they're just turning on.
I'm just going to go through all the teams because I have so many questions before we start. The next one, of course, is our PEC Spring winners, HAL. They surprised everyone at PEC Spring. That was like kind of a mind-blowing moment. Expecting the same from them, Avenger, or do you think it'll be a little bit different this time around with the additions of the map?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so, but I think it's hard, because I think right now, in terms of how Europe is looking, it is extremely close. Like anyone, or you have like 10, 12 teams that could go out and win this thing quite easily, and it's going to be extremely close, especially when we get to the grand finals, of course. But even here, you have a BO12. Anyone can go out and get these top 12 spots. Well, a lot of the teams, you know, 12, 14 teams could go out and take one of these top 8 spots to go straight to the grand finals. So I think that's, again, what we're going to be looking at here is they want to guarantee themselves a top 8, and then once they're secure, they might try to look at some of the teams that are their big opponents, maybe in the PGC standings, maybe in loot spots, and then third party some of these teams that might be having a hard time getting into the top 8 for the upper bracket, to force them down into the lower bracket, where they only have one chance left, of course, to go into the grand finals.
I think we've spoken enough. I know what you want. We all want it as well. We're jumping straight into game. You saw them earlier, and now you get to hear from them. It is Kylaris and Toby.
Thank you very much. That's right. The last chance to dance for these teams to try and qualify. Toby looks concerned, but we are not concerned as we get into these games. I'm hyped to get back into some PUBG action here. I've been playing for weeks and weeks and weeks to get back in and to get myself a chance at casting some Vikendi down the line here, Toby.
Yeah, it's been good fun to watch the both Nations Cup unfold, but also the qualifiers for the PEC finals here. It's been great. I'm still a little up and down on the whole Vikendi edition. I feel like we saw, especially at Nations Cup, too much of the same area of the map. We haven't had a chance to go explore a whole lot, so I'm curious to see how the different areas of the map are going to play into effect when we do get there down the line. But no, I mean, the desk had so much time to talk today, so I feel like they really managed to break down quite a bit of what we're looking at.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the one thing that's really cool about having 4 maps in particular, though, Toby, is the fact that it really tests the adaptability of all of these teams. So to go from 2 Miramars to 1 Tego to 1 Vikendi to 2 Erangels down the line, which is now getting updated soon in the future as well, which is going to test the teams even more, really kind of brings that spirit of PUBG out of us, to the point where all these teams really need to just be so quick on their feet all the time.
And when it's so hard getting a proper Vikendi game in a ranked lobby anyway, the amount of playing time you're actually gonna get on the map is just that limited. But no, I think it's been a long time with just the Wrangle and Miramar. Now we can see here the game is just about to get started. As a matter of fact, it already has, so I'll hold my thought on that one and just let this one unfold.
All right, let's rock it. Yeah, we got PUBG EMEA Championship Fall Playoffs on the way. This is the upper bracket. 16 teams fighting for 8 spots in that final, and we're about to find out who it's gonna be. What a plain path to start things off.
As fair as can be. In some way, I'm always... I mean, it looks fair, because it's pretty north to south, but I'd say diagonal planes on the Wrangle might actually be more favorable, just because there's more of those corner spots that are amazing. So if you're FaZe, go down, enjoy Milta, enjoy the current Milta for as long as you can, because before you know it, it ain't gonna look that way no more.
Oh, well, we will find out how all of these teams are going to shape up here to start things off. I'm not seeing any conflict to really get things going. As they already brought up on the desk, I'm excited to see how guys like Fairest are going to be able to work things out for Na'Vi, because Na'Vi has their own problems to solve when it comes to trying to qualify for PGC, our defending world champions. Hopefully, they're okay.
Yeah. Hopefully for them. And for Foot Esports, a team who has been on the cusp of, I would say, more global recognition than they already have in terms of the individual players. One thing that I feel like they have really been unlucky with, and I know that you can't fully blame games on them, but when everything's when it's come down to that 1 or 2 final games, circles have just on repeat gone against them. Even if their positioning in set circle might not have been the most favorable from the beginning, they've just never been able to really catch one. And this time around, at least, to kick things off, we are hovering over Georgia Pool. So a lot of teams having to make their way up towards the northwest. But again, it's a Wrangle. It's the good old usual. James, I'm doubting that we're going to see too much commotion on early rotations here.
No, I mean, for teams like Foot, of course, they've got a lot to kind of prove off the back of the results they've had previously here in the region. So they're going to be very happy and content that they've found themselves what is effectively a central position in inverted commas. But you've always got to consider that river, right? That the fact that this could quite easily go north, go south. They could be even stuck, even though they are still central.
True. It's looking good, though. I mean, overall, a lot of teams not inside this first circle, of course, with the plane being as center as it was, as we see Alia get his rotation game going. Again, a lot of these teams, obviously, with the plane path, realizing that there is quite a journey to be had for these teams towards the circle, and a lot of the teams that aren't anywhere near. So if you rotate early now, you might get some real good prime real estate. Also here, VAD looting what is currently front 6, but soon to be front 5, and back 6 is gonna be back 4. It doesn't roll off the tongue as well, I suppose.
No, it's definitely a different change, definitely different, and I guess we'll see how that affects things a little later on. But for the most part, at present, it's a great loot location, right? It gets you geared up, good to go.
Yeah, they removed 2 buildings. I mean, it's not like it's Georgia, and they add buildings too, so it's not like it's the worst change.
It's all right. Another team that has something to prove, really, and Tropic, a fall from grace when it came to them, arguably being one of the teams that was going to rival Twisted Minds in the region. Since then, it's gone a little bit south, and something to also disappear pretty soon will also be this location.
We're just hovering. It's almost scripted. We're hovering all the locations that have received changes. Somehow this game is going to hit install, but I'm not sure how, but we will get there at one point or another. Maybe we'll go take a look at iZoom up towards Stalba, and we'll get his POV as well. Here too. Ruins, not being removed, but a little bit of a makeover. That's going to have to.
Yes, it does. Not a huge amount, of course, as you say, but it will be slightly more dynamic, I suppose, as time goes on. Here's Exalt on with them as well. Keen to see how Uber's going to be faring with the Exalt boys. And then, of course, we have our Na'Vi PGC 2022 skins on sale now in-game. You guys can check those out as they are available. Very, very colourful.
Yeah, very colourful indeed. Very fitting of the boys in yellow as they here make their rotation on forward. Savim has taken up real estate right ahead of them, so they might be met by a barrage of bullets in just a short moment's time, depending on whether or not Savim's actually going to up to try and engage on this. But no, they're just opting to sit up on the hillside and allow Na'Vi safe passage down to the up and down compound.
And there'll always be some teams trying to scramble for Everest, of course, as we have ourselves Na'Vi, who's, as you say, trying to find themselves their compound out in the south of it, which is always, they're always decent, those compounds along the way. And actually it does allow you a potential transition up Everest if there isn't anybody looking down onto you. But we already have teams up there, here, like Pacific, of course, finding themselves a spot. And over by Cube, Digital Athletics setting up the perfect position to try and transition depending on whether it goes north or south.
Yeah, I'm liking this 2-2 split that DA's currently got going. It's not too risky. They do have Marco playing somewhat out in the open, but they should be all right. Now, they have been alerted to the fact that Twisted Minds pulled up behind them, so maybe we'll see them try and group up to some extent sooner rather than later. But for now, they should be just fine.
Should be okay. Should be okay as we take a look all the way down south. Ooh. Okay, you guys can get yourself some codes, some G-Coin going on as well, so make sure to pitch in with those. That one almost says Tiggleton in the middle. Oh, cool.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Oh. He snuck his way in. Good job, Tig. Good job. His favorite number is 52. Little do they know.
Don't read the far left one, all right? Just putting that out there. We've got to... Just use the codes, all right, guys?
You had to. You had to, didn't you? You had to.
Look,
Catching me off guard 6 minutes into the first broadcast in forever. Thanks, James. We're back at it.
I'll try.
In any case, rotation is going to be coming through. And here we have I don't want to say, yes, actually, I do want to say newcomer to the top echelon of EMEA PUBG roster, making their way on forward, Warple Swords. The boys in green down towards the south, making their way north of Ferry Pier. Curious to see what they're going to muster. A heavy grinding team who, in all kinds of credit to them, have managed to make their way through the open qualifiers, gotten themselves through to the upper bracket. But how do they fare against the big dogs? I'm curious to see what their performance is going to look like.
Yeah, it's a good question, because I'm not that familiar with them either, by chance. Of course, we just cover a lot of Tier 1 of what's going on, right? And we haven't really seen them on that Tier 1 stage for the most part. Another team I'm curious about, whilst we take a look at FaZe, I'm not really too curious about FaZe. I think that they're going to fare just fine, is actually Semler, up at the very top of the map, currently rotating in from Severny. They're far north, but, over in the Dachmeisterschaft, I was just looking for an excuse to say Meisterschaft. I have. They looked fantastic. Being able to kind of stack up alongside Ascend, really good spread of placement points and kills overall. So I'm curious to see how they're going to fare here when it comes to Tier 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of rosters that can very easily and have in the past. I don't say easily, but have indeed kind of stirred the pot. Where I can't go back to it enough. I'm really loving the fact that no teams are directly invited to any sort of grand finals or further forward parts of tournaments. The fact that everyone's playing through this, the fact that every team has a chance of not making it through, I think is big, because we have seen teams crumble, and more often than not up against teams of whom they have no expectation of what they're up against. And that could very easily be something that could very easily be Warple Swords. Some of these teams that are very hard to find proper info on. Yes, sure, maybe you've met them in scrims once or twice, but outside of that, we all know scrims it's very different from actual live matches.
And the Dragunov could be instrumental at these kinds of live matches with its inclusion now in esports, Tier 1 esports, and it absolutely smashes, does the Dragunov. You've got to be terrified of this weapon, as Perfectix is able to hit one straight away.
I don't know who thought that'd be a great idea. One-shot DMRs, but here we are. For those of you guys who thought for just a moment that bolt actions were going to come back in, all the bolt mains are going, you know what? I think we'll just do the Dragunov thing. It seems to make pretty good sense. The whole idea of the bolt action was that we could one-shot people. This gun does it too.
It's scary as anything, because the rate of fire is slower than usual other DMRs, but honestly, it's enough to perfectly balance the kind of recoil you get per shot, or at least that's how I experience it when I'm playing with it. So it is a monstrous gun, but we'll still see a lot of MK12. I'm sure, as we're already seeing Schofield and Howl and the boys trying to rotate through, trying to find themselves a middle spot so they could either transition north or south if they need to, but a lot of these spots have already been taken up, Toby.
Yeah, and early ride for them to get going now. Containers is completely free as the circle does hard shift down towards the south. I'm assuming that they're going to stop their vehicles as fast as they can. and either play that northern side of Everest or just start, honestly, continue trying to wrap around the mountain down towards the south. Issue is this is exactly where they came from, so a bit of a bum of a howl having just left the southern side of the map.
I definitely, as all of those teams in the north as well, just going to have an absolute get on with this. Semla's moving in very slowly off the back of this. Ascend coming in from the east side whilst everybody's making this great migration go. And we're seeing Foundation as well, just coming in hard on that east side.
I like how FaZe is repping all the way south around. And also, I really like how Na'Vi is staying in around the middle. Now, I know we talked a lot about Na'Vi and of course, the roster change coming through with Uber out, Fairest in. I had a brief chat with Alrain coming in to today's matches as we're seeing more knocks coming through yet again. I mean, so far, 100% of knocks in this match has come through from Dragunovs. We'll see if that's going to continue to remain the same. But Na'Vi, in short, really trying to focus on the mid game. We saw them lose players here, there, and everywhere in previous tournaments. Now, I think they're trying to prioritize getting things going in the mid game because that's where they're seeing other teams having great success. Howl finds 2. That's DA out early and 16th.
That was rapid. So unfortunate for Digital Athletics to get things going. House found themselves an okay spot to eventually start transitioning a little later on. I don't know whether or not they'll gain much success from just here alone. So get looted up, get good to go. Find yourself another spot for now. This isn't exactly very well fortified as a location. But what you're saying about Na'Vi, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? As we have a few shots going towards Howl. Because ultimately, whenever we see Na'Vi get into the late game as 4, they're usually quite dominant. So if they can sort out some of that mid-game woes that they've been having here throughout the kind of, I would say, 2023, early 2023, then that could significantly help. But with Fairest as the new addition, I guess that throws an extra spanner in the works. Not necessarily because like he's not talented. He's extremely talented. It's just a different dynamic when you've got a new player.
Also, one thing is you're talented, but are you uber talented? And
okay.
That's what I'm saying, because that's essentially the shoes he has to fill. And not only does he have to be uber talented online, but Uber is a phenomenal, if not one of the players with most global experience. Global LAN experience. If Na'Vi has built this roster to try and qualify for PGC, and you couldn't imagine them having not done that with that purpose, then how does he fare in comparison to a guy like Uber on LAN? That's what I'm curious to see. But of course, that's down the line. It requires for them to qualify first of all.
Yeah, it's a good question because Uber's playstyle was like an absolute pit bull off the leash, right? He would go off on his own, and half the time it would look excellent, half the time he'd die, and that was it. And I suppose that kind of playstyle is one of the reasons why they found some of their success in the past, but also why they may have had some of their mishaps in the past. So I guess for Exalt, we'll see how that translates as well with him on the team. Because, I mean, there's no shortage of talent when it comes to Exalt as a whole, but adding Uber is definitely a firecracker.
Very dangerous. Speaking of Exalt, full control in the circle center right now. A little off to the western side, just down below Everest proper. In the meantime now, the last remaining team to join the circle, Milo and the gang, trying to make their way on in, playing it slow with plenty of room to maneuver, so they should be all right. But I like the timing on this. Wait for the circle to pop as we full speed send it right back up to the north.
I forgot we just play Hard Shift, the video game. As we had one, now we've got quite another. Howl is going to be absolutely laughing with that one. Likewise, so is Exalt with their 2-2 split. Maybe it's probably time to get together. We'll see how that goes. But BBL is going to be sending on through here north of Everest. Sarvum's already spotted them. Going to be charging up some nades to throw all the way down there. Seeing some other members have moved on to the far left. Some rogue cars are moving away. But Rustamar and Michael need to push up the hill.
And I'm not seeing Odin or CC trying to wrap around and help. Now Odin gets in a vehicle, but they need to get up here and need to get here fast. I think they were hoping that maybe one or two of the players from BBL were playing in from the southern side, but they opted not to, and now they have to try and make a move to assist their teammates.
It's a huge send on the map as well for FaZe, who are trying to just mad dash it onto the west side of Everest, but this fight will continue on. Tries to go for a flash. It's Varen Peak looking for a bit of an angle as he moves around with the 5.56 loadout that he has available too. And Rustamar and Michael, they are slowly splitting this up a little bit. Clear on the back end, hits Schiller, and now CCNX and Varen Peak caught a little bit against this.
Yeah, and Samla is falling in behind this. They've heard the fight going on in front of them. Sarvum needs to bring this to a close as fast as they possibly can, or they will get third party. But here comes Ascent as well. So what was a two-team fight can quickly turn into a four-way brawl.
And this is exactly what Ascend does. They identify these kinds of fights and are able to kind of thread the needle in between some of these. They perfectly read exactly when they could actually move up onto Everest here. Considering that they're a team that traditionally comes in late, this is a great timing for them to be able to seize control once this fight ends.
What worse place to try and take a fight when all of a sudden there's so many chefs in the kitchen, so many teams trying to get a piece of it. Michael able to find one, but as you can see, as soon as he tries to extend that vision, as soon as he tries to peek on over, he's instantly met by fire from behind as Micah finds the first.
Difficult Baron Peak here, doing quite a lot of work with this. Micah on the backside, just trying to get those nades in. Sarvan will clean up BBL, a bit of a disaster for them, but that nade, did it actually hit anything, or did it even not go off? Anyway, It did. I'm delayed in my brain, I guess.
It was a dud. It's fine. It just went down there, vanished. Nothing came of it. Twisted Minds now, the fourth or the fifth team make that to try and join the party on the hilltop and stay up on over. Or at least try to peek on over because these Spirit are not exactly in a hurry. They heard FaZe pull up behind them, so they can't go too aggressive. And Na'Vi is still shooting, as we can see here, in from that southern side. So I like the fact that Spirit doesn't get too greedy on it. Plays it smart, peeks on over, at least for as much as he can, but does not overextend.
It doesn't indeed. Twisted Minds is up there, as you say, and we're seeing Foundation trying to get themselves in, but Na'Vi's created a barrier down here, denying them any entry point, as over on the other side, Ascend has been able to completely shut down Sarvam. So, as I was saying before, it's the perfect opportunity for them to try and shut that down. Mailman finds Intense on the difficult side of this. An Example will manage to clean off a lot of it as well. More codes.
Yep. Solid double and more codes coming through. Gotta get those codes to the chat as the circle swings towards the west. So all these teams who've been fighting for Everest control, well, that's all you're gonna get of it. Now get off the mountain and take control of Hospital, because that is completely free for the taking.
And Exalt give up their 2-2 split here just in the nick of time, as we have ourselves Pacific that are moving in on that. Vorpal down towards the bottom as well are moving in, but this fight will continue to rage on Everest. The fact that currently there's about 6 teams around Everest here, and all of them are going to have to move towards the west, means that we are going to see absolute carnage up here, and everybody's got to play these rocks to the best of their ability.
Yeah, chaos has already unfolded, but it's going to continue to do just that. I'm not seeing how either Formulation or Semler can get off this hillside without having to fight first, especially with the scent set up here. You can see they're looking for any single chance they can get to peek on over Mika. Spots one. Nice connections. Last bullet. Able to find the headshot.
Tries for it with the barrel, not too bad. Gets a few shots hit himself. Meanwhile, it's Chris is trying to hold off Twisted Minds on the other side of this with the Dragonov himself. Pulls out the mini, goes for 5-6. Doesn't quite get him, but he's forced him into the blue. Every tick here for Foundation means that they're going to have a difficult time moving in.
Yeah, Chris trying to solo hold off Twisted Minds for third party in this fight. It's not an easy task, but so far it's working out for him. But of course, Ascent, they know that they have to come out clean here. They cannot take casualties if they want to venture further west themselves too.
Difficult times. Mexi trying to hold off these warehouses. Here comes Semler. What are they going to do? As they are going wide round this, realizing that this team is trying to hold them off from that south side into this circle. Not a bad little weave around here, unless they get hit by some of these Dragonovs and MK12s.
Yep, I like the tracking you can see from Mex. They're only having audio to work with, but really trying to line up any sort of shot he could. Not going to happen, though. Nothing's going to connect. And Semler able to get into South George with 4 life.
Tries to line up the shot, waits for it. Ascend now, moving off of Everest. I think this is a smart play. Trying to move through all of these teams on Everest would have been an absolute death sentence for them. Because even if you are not able, even if you take the fights against Twisted Minds and somehow shut them down, you still have your back to the blue. You're still probably going to be taking damage, eating through your meds whilst trying to take that fight. And even then, I mean, you're going up against Twisted Minds, who seemingly have all the Dragonovs in the world.
And should you survive Twisted Minds, then the follow-up is Na'Vi and FaZe. So regardless of how you put it, you're not going to be in for a good time. And now, with Ascent having come off the hillside, it's Twisted Minds' turn to figure out what they want to do. Of course, wait for 5 more seconds, see if you miraculously get a massive hard shift southeast. Of course, could happen. We'll see now if that's going to be the case. Nope, not quite. So out into the open we go.
Yeah, open is a good way to describe it, right? Unless you somehow are able to control the hills east of Hospital, or you're the 1 or 2 emerging teams coming from the Everest situation, there's not a whole lot of room to play here. So all of these teams are going to have to think about eliminating one another, trying to get as many kill points on the board as possible. Formulation is dead. They're gone in 13th. Not exactly the best of starts for them, but they came in late and couldn't really find themselves a decent spot with all of these orgs holding them out.
I like this attempted wraparound from Alia. Now flashed off, though. Has to sit this one out at least for a little while longer. Luke peeks on over, spots him, finds him, double headshot connected. That's the flank down. And now that's going to leave Na'Vi more vulnerable than they were before. They do still have angles, and with no pressure from behind, they should be able to sit here for a decent while. Issue is Circle is closing in as we're speaking.
Yeah, if none of these shots are connecting here, Melman, you're going to have a lot of shots raining down on you. Perfectix is able to hit him with a nade as well. Example connected on Batulins, but will it be enough to slow down Twisted Minds on the top? Example with another one. Oh, Example's popping off.
You say, will it be enough? He found 3. I think the answer is yes. Example is on one. He doesn't need Uber there to code damage with him. He'll just take over and do all of it on his own. More fights happening down the hillside. But you can see here, Twisted Minds, just nothing they can do. As Ferris peeks on over, finds the last clean sweep. As Example already finds kill number 5.
Is Example back on the board? It looks like he is to start things off here. They've had harder times in regional play, but Example with 5 to start things off is excellent. And also excellent is grabbing yourself some more codes while these fights ensue here. More nades coming across here. Howl has stuck around in this location for quite a long time and is able to actually hold down on it quite well.
They need to get this fight over and done with fast, though. They need to take out the remaining players from Ascent quickly, because as soon as Na'Vi realizes there's a chance the third party on this other side, they should be good. And their fighting on that southern side is all done now. So you see Ruin looking the other direction, expecting pressure to be kind of coming from that side now that the shooting is done.
Yeah, because aside from some foliage cover, getting up towards where Exalt is, if you wanted to choose that as a path here for Na'Vi, that's just super open as well. Apart from, as I say, some trees that actually do exist in a lot of that. So not exactly the best of options, and probably are not even working with any vehicles themselves here as time goes on. As these mollies and nades just keep raining down here. One of these teams has to survive eventually, but as soon as they come out from here, when the circle shifts away, I think they're going to be open to a lot of lines of sight.
Yeah, Fair is trying to grab a bit further forward, still not within nade range, but if they can apply some pressure towards Howl, maybe that can allow for Ascent to peek on over Issuers. Then you have Entropic inside the compound towards the north in a good position to peek on over. Nabat able to find one, but not anything else is going to happen off of it. Circle swings down south as well, so really everyone but Entropic are all right.
Fate finds himself Milo as we still have Semlar trying to find themselves a way in. They're, going for these wide, heavy rotates, and I like it a lot in lobbies like this. However, they're eventually going to come undone, and Exalt is going to be the reason they come undone by the looks of things, because Exalt right now got to be absolutely laughing. With the rest of the terrain that's left in this circle, there's really not that much to play other than their location and some of the warehouse that Foot has.
Yeah, Entropic, they're chilling for now. Waiting, trying to see if they can find some sort of opportunity to push on forward. Howl spots the dip open. I like the idea. Issuers, Molotov is still sat there, and Foot has an angle on it too. It might just be too early for them to pounce. Fairest able to find one. Of course, with the remaining players of Exalt looking the other way, he might be all right, but one good nade from Molotov here could be a death sentence to Howl.
Yeah, precisely. That's what I'm looking for as well here. If he actually has the utility, maybe. Now he's going to try and use some of the chaos that's actually going on that west side to try and make a move here, but they're going to a destructible shed. It's not exactly the easiest spot to move to. Molotov finds himself some nice cover here with the vehicle, looking to try and shut down this approach, but wasn't able to do so just yet. He could get his feet taken out from under him here if Na'Vi gets an angle.
Exalt not fast enough on the execution towards the north. Is leaving Molotov, in my opinion, alone for too long. Now, finally, with the elimination of Semler, they can start filling back the other direction. This should be Na'Vi out. I know that Molotov falls, but now we have 3 coming in to support. How does Na'Vi respond to this?
The rest of Exalt having to deal with Semler, and they did that very, very well. But yeah, looking at how they're positioned here, they really want to shut down this as much as possible. Fair is still alive, doing all right for himself. Example 7, as you say, absolutely blasting. The cyborg of PUBG is having a brilliant start here to PGC Fall.
Imagine not having captained him on your fantasy team today.
I think I picked Perfectix. Damn it.
Killer Kai falls to send out in 6 as we make our way into the top 5. And Tropic still trying to make some sort of room towards the northeast, but constantly, I mean, if they're not in vision to FUT Esports, they are to Na'Vi. But right now, at least, good thing for them as example is busy elsewhere. It has to look the other way as Exalt now once again starting this slow push down towards the south.
It was a great send from Howl, though. I mean, they know that did better than me, seemingly, who is still alive. What's up? You said wait.
No, I said, oh, yeah.
Oh, did you? I thought you said wait.
No, I didn't say wait.
Okay.
I would never cut you off like that, James.
Oh, okay.
That's when you continue talking, James, you know?
Sure, I'll do it if you want. Example, still looking for more. He's got himself the Mini 14, doing very well for himself. Turn around with the ace, though, realizing that Exalt have pushed up against Fairus. Now he has to deal with that completely alone. But they're going to have probably enough angles to be able to shut him down, depending. Smoke already got... Example! You're insane! Artix already falls. The nades should be able to finish him off, though, surely. No?
Yeah. One more same spot. That's easy peasy. Molly's locked in as well, but not able to find him. So much damage being done. He is continuing, doing everything he can to hold off Exalt. Really just making things a whole lot easier for everyone else. Because no one, like normally this would be the terrible spot for everyone to have to peek through. But now, finally, the south ridgeline is free for Exalt to peek on over from.
I mean, in theory, this should have always been Exalt's position to play throughout this game. So they've been able to wrestle it back at the fact that Na'Vi encroached on this. Howl still is a little bit vulnerable to the angle of Entropic, but Entropic now has to move. So they have a lot of pressure against them here. FUT is doing Howl quite a few favors with that pressure, but they also have to be moving towards the pylon.
Yeah, Howl, FUT, has the antenna they can play. The issue for Entropic, as you can see here, vehicles and really nothing else. Deployable shields and a rock is all they've got to work from, and you'd have to imagine that this is them down and out, trying to destroy the deployable shields here now, as they do fall down. Entropic, how do you make your way into this next circle?
Moving forwards with the buggy here. The codes keep raining down just like the kills as well, as you can go and convert those for some G-Coin. Moving on forwards, we've got ourselves Fate and Uber well in position to be able to shut this down. Look, Entropic couldn't even move, so they just denied themselves out into the blue. I mean, they might have just had no choice.
I mean, you can always question a game 1 deny, but you know, I mean, when we look at the final game of the tournament, you go, oh, why didn't they just do this here? You go, well, they might as well have done it in the first game. And they know that these 3 opponents they're up against are teams they could very well be fighting for the top spots in this tournament. So wise decision. There was literally no other exit for them than just to take away points from the enemy.
No, definitely. We still have Exalt trying to spread themselves out across some of that high ground that they have available to them. Still an extremely strong position. Howl is eventually going to be exposed to FUT, regardless really of where this circle goes. Let's see how it folds down, unless it goes hard north. And then that really causes a problem for Exalt. How are they going to move? They do still have some vehicles available to them, but their high ground is still in. And Howl here has to stay behind those cars.
8C, full on pulling up. I like this peek on over. As soon as 8C starts driving on forward, the shot comes over the top towards Art. Fate in the meantime finds Matt. That should be Schofield down to follow. Nope. Uber, not too keen on spending his last nade there, but good Molly. Just a bit too far. Second Molly comes through as well. It's going to be Matt down and out. Schofield, though, gets the lift for now.
For now.
For now.
He's like, just don't move a muscle. It's like a T-Rex looking for him. Just don't move, Schofield. As FUT is trying to make a smoke push up against Artix's Hill. This is actually very exciting. The fact that they could try and push up against this, the fact that they even got there in the first place, I think is impressive. And a P90 in the hands of Beamy. Oh, yes. Make it happen.
And you think, oh, it's a bit of a distance, doesn't matter too much. Well, P90 hits pretty well at any distance you put it at. So huge for 8C that he was able to use the fact that Exalt was looking towards Howl for that brief moment they were. Allow for him to push on forward, suppress Art enough that they get full control of the ridgeline. And now, here they are up close fighting on each their side. And as a matter of fact, with them on this side now, I'd say that's FUT on the better side of this circle. Exalt has to come in and Fade. Somehow gets run over. Not sure what happened there.
I feel like he was reparking a car, didn't put the handbrake on, and it rolled down. Oh, no.
Oh, Schofield. He sees T-Bone. T-Bone don't like this, but Savad as well. That's my captain. Don't do it, Schofield. Thank you so much. Allows him to get back down the hillside.
I mean, he could get second from this position, so why shoot, right? Yeah. If you just stay still and stay quiet here, that's a perfect play. T-Bone at the same time, though, does take Arctic. Going to be up to Uber to try and shut this down. Fate's down as well, thanks to the mishap that actually occurred. But actually, takes down Beamy here. The P90, not enough. He wasn't able to get any shots off. Here comes the molly, and Uber here, if he's able to take T-Bone out from this situation, but it's not going to be the case. The Orc is able to do it. Schofield goes for the jump. This is the perfect opportunity.
11 HP running forward, wants to get the clean up in the end, but not gonna happen. He brings it home. 5 kills for PUBG Esports. It's not a big win, it's not flashy, but what they did in the end, I think they succeeded in doing in ways that many other teams wouldn't have been able to. The way that they're able to take control of a spot that they have no right to take off, but they only had that brief moment. They had 5 seconds to make that play. They did it exactly when they had to.
I like that Schofield just kind of trigger finger, just very, very patient with it, and then later on tries to go for that jump towards the end. It's a small chance, but there is some kind of chance, right? If Aitzy's not on the right angle to be able to cover that, and then maybe Schofield can move up against T-Bone and get a double knock on it. But, you know, it's by a second place, not too bad.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hop over to the studio now before we head into map number 2.
First Erangel out of the way, which is exciting, and we spoke a lot about these roster changes before we got into it. So Avenger, straight into it, I'm gonna ask you, is Exalt uber talented now? A top 4 finish, they're gonna be happy with that?
Yeah, and the example is so good of the game that he broke the replay machine. All his 7 or 8 kills he was able to get this game here completely broke the machine, Saga.
Can't show it before the watershed, unfortunately. We've got to wait a couple of hours before we can rewatch that. Yeah, uber talented for sure. Is not only Exalt, but definitely just Eastern Europe as a whole are just absolutely cracked monsters. And well, I'm not going to say I used the word unleashed in the pre-show, but it's looking a little bit like it.
You just jinxed it. Now he's going to suck the rest of the game, Sam.
That's done. Yeah, I mean, I just like the swap. I think both of those teams look revitalized. You saw it. They were playing really aggressively, Saga, and it's obviously paid off. They're going to get a lot of points. You're going to get a lot of points in your fantasy team. But for the most part, it's a good swap up. So good first game for them. Do you think that momentum continues?
I think Na'Vi is probably the most momentum-heavy team worldwide, essentially. If they start off slow, they struggle, and we saw that throughout PEC Spring. We even saw it a little bit, I mean, tournaments like the rotation where they didn't make the finals at all. But if they're coming out looking this strong from the get-go, maybe Martin's right. Maybe it is the honeymoon period, or maybe they're just that good.
Yeah, that would be the perfect time as well, Sam, right? To come in for the last tournament where you have your last chance to dance, to get a chance to get to PGC 23, and they show up like this, and obviously that'll be fantastic to see, but still, it's a little bit of of course, not winning the game, but get a decent amount of points here, but we need to see them win games. We need to see them double digits kills and win games before I really put all of my eggs in the basket, because remember, they need to go to the grand finals, top 8 from here, top 8 from lower bracket, and then they need a pretty decent performance there too. I would say something like top 4, top 5 before they're guaranteed to go to PGC.
You're like, Saga and I are like, what a lovely honeymoon. They're having such a great time. And then
I'm here with the picnic destroyer.
When they get back, they're going to be crippled by that home loan debt. Anyway, for the most part, what did you think about first Erangel, Avenger?
It's a rough one. You know, you have your southern shift, and then you have a shift that kind of beta want to go to Everest, of course. And then there's so many fights up there that it ends up being, you know, the teams that couldn't go early enough or couldn't go late enough to Everest to fight in one, and then they stuck back with it. Exalt, of course, with the greedy 2-2 split paid off quite well. I feel like they'd gotten a little bit more kills from it, but of course, in a case where they kind of have to come off that hill and you have a foot that's 4-man strong, that pushing like that, taking that amount of control, yeah, it just kind of ended the way that we expected with the 4 last teams that kind of ended up like this here. But it's good to see that the teams that we expect to do well is already doing well, and of course it's just the first game, but still the momentum starts early here. And as Saga said here, some of the teams, especially some of the newer rosters with changes happening, these are super heavy momentum based teams.
Let's take a look at that scoreboard. It is, of course, the first map. We've got 12 of these to go. So in this upper bracket, there is still a lot to play for, Saga. But like Avenger mentioned, all the teams we mentioned that were going to do well, they've done just that. So good for us. Turns out we all do know what we're talking about.
Woo! Finally. We finally got something right. But it makes really... No, it's not a surprise at all to see the teams that are at the top of the standings. It's the teams that, as Martin said, didn't get tangled in that massacre on top of Everest. There was something like 7 or 8 teams up there at one point. So the teams that were able to find space, play a little bit later, play the compounds, hold those early, for example, in Tropic. In Phase 1, they had a 2-2 split on both sides, north and south of the Georgia Paul River. They had the options. They held their backline effectively and incredibly well. And Exalt was a team that... maybe their PGC point situation spurred them on a little bit. If they were lower down in the standings, maybe they would have considered going for a bit of a bridge camp onto Vorpal Swords coming out from the military base, but instead they moved early. They got very good priority compounds. That 2-2 split really paid off for them as well, so no surprise to see them make the end game, and it was really well played as well.
We'll find out if the next Erangel game will play out much the same, if those teams, those top teams that we keep talking about, continue with the momentum, or if everything changes up, because it's only just the start of PEC for the playoffs in the upper bracket. We're going to take a quick reset, and when we return, we're heading to Erangel.
Driving with the cars.
Focus green, I think, yeah.
Knock one.
One active.
He should be in the green smoke. Yeah, he's knocked on blue. Quick, let's try to get the car. Be careful, look.
Just let him die. And you're top 4.
Pushing up the hill.
Hovel, pushing up. Get the flash, Running left the hip. Nice.
Try to smash him, I need to heal.
I need to push under.
Healing.
Yeah,
then one active. I can res.
There could be 2 active.
You mark car, have a nade.
Like on me, just on me on yellow. He's alive. That's 4v1. Save guy. You take me, Simon.
Nice.
One open. Another one. They're fighting on blue. Can't get more kills, I think.
One guy blocking the shot from the car.
2 guys.
Is it? You here?
Yeah.
Back up. I can knock back.
Knock one more.
Nice.
Back. I'm vaulting in. I'm getting mollied, I can't push.
I'm all in.
Both here.
I'm all in. Yellow. You can rest. Oh.
Yeah. I'm flashing above. I need first aid if there is. Can you give me?
That is not.
One more.
Empty it.
Nice.
Only one left.
we're getting ready for game number 2 here at the PEC Fall Upper Bracket Playoffs. And before we do that, I just wanted to let you know that the PGC 2022 Champions Na'Vi Battle Gear skins, I am only doing that one line one time, and I'm going to shorten it completely after this, are now on sale. They're available for a limited time till October 25th. And we have one bundle to give away every single day here on PEC Fall. So if you want to win, this is what you need to do. You need to tweet at PUBG Esports. You need to use 2 hashtags in your tweet. The first is hashtag PEC Fall, and then the second one is hashtag Na'Vi PGC 22. I had to read that to make sure I got it right. And tweets, and you could win. I have been told that creative answers are encouraged. Creative tweets, have some fun with it. Do with that what you will, but if you tweet, you could win a skins bundle. And I mean, those skins are pretty sick, Avenger.
Yeah, they are. They are colorful, vibrant, and if you want to be, seen, especially if you're playing on any map that doesn't have purple or yellow on it, then you're going to be seen quite easily. No, but of course, that's you see players running around in like full pink suits and everything. So colorful is fun, and I like. It's kind of wacky.
What the heck?
It's kind of wacky, but I like the skins on it. I think it's a fun change compared to your try hard, all white for Weekendy or all green for your Wrangle or everything like that.
No, you're calling toffees out. What is this?
Okay.
You know, my Avenger, some of us suck in game, right? So the only thing we have going for us is that we can look really funky.
Exactly. That's it. And I'm completely fine with that.
I'm sorry that you're very good. Some of us just want to look nice while we die.
I think so too.
I think that's fair.
I think that's fine, and I like that too as well. I too have some funky colors going on, but I also have some tryhard skins, of course.
Of course you have the try-hard skins. Right, let's get a little bit serious now. Second game of the day, Saga. We obviously had a good start from some teams. I mean, are you expecting much of the same in Erangel? Are we expecting that aggressive play from Na'Vi, Exalt? I just want to see them go head-to-head, actually, in a final battle. That's what I'm looking forward to.
I think the aggression will probably come a little later. I think it was really forced, this game, just purely by the fact that Everest was just a death trap. But we did see some really good signs. T-Bone's IGLing from Foot Esports, on point again. He loves to be leading from the front. He loves to join in with the push, as opposed to some other IGLs who would sit back and get the bigger picture. He wants to be in the fray. That really worked out when they made that push underneath the ridgeline of Exalt. And if we see a little bit more of that from him, I'd love to see it.
We're going into game number 2. Kylaris, Toby, I'm curious, what do you think about Vibrant skins?
I love them. I mean, every time I hang out with Martin, he always dresses like a clown, so I get to see them all the time. Toby, what do you think?
Is that in person or just in game?
No, in person. That's
what I was thinking. Always dresses up like a clown. It's like, oh, wow, we just come from under the bus like that. No, I like vibrant skins. Right now, I'm rocking the face skin, the Na'Vi skin. I got my Petrichor Road gloves on. I'm not afraid of people seeing me because I just shoot them. It's I don't need to be like Martin. I don't need the upper hand in cosmetics and whatnot to get me good. I just aim and kill. That's what I do.
I bounce between the PGIS skins, all the kind of like iridescent stuff, and then the iridescent PGC 2022 skins. So I bounce between those two. They're all kind of sparkly and pretty and stuff like that anyway, but I like those ones. They're nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, nice. And what also was nice was the first match. It was as much as I was kind of going into it with it's going to be simple. It's a bit of a far rotation, but everything's going to be good. We hard shift south into a northern hard shift. Like, as we were saying, back to back into hard shift meta, I suppose we go. But just in the worst possible area of the map, because we're already very scarce in compounds, and we just instantly cut off pretty much 90% of compounds, and then caught at the last few with the second shift, causing so much chaos. All the teams that were trying to fill in from that eastern side just literally nowhere to go but Everest. I looked at it and I was like, why are there so many teams that usually they wrap around, they do whatever, but because the hard shifts coming in the way they did in all the teams due to the plane path coming in from the Far East, they just had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think for me, Foot really exemplified perfect timing for this game. Actually, there were some moments where I thought were great timing. I thought Ascend even rocking up on Everest when they did was great timing, considering how far they were out the side of the circle. But Foot knew exactly when to push alongside that western edge to exploit Exalt, not allow them to eventually hold them in a line across that hillside and just push up with smokes, be able to shut that down. Uber was playing great as well. There were moments where I thought maybe he was going to shut that push down. But anyway, let's get into it. Game number 2 here of PEC. as we have the spring logo. It's fall! Ta-da! Pumpkin, spooky, October.
Depends on where you are in the world. Australians, if you're watching, don't get confused. I suppose they're the ones in the upside down world where when it's summer, it's winter, right? So, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. First we have the Tickleton code. I mean, first we have the Tickleton code. Now we get spring and fall. It's very confusing.
Yeah, it's all about that Tiggleton code that came out.
Also, we're seeing hot drops in Primorsk of all places. I'm seeing We Live Again. I'm definitely seeing fighting going on there, but I can't quite make out. Is it Ascent down there as well? I think it is.
WLAN Ascend, yes, that is the case, as they're going to be battling for it, and it's not an easy circle for them to react to as well here. So they're going to have to finish that fight quickly. Dragonov's in hand already. An Uzi from Mika. I don't know if that's the best thing to have.
I mean, it's not the worst when it's a hot drop situation. Good fire rate, and if they haven't found proper Kevlar, then it melts the meat pretty quickly. We'll see now, though, if Hello My Bad can get back and regroup with his teammates and hopefully just get out of here. I mean, this is, as much as you're saying it's a bad circle, it's prime real estate for Ascent. The further away they can be from Circle 1, the better off they tend to be.
True. They've just got to rotate through some really good teams, I suppose. Yeah. But I guess they will probably try and swing in north, coming in from the edges or very, very late. Regardless of the fact, they already did take one scalp for their troubles. As now We Live Again. It's going to have to spread on out for this one. Hobbits is looking on the off angle. But again, an going up against something like Dragonov's and MK12's.
Yeah.
And he has a shotgun. His loadout is not for this angle, in my opinion.
I mean, if he stays here, then sure, just don't peek. Just stay right here and wait for them to come to you. Then you might be able to put up a fight. But as you're saying, with what he's going up against, there's not a whole lot to gain by leaning further to the left here. Oh, as I say that, though, distance doesn't matter. Hoba able to get the knock on Brexco.
Yep, clearly they were not aware that this angle was taken by Hobbits as he now pushes up. If you could confirm, that would be perfect, but does he have any throwables? No, he doesn't, but we'll just be able to finish that off anyway. Now that they realize he's there, though, they will be paying attention to that. 1 for 1 at the moment here. We Live Again, taking the fight to Ascend.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the kind of the re-engage call for We Live Again. They were kind of on their back foot, trying to back off, trying to get some better loot, but now with one down, a pretty good inkling, I believe, of where the opponents are. Mika spotted transitioning across the street, and I think that's going to be Hoba getting out of this position as well. Now, that rock side, the wall, so to speak, the fence line is kind of compromised.
Yeah, definitely. Izum's trying to kind of find himself a little angle to cover the cross, just in case Ascend wanted to get aggressive down that angle. He will be able to cut across the T, as it were, whilst Hello My Bad is moving far around the right-hand side. Did actually spot Mika moving up the hillside. So now they have a little bit more information. Oh, but it's Chris and Kiliakai also still covering this angle.
Such an awkward fight. Very early game. As now Chris, I mean, no vest to be had either. No wonder he's not pushing anything. Normally, you'd see him be the spearhead of any sort of hot drop operation, but no vest against UMPs, Uzis, and shotguns. That just ain't fun, even for the main man, Chris himself.
Oh, for sure. Mika now still hanging around up on this hill, but again, the information should have been fed across, so they should know that that's the case. The hollow SLR, I like it. Will we hit something with it?
Do what you gotta do.
No.
And I love the fact that his name is I Zoom, but unluckily he can't really zoom. Chris, though, can on the receiving end of it. Back-to-back headshots connected with the MK as he finds one. Chris repeats, or tries to repeat the success, but Hello My Bad gets to stay alive, at least for a little while longer.
With that 4 times, that MK12 is deadly. In these scenarios when you're trying to make these peaks going on again, especially since We Live Again is just working with red dots, hollows, everything like that. Yeah, there's only so many times you can be as accurate against someone like Chris here, being able to peer through the bars in these windows very, very clearly with that 4 times. So We Live Again, I still have to say, I do think they're an equipment disadvantage.
Yeah, they sure are. They're sticking around. Of course, they want to get Izum back up, but he's kind of the middleman in their split right now. Can't get to him, can't cross on over. Now we see one more knock coming in as they're down to just one. They tried to make the transition. Hoba has gotten across, so should be able to get the rest up, but I think Ascent is aware of him having made his way here too, so they should now, you'd imagine, collapse on this building.
Yeah, you'd think so. They do have a lot of time. Even if they don't collapse on the building, it gives them huge amounts of time to just relocate, right? Yeah. Which then throws such a spanner in the works for We Live Again, where you just like, okay, where are they? They look towards where they thought they were. They're not there anymore. And now they've taken these surround positions. It's perfect.
Yeah. Mika was doing it early, trying to get the hillside, trying to get kind of better overview of what was going on down below. But now, with the not coming through, the info that We Live Again had before is pretty much nullified until people start shooting. Having said that, Hopper has the right idea, but can't get eyes on Kilyakai.
It is tough. It is tough. I'm going to have to just keep those stims rolling because as time goes on, if this goes on a little bit longer, the blue will start ticking on you here. It's a little ways off still, but it's slowly encroaching. He also has an 8 times on this. I guess you zoom that all the way out to the to try and get the good vision. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna. I think they're gonna sit tight for now. I think it's really for Ascent now to decide: do we go for the last 2 with the risk of losing 1, or do we say, "Hey, we got 2. Let's leave this and move circle bound"? Because as you can see here, phase 1 is already closing, and it's gonna be on them in a second. And yes, I know it's only circle 1, and yes, I know Ascent usually ain't really in a hurry to go anywhere. But pushing upstairs these buildings, we've just seen it time and time again. Anything that involves a staircase, a knock player blocking off the second on approach, it can turn fatal very quickly. They need the first knock from outside. I mean, they have to get it.
Yeah. And Maker is going for a very wide position as well down there. You can see him on the south side of Primorsk. Meanwhile, over in the circle, nothing's really happened too much, guys. We've seen a knock here or there, but not much beyond that. So don't worry too much about that. As you can see, Vorpal coming in down at the bottom as well. And Foot and BBL coming in from the north late, I should say, compared to the rest of the teams. So they won't exactly have themselves a super central position. But it's good that Foot starts with a win, right? Considering, again, I do feel like they're one of the teams that want to prove, considering times. Ooh.
Kilyakai, shotgun in hand, spots the first down to have HP, as now the info has been fed across. They know exactly where they have the remaining 2 players. Hoba able to dodge that one as he jumps on over. Second time round, he's spotted once more. Don't run into your own nade, Kilyakai. Get out of the building, but no, he does it anyway.
A little bit too eager. Here comes It's Chris with another nade to try and finish things off as well. They lose Kilyakai off the back of that. What a disaster. Even if you're able to clean this up, you just shouldn't have been losing Kilyakai in that scenario. Bit too eager for him. Mika now moving up with the 2 times on the ump, looking to try and finish off iZoom, who is upstairs, finds the cross angle, gets him, shuts him down. Ascend wins this battle. But
now, okay, this deserves a mention, James. And I've never thought I would ever get a chance to mention this, but now that Band of Brothers is on Netflix, I feel like it's time to say it. Have you ever seen the scene in the second to last episode where the guy throws a nade through a window and then runs in instantly and gets blown up? I always wondered, why would he ever do such a thing? It was his own grenade. But thank you, Mika, for showing that apparently that's not a one-time thing. People still do that. If you throw a nade into a house, don't run in until you hear the boom.
I can't say I've watched Band of Brothers. I'm so sorry.
What? I mean, it's on Netflix, James. It's...
Okay, you went so aggressive, your microphone blew up.
James has never watched Band of... You know what, James? I know what we're doing next time we hang out. We're binge-watching that whole thing.
No, we're not. How many seasons are there?
There's 1. It's just 8 episodes or 10 episodes.
It's too much, that.
James, I don't even wow.
Watching 10 episodes of Band of Brothers means watching 10 episodes. Spending all of that time alongside you watching 10 episodes of Band of Brothers.
You make it sound like that's a bad thing too. I'll go back to PUBG talk though, because what you were saying before, I like that because it emphasizes the point I've been making in my fantasy choices is Foot Esports getting off to a good start. That's what we've been seeing them doing in the past. That's part of the reason I actually picked Vard as a captain over Navi, is that I'm expecting, as we've seen many times in the past, Foot getting off to a good start. The thing is, as much as they get off to really good starts, they have a track record of not being able to maintain the lead they're setting early on. So hopefully with the win here and the gap they've been able to make, that gap can keep extending and they can maintain it this time around.
Maybe. You are right. In some earlier stages of tournaments, they've done well, but then fallen short later on in the tournament, which unfortunate in some scenarios. But anyway, we move over towards Shelter. Na'Vi looking towards Pacific, who found themselves an all right spot to sit down on. Great roster is this Pacific roster, to be honest with you. Voldemort, Thendalos, Quetpo, all of these guys really proved themselves. Celtic as well. I mean, I'm hoping to see them do something, because ultimately, I mean, the MENA region makes up so many of our players. What, like 26% of our players are from Turkey alone? It's insane.
It is pretty impressive. 25 out of 97. So yeah, 26%. Good math, James. As we, for the first time, it feels like forever, have 3 teams, not just around, but in Shelter proper. I know it's somewhat center circle, but boys, if we are to go by circle tendencies, games usually don't end here. So I would have thought that Na'Vi, hearing Sarvin pull up from behind, would have left. Issue is, having committed to Shelter so early on, Na'Vi don't really know what's happening around them too well. So where do you crash with limited to no info to go off of?
Well, you can see Ascend coming in very late now here after being geared up and good to go. If the circle does end up around here, I would say Howl has an amazing 2-2 split currently. Across Hall of Fame as well as the compound west of it. Those are some very strong positions that they could leverage a win off of. North of them, DA over in Alamo, trying to find themselves a spot. But the fact that Na'Vi is down here in Shelter always makes me have question marks around me. Like, you know, how long can they live down here? How much can they kind of really gain wiggle room wise against all these teams that are slowly, if they really wanted to, pincer Na'Vi into a really, really rough situation?
And also, how does it play into what, again, I mean, what we heard from Elrain coming into today's match is them wanting to focus more on the mid-game. What advantage in a mid-game situation is it that you gain from being in a position like this where you quite literally cannot scout anything? I mean, yes, they can see down towards Howl. And in all fairness, if they do read that this is a 2-2 split, which should be possible for them with the time that they have to kind of scout the compound, maybe they try and pull up and force them off the building a little later, depending, of course, on where this next circle takes us. So maybe that's the game plan. If not, then for now, it is a very center and hunker down Na'Vi we have here in game 2.
That's why you always need those 2 men up by the entrance just to make sure you're not going to get completely shut down here in this position. But again, you know, with all of these entrances covered by FaZe, by Pacific, by Sarvin, Na'Vi is in the thick of it for sure. And again, as you say, we're not even sure that the circle would even shut down into this position. So everybody else, other teams here, Twisted Minds trying to control the west side. Once we have the great usable of the foldable terrain here. This is more so than anything to cover the tires on those vehicles, less themselves. But look at that. If we get a circle focused on this with these many teams here, Toby, this would be insane.
Yep, it's maybe it's the one time they saw the patterns, they saw the playing path, they knew that it was gonna go south at one point or another, and at least for now, it just has. So up towards the north, still 4 teams having to make their way on, and DA trying to wrap around. Twisted Minds wanting to do the exact same thing, but there's really not that much to fight over. Right now, it's all in Exalt's control. So can they deny Twisted Minds and approach here? Smoldog once again is set very, very much alone from the rest of his teammates.
DA with a big send, hoping that something near Shelter is not taken, but unfortunately for them, almost everywhere is taken. They're going to try and go for this dip here alongside one of the entrances. Where on earth did FaZe go? But
they went south.
Iron's even just going to sit in the completely drive down there.
We can have more teams here. I think that all entrances are taken though at this point. So please, guys, stay away from Shelter. It's not gonna be that fruitful, I'm afraid. And for Ascent, they're only now getting close to the circle, I should say, because they aren't quite in it yet. And Twisted Minds, of course, having given up, or at least almost given up, the compound on the southern side of the forest that Foot Esports are currently making their way in, and they have claimed the hilltop. But how much time? Like how aggressively are they gonna dare scouting? Should the circle move east next time around? It could be troublesome for them.
Yeah, it's limited options, right? I mean, one of the main options that you would normally have here is your Twisted Minds is you eventually take the hillside just above Exalt's compound and then try and breach that if you get like a knock or something. So that might be what they'll be looking for here in terms of information gain. I mean, while Batulins is a bit north, being watched by Foot. Foot is preying upon these locations, hoping for an opportunity to crash on one. Because again, they were coming in very late from that north side. They know how many teams are still alive here.
Yeah.
So they're just trying to scout out as much as possible and try and find an opening.
I think come next circle, should it include Howl's 2-2 split in any way, they have to group up. Like I don't see Foot eyeing any other options right now. Then that's got to be a split. We got to collapse on it. Then as soon as they see a car move from either one of those two positions, they have to instantly try and claim it. Because as we can see here right now, yes, they have the dips to play that end circle, but from there in the low ground, it's just so hard to scout further forward.
I'm enjoying Ascend's great adventure, as our observers are enjoying it too. And they're in, hooray!
Got there in the end.
That was it, that was the commentary. They're in.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Let's see what they can make of it. If they get themselves yet another Southern shift, or if they're going to have to leave this one. In the meantime, speaking of leaving, Batulins did get pulled up on by the entirety of FUT Esports, so he's going to try and drive up the mountain back towards his teammates while getting shot at as Rustinmar figures, why not just pop the head off of Michael? That's
why not? Yeah, here's Semler trying to push on it as well, as they will actually a nade or two going off against them here. So the bombardment is going to start. Milo manages to be able to shut down Smash during all of that, though. Jorg, Rustamart doing well with a nade as well, but Milo will trade it off. This is very close. Molly on it. Oh, no, it's all disaster.
It's just one left alive for either team. Milo versus Clip. Who comes up victorious? Clip down to 3 HP. Stays on the angle. Can't quite commit to it in the end, though. Tries to fall back. Tries to get healed up. They still have time to get the reses. Should he be able to get the kills? But it's just one player resful. But with one kill, it would be 4 points. No reses have come through on the side of Semler. So, Clip, what do you do here? You know the knocks are still there. How do you make this happen? He doesn't. As from far away, Racer able to take him out.
Not bad here for Semler to start things off. Kind of halfway up the table at the moment. Should be able to recover a little bit from this. Ascend is trying to move on again, though, as they are being pressured by a few members of Exalt. And actually, now Mika will go down. Uber is able to clean that up. Chris moved all the way into the Harry Potter Tower, the Wizard Tower. So at least he'll be able to survive for a little bit longer, but how long remains to be seen.
Dragon off in hand. That's a whole new sound that you have to fear in this game that you maybe didn't before. If you're within 100 meters, you know you're in trouble. That's Chris perfectly times his jump on out, but not gonna matter. Fex from a bit of a distance, able to take him down. That's going to be Ascend out in 14th.
Exalt with almost mutually assured destruction here alongside Ascend as well, because Uber's going to be coming in late, and when he does, FaZe will probably be looking that way as well. Mexi trying to take some shots, trying to help on out Ibis as well as Nail Up here, who are being absolutely berated by bullets. Vard finishes off Nail Up. Ibis is in that tower. This is some good shots coming in from the Mini 14 here from Mexi, but how long can he survive? He really isn't working with any cover.
Nope. Little to no cover to work with, and pressure applied from both sides. FUT Esports finding some of his teammates, and Semler from in the blue doing the same physics. Headshot through the smoke, able to take one, but T-Bone instantly there to take him down in return.
Not bad. Formulation Gaming still trying to hold down to this, realizing there's potential for counter nades into this tower, because it is so nadeable, these locations, if you're not careful. With FUT Esports having pushed up so aggressively against this, it is quite open. Mexi, now not much cover to work with, as we were saying, and he will go down in Tropic in 13th.
Oh, he tried to stay hidden. He even wanted to allow for Semler to pass on through, so maybe they could do some damage for him, but not to be intense. It goes down as this Wizard Tower becomes less and less of a kind of honeymoon location. Formulation trying to stay put, but FUT have made full-on landfall. And one good nade here could be disastrous for the team inside.
Yeah, if you play double blue zone nade on a tower like this, it's impossible to stay in it. Like, you can't actually do it, but just the one went through, not able to really get too much from it. Melman with Mortar, able to hit FUT Esports, though. They're in a bit of a disaster zone, because that is a brilliant open up here for Na'Vi to get a few more kill points on the board.
Sure is. Not often that you think the team in Shelter is going to get any use of mortars at all, but they claimed high ground control, and Howl hasn't punished them for being there. Now they do wrap on over, so maybe we'll see a fight happening on that side too. But this, I mean, both these two matches so far, very, very action-packed right from the get-go.
Definitely so. 8C still trying to recover this position. Thankfully, they weren't all sat right on top of each other, otherwise that mortar would have destroyed them all. A little bit of a spread across this road here, but they know they need to dislodge the people up above this. They go for the blue zone nades once again to try and get people out of that Wizard Tower. As we were mentioning, it's great against it, but Example's going to go down here too. Hal Ferris tries to open things up as well. Alia comes across and is able to shut down Ruin, who's making the move against it. It's all up to Lazar now here for Hal to try and dislodge the Na'Vi presence.
I like the sweep underneath from Alia here. To be able to take on 113 bullets is what he's got to work with. But Attack came in, assisting him, and that's going to be Howl down and out. Na'Vi want to get everyone up on their feet, but they're hearing the footsteps now from Quetpa and his teammates down below.
Yeah, very important for Pacific here to make this push fast and hard against them. Alia and Faris, they're not going to fall down without a fight here. Nice spray. Alia's going to have to fall back from that. Faris needs to get and stay on this angle. And Example and Melman have been shut down here, stolen away from Howl. Voldemort and Quetpa will take those. But Alia and Faris still alive.
Yep, a lot of damage coming through. DA don't want a piece of that. They're going to wrap further down towards the south. So regardless of who comes out victorious here, it's probably not going to lead to any placement points for either two teams. We'll see. Fairest, the newcomer on the Na'Vi roster, trying to stay put for as long as he can. As DA and Twisted Minds, instant destruction between the two. As I believe both teams get eliminated. Yes, they did.
Yep. Yeah, they did. They're also being naded from the distance as well. So even if they were to stay alive, people throwing more nades. Sarvam here to make sure that they are in the ground. Pacific's going to try and go for it, but Alia winging in the wings. Oh, Voldemort was able to knock Alia away from it. So at least defending some of that car that's moving through, but Sarvam finishes it off. Pacific has gone as well.
I mean, these two matches, the mid-game, I know Na'Vi said they wanted to try and focus on mid-game, but how do you focus on this kind of chaos? It has been absolute battle from battle to battle for the last 3 to 4 minutes straight. And just like that, 13 alive in Phase 5, and it's not even Game 6 yet.
And of all teams here, Sarvam's going to be able to one to walk out of shelter pretty much unscathed, actually, for this. So, FaZe, likewise, though, on the high ground here, down towards the south, has an opportunity to be able to control a lot of room here.
James, when is the last time we've had 12 alive in Phase 5?
Yeah, I don't know. That's... I mean, technically, this Erangel could be one of the earliest ends ever.
First we see... I mean, Everest ending that I, again, give credit to the plane path and how teams try to traverse into double hard shifts. But now, I mean, of all places on the east side of Erangel that you don't want chaos to commence, that's around Stalpa. It's so hard to fight, and even for the teams that are in Stalpa, in shelter proper. And now, Circle swinging south again, facing, well, we'll stick around. We don't mind the 10 placement points that we get if we win this one. And up towards the north, Formulation Gaming, the team that was sat in the Wizard Tower with little to nowhere to go, somehow out and alive with 3 and 8 kills between them.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because Formulation and FaZe are going to try and play this a little slower. I know Formulation has to play it a bit faster than FaZe due to the fact that how this circle has shifted. But for FaZe, because of the lay of the land, because of the terrain, they really don't know a whole lot of where everybody is on the north side of the circle. Whereas Formulation is kind of expecting an eventual team to emerge from shelter. Look at Fair is still alive, though, here.
And with the Dragunov, too.
Oh! It's terrifying. It's scary. It's the Dragunov.
Oh!
He gets another! Does he get another? Oh, my God! Faris!
This has squeaky vibes written all over it. Wasn't it from I almost want to say the exact same tree that he got a quad kill one time. Wow. Welcome, Dragunov. I'm sure some players like you, the ones using you, not the ones receiving the bullets.
Oh my God, Faris, only with the Dragunov can that be a thing right now in this game. What a ridiculous play from Faris. And if there were any doubts about why Na'Vi might have picked someone up like Faris, well, there you go. Game 2. That's what he does.
That's the Dragunov, man. It's
unreal.
I mean, and people say, oh, but it's only within 100 meters. When you think about it, 100 meters is pretty far, especially when it comes to these kind of mid to end game situations where you're trying to jiggle peak trees. The idea is that, I mean, it's going to be, and already is, as we can see, a massive game changer in end game, especially open area end game scenarios. The Dragunov, it's better than the MK14. One shot, headshot. The fact that it can do that, it's broken.
It's a terrifying weapon to put in the hands of these guys that are so good at the game. And Faris is going to now go from pulling a squeaky to pulling an 8C. Just going to lay down all of those smokes and hope that he's going to survive. But shots come in there from Fex, realizing exactly where he is. Puts down some foldable terrain and goes for the heal. Ferris is playing 4D chess right now against the rest of the lobby.
I mean, it's a 1v8 right now. Don't fault him for trying to lay low for a while. He does have a drag enough, though, so you never know. Maybe he gets the final say in who comes out victorious. A quick knock on a Sarvin player could open the opportunity for FaZe to make an aggressive play forward, even when they don't necessarily feel like they have to. If Ferris gets to sneak in here, you can see Fex trying to shoot at him, but instantly CC denies him that. So Ferris ain't out of the equation yet.
I am still in shock that Ferris is alive. I'm going to be real.
Yeah.
But that was just absolutely fantastic here. As we're seeing what Sarvim and FaZe are doing up in terms of sizing up this next circle, right? It's very likely to end up being a 4v4 here as long as Ferris doesn't have something to say about it. And with that 4v4 comes FaZe having some control of high ground and Sarvim trying to negate some of that by taking up these further angles into the circle. They realize that high ground could be a big advantage for FaZe if this fight goes down.
Just again, I mean, the pacing of this whole match has been so odd. Very similar to the previous one, but enough teams could stay alive through the middle and end of the previous game that it actually kind of made sense. This one, chaos galore, and obviously everyone trying to go for lockdown positions early on.
Nice.
Ferris picks up the foldable shield. Dodges and weaves, try to deny any sort of damage coming through, but Fex has had enough of it. Leave this to Sarvim and FaZe to battle through for the win of match number 2.
4v4 and a good one here. Odin, of course, the newest member of Sarvim, whilst FaZe have 3 on James, 3 on Fex. And as I was saying before, has the high ground position. A few more nades and a molly or 2 in hand here for FaZe, so that could become instrumental here.
Sure could. You said it earlier, and it made perfect sense. FaZe don't really have a whole lot of info to go off of in terms of exactly where Sarvim play this from. They know that they have the rich down below. They know that they can be wrapping around. They could be 3-1 split. They could be 2-2. They could be all over the place. And because of that, FaZe say, you know what? Let's not over-aggress. There's no reason to risk it to potentially have one guy peek into 3 opponents who will prone on this side and hope that this final circle swings uphill.
The prone players are the things that FaZe is potentially not expecting, right? You can already see was on the one on the right-hand side here. When you look down the hill, you're looking at the trees, you're looking at the rocks, you're looking maybe on some of the smaller plateaus if somebody's got a little bit of cover on it, like this boogie, for example. You're not really looking for someone lying down on the edge of a hill, which is borderline psychotic, but actually can work out with the way in which the grass works in the game.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of smokes being used now as well to try and grant some sort of cover for Sarvim. And as you can see, it's working out for them. Issue is, FaZe are trying to take advantage of him. Correxy all the way up close. James try to look on over. Dragunov in hand as well. Spots one, might have seen the double. But CC, can he remain hidden? Can he become a spoiler? If James doesn't account for him, how much damage can he do before he's potentially taken out?
Yeah, as you say, the smoke's buying the time, but how long does it last? James now going to move up with the vehicle here. Gives him a little bit more cover here and there. At this point, audio cues for these kinds of vehicle movements, not that huge a deal. Because for the most part, you can't even see over this terrain, can Sarvim. So they know exactly where they are anyway on that angle. Odin pulls out the smoke launcher to lay down a little bit more of a blanket. As you say, this off angle could be very important from CCNX, but it is being watched.
The question is, how far are they willing to commit to it? Because they have the dot right now. It's FaZe first to come off the hillside. Sheila, perfect angle. SKS in hand, able to take down Gustav. That's their flank player down and out. And now start lobbing those nades up and over. Force Corexy and the remaining FaZe players into the exact position they want them to play from.
The SKS did something. Toby is a happy boy. We've got ourselves CCNX and Baron Peak now. We're trying to move through this smoke. Shutting down Gustav was huge here on this angle, as you mentioned. Curex is going to hold it, though. Flashed instantly.
Perfect.
That's a great counter-attack there by Sarvim to try and shut down the remaining angles that they were holding. And they find him, but it's a 1-for-1 trade here. Fex is able to do it. Yeah, you'll also get Schiller as well. Maybe 2. Now evening things up a bit.
2v2, circles closing on in as the flushes do come through. 14 bullets for Fex to work with. Find a corpse somewhere. You need ammo, and just like that, he's given it, I believe, Are they committing to the rest here? Yes, they are. Correct. She should be able to get back up alive, but Odin and CC, they've repositioned in the meantime, trying to push on over. They have the dot. They have a rock to work with, too. CC, make this one work. Oh, they both jump at the same time.
Tries to go for the jump shot, in fact. Smoke launcher straight away down for Kurexi as soon as he got up. But the fact that they were able to get up Kurexi is massive in a fight like this. They're all going to swing around here and see if they can kind of divide up the members of Sarvam a little bit on this right-hand side. Line down with the Ace 32. Very stable gun if you've got all of the attachments ready for it. But James Fex and Kurexi looking for Odin.
CC is still moving, trying to push further forward, but of course little to no info either. He knows they're down the hill somewhere, but all of FaZe are looking towards that northeast side. If CC once again can become this spoiled surprise, question becomes, does James hear him? Does he see him before CC gets a chance to do anything? Spotted, seen, peeks on over, but CC out victorious!
No. The other two were testing for angle to see if they could find Odin, but it's not going to be enough here. Goes for the trade, likewise here, but FaZe, as well as Kurexi, shut it down. FaZe get themselves a win on the board. Very patient and calculated win coming out from them on the high ground.
I love the fact that they never went over aggressive. Even when Faris tried to do some little bit of damage to Sarvam, they never over aggressive. Fex, yes, he held the angle, he played it smart, but they never overstepped their boundaries, so to speak. Sometimes in the past, we have seen a FaZe fan who thought, yeah, this is ours, we're gonna go out and claim it now, and then they stumble at the end. This time around, while it did get close, kudos to Sarvam for putting up a great fight. FaZe, they were able to bring it home in a pretty dire situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams kind of play the long con for a lot of this. I say con as if it's like a derogatory thing. No, it's just, you know, you're playing it slow, you're playing it patient, be it in shelter, be it on the south side of this, but it is FaZe to bring home the win at the end of the day. Let's head over to the desk and hear what they think about game number 2.
Thanks so much, Kylaris. And of course, as we've got your highlights going, we'll probably get a chance to see some of the fun that happened at the start of this game. But I want to talk about that final fight because for me, Saga, there was that moment where Sarvam took out Gustav and potentially had that opportunity to claim the chicken dinner. What could they have done differently to ensure that instead of coming second, they came first?
I think the big thing that they really needed to do was not get dumpstered by Fex. It's difficult, honestly, it really is. But for him to not only trade the kill, but to pick up the second as well, that gave FaZe full control of the low ground, the ability to maneuver around and wrap a little bit. And James, while he did kind of get a little bit battered in the 1v1 towards the end, but maybe he should have won against CCI next. They still had the numbers advantage. They managed to get the reses, and they had the ability to play on the low ground that if Fex hadn't been there to trade those 2 crucial knocks, Sarvam would have had control of that area, and it would have been FaZe who was on the back foot. So huge clutch performance from him at the very end.
Avenger, from your side, of course, I know that you were very happy when Kurexi got raised, and obviously with the FaZe victory. But do you think that there was more that Sarvam could have done, just jumping off the back of what Saga broke down there?
I think no matter what here, in the end, when you get to a numbers advantage game, when you're 2 teams in the end, it almost always comes down to the team that has the most players alive, of course. Also, we got to talk a little bit about Faris, guys. That was insane. What a clutch for him to come in and take Formulation Gaming out like that. He did them dirty, man. Came out of the blue like that, and yeah, it's just clutch potential you have. And when you have like a guy like that comes in, and the amount of points that he secured them right there could be, a deal breaker later once we look at the top 8.
I had so many things. I was going to set up a question, call him uber talented, talk about the Dragonov, and then Avenger just stole it all from me. But I mean, it was impressive, and I think that that's for any naysayers who were looking at this change, going, "Oh, I don't know what Navi's doing." I mean, granted, was it a matter of him saying, "Look, I am actually quite good," or do we just give all the credit to the Dragonov Saga?
Sorry, I'm just looking for naysayers. I'm not sure if there's one on the far side. But honestly, Navi they've really come out looking incredibly good in a lot of situations. And yeah, the Dragonov is insane. That first opening knock, to get that in 1 bullet, exactly 100 damage, that opened the possibility. If he didn't get that, if it did 99, if he had an SLR, or even like Toby says, an MK, gets that one headshot that doesn't get that instant knock, it's so much harder to win a 3v1 than it is to win a 2 versus 1. But also, The mortars from Shelter as well, they were just completely ruining Foot's game. They actually had a really good setup to take down essentially what was a third party between Formulation and Entropic. They were picking up a whole bunch of points. Samler, Vorpal Swords were on their way in. There was potential for them to have another massive game, and Melman Mortars just shut it down completely. So Na'Vi having influence not only in terms of individual brilliance from Fairest, but all across the map as well with some really nicely played mortars. And all of it is new stuff that if you go back like a year or two, none of it's in the game. Blue Zone backpacks, Dragunovs, mortars, Na'Vi's got it all right now.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from this game, and while we do that, Avenger, I do think a lot of the teams that are maybe the fan favorites got slightly punished by the circle on this Erangel. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit. That Southern Shift there was a fun one, a rough one. But of course here, match number 2, Faceland takes it for 20 points. Savim also getting in there, but Na'Vi with another decent game here. They had 11 points last game and now 13 here, so they're going to be looking good. But as you said here with Melman, like you look at Formulation Gaming, you look at these guys that are kind of getting into the later games. They if they continue to step it up, it's gonna shake it up. And I said in the beginning, guys, and I said, you know, like 12, maybe even 14 teams of these guys can go in and actually take a spot in these top 8 here. It really comes down to who gets the best start and who runs with the momentum best.
Let's take a look now. After 2 matches out of 12, let's see what our upper bracket playoffs look like. And Na'Vi, there we go. I mean, they're not that high up, and it is only 2 games, but they'll be happy with that. This is kind of what they're going to need to keep doing for the next 2 days, Saga.
Yeah, for sure. And we love to see it. Again, this is a very momentum-heavy team. When they're on form, they are borderline unstoppable. They're a global champion. Like, they can absolutely do it. And it's really great to see that even with such a short turnaround since the roster change, they are coming out and having the impact. Also, good impact as well from some of the wildcard teams. Samula and Formulation both up in the top 8 right now, and We Live Again. They caused some problems for Entropic. I'm not sure exactly how much of it was self-inflicted from Kilikai's little whoopsie button on the grenade, but all in all, they've got that kind of... I mean, wildcard is a good word for the teams. They come in, they're unpredictable. Maybe they think, maybe we kind of have nothing to lose. Let's just go out and play our own game. Let's fight for our drop spots. And that is causing problems for some of the bigger name teams.
It is causing some problems. It is only 2 games, though. Like we said, we've got 2 full days, 6 matches a day for this upper bracket. And of course, the top 8 teams will make their way through to the grand finals. The bottom 8 teams will go to the lower bracket, and then we will find out by the end of the weekend who will be joining our top 8 teams in the grand finals. And I've said top 8 and 8 so many times that my brain has gone completely frazzled. So we have to take a break so that I can get it all sorted out. We'll see you in a bit.
Healing.
Knock.
3 you can see him.
2 more.
2 up.
One up.
Put north of me.
Gonna gun me.
Put him just under.
One gun me.
Yeah,
just under me. Knock on me.
Nice.
What's on the ridges on the...
There's not many alive, by the way, boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. 10 from me.
Run him up.
No.
I'm flashing over. Flashing left side, kind of.
Nice.
Shit.
One open. Another one. They're fighting on blue.
Huh?
Can you have more kills, I think.
Still got back in the shot from the car.
You guys.
Where's you? You here?
Yeah, yeah.
Back up. I can knock back to
Knock one more.
Nice.
Back. Him
Back,
Allen.
back, back, back.
I'm vaulting in.
I'm getting mollied, I can't push.
I'm all in.
Both here.
I'm all in. Yellow. You can rest. Oh.
We have to. I'm flashing above. I need first aid if there is. Can you give me?
There is not.
One more.
I did it.
You're watching the PUBG EMEA Championship Fall Upper Bracket Playoffs. 2 Erangels have gone past us. We have seen them. We are done with that map for tonight, and now we get to move right on Avenger. And how do you think that the change of map is going to play out for these teams?
For the teams, always a challenge when you swap new maps, of course, and it's even harder than now that we only played once. But it's always fun for us to watch and for the viewers out there to watch, of course. So that's what we're looking forward to, all the chaos. And so far, it's been, the teams that had to perform in there. But there's also some teams at the bottom that we know, some of them, Twisted Minds already going to PGC, but there's still a team that should be reckoned with, still a team that should be in the top. BBL, a team that have a lot of experience. We expect to be in the top 8 right now, not looking too good. So, yeah, a change of map is also really a good way for the players and for the teams to reset, both mentally, but also, game-wise, going into this new drop spot, etc.
Saga, how do you think it's going to play out on Tego?
So far, it seems like high ground is a death trap, and it's always bait, and there will be 17 teams that come sprinting at you as soon as you try and take a spot, particularly if it's on the east side of the circle for some reason. And there's a lot of high ground to be played on Tego, and a lot of the time, it does turn into a little bit of a TDM. So I think the teams that are getting phase 1 priority, take the compounds, play it safe, don't try and get overly aggressive and flex out before it's entirely safe to do so. A team that's very good at doing that is PUBG Esports. We saw them really have a very solid time of it in like the PGS qualifiers. So if they get the priority, I expect them to do well again here.
This is actually bugging me, so I'm going to jump right back to what you were saying, Avenger. Don't you think you're being a little bit hard on like the likes of Twisted Minds and BBL? They have 12 matches to play over 2 days.
Sam. You can't have your 2 bad games in the start of the tournament. You don't want to have that. I want to see that. I mean, they're a team that we expect to have, 5, 6, 7 points per game on an average. So I want to see a little bit more out of that. Of course, you can have rough circles. You can have all but that's excuses, Sam. We want to have these guys at the top of the game, and they were like PGC contenders for the championship last year. So definitely a team that we expect to do a little bit better. But yeah, they're already at PGC, as we discussed in the beginning here. They are guaranteed to go, so they can have fun with it and potentially throw a wrench in the works later just for the sake of it. So let's see what they end up doing.
2 matches out of 10. 2 matches out of 10. Be nicer, Avenger. Just be nicer. Give them a chance to warm up. Maybe they're a day 2 team.
Right, they are a day 2 team for sure.
Now he says they're a day 2 team.
They've always been.
Disappointing that But now you're complaining that they've disappointed. So who knows? I don't know. I think you're being mean. So we're going straight into game. Kylaris and Toby are with us now.
Thank you very much, Sam. All right, time to Tego, Toby.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when is... I'm trying to, go back in all the games I've ever worked with Sam. Have you ever heard her say, Martin, be nicer? Like, isn't it usually Sam who's the one hunting the players with forks and torches to go, tell them to do better? Now she's the one on this side of the players. I don't know. What is this new Sam who's siding with the players all of a sudden?
That's a good question, because I know that Sam, every time we're at internationals, is just like, what mean things can I ask the players? You know.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's spring again. Oh, this summer. I like it. Oh, it's gone. That's how long the summer lasts in Denmark these days.
Yep, it's rough. It's rough. All right, let's get to it. It's also rough here on Tego for all of these teams. It's game number 3 of our upper bracket between the teams. We've already seen a FUT win. We've seen a FaZe win. Which other team beginning with F is going to win? Formulation Gaming, maybe.
Oh, you were fast. I was going to help you out, but you didn't need my help at all because you're just that good, James.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all I had to say.
That's it. Yeah, that's the end. All right, game's done. Back to the desk.
Straightforward. Oh my god, I was just gonna say straightforward plain path. Maybe we get a straightforward circle, but nope, down towards the south. Okay, so this one is very Erangel-esque in our first match in terms of straightforward, like very center on the map, plain path, but now all these teams have to make their way south. Issue is you literally cannot wrap around on 50% of this circle. Everything that is a red line on the map, for those of you guys watching the map feed as well, it's a big old red line for the players too. They literally cannot go up those mountains without dying. So very limited in how they can transition down towards the south here. And if any of these teams, James, opt to set up shop on the edge of what is phase 1 or anywhere near, the entry points for these teams that are coming in later, it's going to be so hard to even just get into phase 1, which is usually not where the big problems occur.
Yeah, there's a lot of temptations if you're coming in late in a circle like this. Say, for example, if you're Ascend. I mean, Ascend usually just kind of plays edge and then maybe bolts through to the center anyway. But let's say you're Ascend and you like to play big, wide edge rotates, right? There is quite a bit of temptation to rotate far south or, well, I would say far south and then try and find an entry point to it. But as you say, there could be barriers set up. I would say west of Song Arm is a decent position to like set that up if somebody wants to rotate south of Studio. If you're looking at fully enough Formulation Gaming, you could set up just kind of on that northeast side and then deny a lot of those big wide rotates. Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, that's how I like to kind of play out some of these scenarios and kind of avoid some of those fights. And it works pretty well, but if there's barrier teams there, it's not going to work.
We can look at it this way and say that while Taiko is still a somewhat new map in competitive play, of course, now it's been in the rotation for a little while, there are already repeatable kind of off-road highways or rotation highways that have been set up by teams. So as you're saying, hard on that or northeastern side coming into this circle, definitely one of those places where we time and time again have seen teams try to maneuver their way on through. And I think with Taiko being as easily maneuverable as it is, I mean, on Miramar, for example, harder to drive off-road without just flipping your vehicle everywhere. With Taiko being a little easier, it's also very limiting how much time you want to try and spend setting up these sort of camps, because there's just, I think, too much space for teams to maneuver to really, like, the odds of you not gaining anything from your attempted edge camp as compared to you getting a good center position early, I feel like that's, like, it doesn't really add in a favor.
I think that's also why we're seeing a lot of these teams moving pretty early here in this game. I mean, there are some valleys in the middle of this circle that act like huge bowls, and honestly, there's not that much cover in those bowls. So once you've got yourself a compound, for example, say the one north of Studio or the one even further north of that where Sarvam is going to, they realize that getting there early is of extreme strength against everybody around it. And DA is already finding Formulation Gaming. Forget all the F teams winning here if they're losing players early.
Yeah, we're talking about Formulation being the team to potentially set up a camp. Now they're the ones being camped. As Marco sitting up close here waiting for any Formulation players to wrap down the hillside, but now hearing them in vehicles, you'd have to imagine that's a pretty clear indicator that Formulation don't want any piece of this.
Definitely not. DA really has their number here at the moment in terms of a hold position. So going to have to back off a little bit and find another entry point in. I mean, for the most part, you could just disengage from it, try and find an extra direction. I mean, if they had played as a barrier team, though, they would have caught We Live Again on their move through that side. And here we go. E-pickup as BBL coming in from way north. They were in Army base. So this makes a lot of sense.
Well, as you were saying before, with so many teams having already opted to go center, I'm curious to see where BBL opts to jump down. It's It's going to be tricky for them to claim anything very, very circle center. But they go aggressive, or if they... I mean, even playing the open, then they should becomes flying in. Of course, that means you having no vehicles. So how do they do that? And also is... Oh, I guess Rustamar didn't catch the train, so he'll take the next one. Or the first one, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was surprised by that. I looked at where he was and thought, oh, maybe he's driving in or something like that. But no, just the second D pickup, doing all right.
Yeah, not to worry. There's only so many of them in the game, and BBL gets 2. Means that Ascent unluckily have to drive in. Of course, they could have found one, but opting to go south around. I like this rotation in from Ascent as well. Very Ascent-esque in terms of how we know that they like to rotate on in, play edge, play it slow. Surprised that no one is trying to maybe keep people out on the Song Am side of things. But then again, we know that all the red line is going to get shifted away from like water in phase 4, so no reason to sit too close to that in the early game.
I say there's Ascend far south. BBL is dropping far south as well off of that. So they'll find themselves a few compounds here or there and then be playing on in. The good thing about dropping this far south is it's very unlikely you're going to get all of these teams blasting you out of the air. So oftentimes now, a lot of people have gotten so used to emergency pickups that if you want to try and hit some of those mid compounds, chances are they're all taken already. So you oftentimes have to just play from those edges, even with an emergency pickup now.
The only team that is really maintaining, or trying to at least for now maintain a wide split, is Entropic Dead Center, with Ivers and Lagrux on the southern outskirts of Oyang, and then Naleb and Mexi a little further towards the west. Curious to see if they're going to, or for how long, I should say, they're going to opt to try and maintain this, because if we go anywhere east, you'd have to imagine that Naleb and Mexi instantly collapses in the city. Or at least on their teammates' position.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. As for now, everybody's kind of taking up their own residence locations. Sarvum, who we've actually seen have pretty decent success on Tego in the past.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, had sent it in pretty early, got themselves a 2-2 split across 2 priority compounds. And we're on board with Foot, who are making that wide wrap on the northeast side, where, again, as we were mentioning, barrier teams could have set up, but central positions just too valuable for these guys at the moment. So there's not really too much resistance up there.
And for Foot as well, another team with a pretty good track record on Tego, pretty much always coming into Tego circles from the north. Of course, they do loot on the northern side, but they just seem to really like it. Never have I seen Foot Esports do like wide wraps on circles to try and come in from the southern side. They just really like looking down towards that southern side and harvest anything near them. And for now, coming in very late, they haven't really had a chance to scout anything before their arrival at the circle, which is now, but they do still have a minute until the next circle presents itself. So I think for now, things are going to go quiet for a bit, which, you know what, James? I think it's nice. Considering the chaos that we had in the first 2 Oracle games, let's take a breather for a moment and see what happens here.
I suppose, yeah. As you say, with kind of how it all sets up on Tego, it is slow going to begin with, right? Like, with the way the terrain works out, as long as everybody's able to get themselves an okay little spot, there is a lot of hills and small little dips that people can play. And Circle's slow moving for the most part to get things going. Semlar, once again, is entering quite late relative to Circle and position and how they drop. I'm still keeping my eye on them because, I mean, they were able to deal with BBL in the previous game. That's no small feat in itself.
Not at all. Not at all. BBL, they saw and heard Formulation Gaming wrap in between their split. Sat around for a little while longer, and now they're rotating forward themselves. Example, and Navi doing the same thing as the circle. Does go east, very far in fact. Up towards the north, a little bit of the unplayable out far east in as well. So that could become a factor. 2 circles from now, but Circle Center. Yes, you have a city on the west side, but very, very, very open with all the rice fields in there.
Yeah, there's a lot. Those fields encompass probably 25% of this circle at the moment, which is kind of extreme relative to some of the circles you can actually get on Tego here. So let's see how this is going to unfold. Already a big zoom in here, looking at where Vorpal is. That's the 2-2 split that they've got. Denying Na'Vi an entry point in terms of one of those compounds. And they have a lot of line of sights on them, but not able to hit any shots, just staving them off.
I like this a lot. You gotta go out and kind of wave the banner, show them that you're here. Because if you can maintain this split just for this circle extra, that's, I mean, if the next circle then goes anywhere near your compound, you are golden. And not having to share this with the likes of Na'Vi, that could be a game-winning defense setup for them there. In the meantime, now the Perfect X run over by the Mad. Not sure if Flash is going to come to follow, though.
Maybe not. Lou's looking for some opportunities to get some shots in as well. Schofield manages to get tagged up a little bit here, but the kill feed is popping off with Mexi finishing off the Mad as well. So with Howl trying to make that mad dash through a load of teams, it's not been entirely successful.
Nope, not at all. And Twisted Minds emerges pickupping to this position, not in the open. I'm not sure exactly what the plan was, but taking at least one casualty on arrival, I suppose, is not the worst. That could happen.
Oh Hyang still in this circle, but it's Entropic that controls the majority of it. It's not exactly the biggest of landmarks when it comes to this game as a whole. As you see to their east that they are locked down by Exalt, but Howl is gone after trying to make the mad dash through all of this. Not too much surprise overall, as now Formulation is getting absolutely rinsed here. It's all up to Existence, but you can see him through the smoke. Just a little bit of a peek there. Intent's gonna have to move away.
I like the attempted flank around here, because if Ascent comes out victorious here, I mean, look at the map. They have so much space to maneuver, so much space under their control. They have a compound up front. They have extra hills and high ground positions they can play off of. So if Brexco finds him without any more casualties going the way of Ascent, they should be in a really good spot for the circles to come.
Foot's got themselves a drop, and there goes Formulation Gaming. Unfortunate for them. I mean, nothing went their way in this game. They started it off rough, and they're going to end it rough as well. As Ascend is the only team left in the bottom of this circle here to try and get things going. But again, they're slow playing it, slow rolling it. They've lost Mika, but should be okay as they enter and try and find themselves a little bit of a position. I'm wondering what Foot actually got from that crate, considering that they had that completely on lockdown.
Yeah, it's good piggins. Beamy gets himself a grows up to assist the already pretty strong Dragonov. So again, I mean, we were, and was that a 15x on Dragonov as well? I think it was. So
was it?
Even better at insta shooting people's helmets off. And
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't get enough practice with the 15x. So whenever I pick it up, all of my sensors are thrown off in terms of bullet drop, so I never hit anything with it.
Also not with the 15x, no.
I'm so rubbish with the 15x, it's unreal.
Circle centers up a bit north, Na'Vi dead center, but what can they make of it? Plenty of space right now, but this is going to be one of those where if you're trying to keep everyone out in an open center position, you better find Nox instantly on any approach coming your way, because as soon as one leak comes through, how many times have we seen that team with the high ground center control just get completely dismantled from multiple angles?
Yeah, the crunch down is scary. So, as you say, for Na'Vi, there's definitely the potential of that going down. Celtics rocked up to Digital Athletics location. It's the rest Pacific actually coming in here. Good start from Hurst to get the little spray down with the barrel on him. Comes around the corner here, does Lyran to try and get the trade off, but it's not going to be enough. Venderlost actually manages to find him. So does Voldemon. DA are falling apart on this a little bit because the 2-2 split from them is not enough to be able to cover the angles.
Exactly. As soon as the circle popped, you would have imagined that they would have grouped up. But thought they could maintain it for a little while longer. Nice read on the side of PCF to kind of just full speed send it in and come out victorious here too.
You're totally right on the group up. I also expected it as soon as that circle popped, but not to be the case. They do lose members for it. Likewise, though, FaZe can actually see a little bit of what's going on over at Pacifics. So taking a few shots here and there, but nothing too threatening at the moment in terms of how this circle shapes up. You can see as well, big drop coming in here for Ascend. This is outside the circle with no other teams there. So, you know what? Gear up, Ascend. Get going.
That's a blessing if you've seen one. What do we got? We got ourselves an arm. That's not too terrible either. Give it to Chris, see what he can find. Kilikai will be the one to locate it, but we'll see if he's going to be the one to carry it to. Now, I think he goes over to Chris. Brody, your gun is just over there.
Give Big Chris the big gun. That's what I want to see. The AWM master himself
Will they have
Carry
time
it.
to use it, though? I mean, look at the circle. It's already closing in.
Yeah, true. Well, let's see. He's packing. He's packing for sure. Let's see how that goes. As now they're going to have to gear up and move on fast with it. The thing is that if they move north onto that hillside, BBL actually might have an angle on them. So
yeah. I think many teams will. It's a downhill slant towards the open field. You have Exalt already set in a pretty good position. BBL, obviously hearing the vehicles, will, you would imagine, regroup on Rustenma and Clip's position too. So where does Ascent end up going here? They come full speed forward into the fields. They go. They do have a bit of a gutter up forward. They could try and collapse or just try and set up a somewhat defendable car fort on. But for now, it's difficult. You can see with all the shots coming from sides, casualties are pretty much guaranteed.
yeah, losing Brexco early on this is kind of rough. And where are they going to go? There's so many in a lot of these fields. There's so many of these embankments that can allow you to set up pretty decent car fort locations, but they're still looking for more, still looking for a better location to get things going. Coming across this hill and trying to move up against the phase position. Yeah.
That's where they die.
No,
20 bullets. I was going to say 20 bullets still remain in the arm, unless if someone else can find it and get something going with it. As the remaining two Twisted Minds players try to at least slow down the threats in front of them, but they do also have threats coming in from behind. Sarvim still having to make their move as Clip is able to find himself a knock onto Razor.
I feel like we've just seen this move, but Molodox is actually going to stop in this little kind of sheltered area, throw down as many smokes as possible, knowing that there are still angles open against Ivus as well as his boys from Entropic. So Exalt, unfortunately, Uber's already been knocked. So is Fate. He gets torn away by We Live Again.
There's just too many teams that haven't been dislodged earlier that are allowed to sit up and just allow for this to happen in front of them. And for Entropic, this could not be any better. They themselves have to make, if not the exact same move, then something similar. And the fact that they get to sit out now and just kind of go, great, now we have cleared that spot, now we've cleared that spot. We've seen all these people shoot from them from there. They are so good for the rotation to come. But Sabim having to make a play. Here they go against Face.
They're the next ones to make the move, and actually they find themselves one of the warehouse locations, so this is actually pretty decent for them, all things considered. The one thing that is a bit of a vulnerability now is utility. If mollies or nades come in on this location, it could be wipe out, but they move into the building, trying to push up against FaZe's position, who are a little bit spread here in a 3-1.
Yeah. A bit surprised that FaZe allowed them to kind of make landfall to the extent that they did, but I think they were maybe expecting the push to come in further from the side, or they were fearing that the pressure would come in from the north too. But they stay alive with all four. Again, FaZe, similar to the previous game, opting to play a little more of a let them come to us play style rather than go aggressive if they don't have to. So they're going to welcome Sabim, but also say you don't get more buildings than what you have now.
Yeah, precisely. If they can coexist in this compound area, but only limit Sarvim to one building, that you hit the nail on the head, then they at least know where they are, and then could effectively cover themselves from the north as well as the east, and then not worry too much about the south as long as they keep Sarvim corralled into that building, because Sarvim would cover the south. So it is a symbiotic relationship. Orm tries to roll out here for Vorpal. Quid.
I was just gonna do the same thing. Goes full on, but it's not gonna be him to find the first knock. It's going to be one of his teammates. Western Mom able to get one, goes down in return as Melman takes down.
We can't do it all the time.
No, I know. I just had to get it out of the system. If you have that many D's in your name, you got to go for it. Vorpal swords. Those swords a little dull right now. Trying to stay put on that southern side.
Hit it, Rolf. Come on. And will manage to steal that away in the end. Beanie, unfortunately for him. I mean, Foot have just been slow on entry in a circle like this. And I don't think you can be slow on an entry to a circle here. There's not really that much to play. Samla, likewise. I mean, they're shutting them down here, but they may end up being the next victim if Na'Vi has anything to say about it.
Maybe the Dragonov is what's slowing people down. Like, everyone's waiting for the perfect knock, waiting for the perfect opportunity to push forward. And sometimes they just don't present themselves. And as you're saying, Foot, a bit slow on approach, ends up getting taken down. 80 does get Milo down with him. Wait, what? Oh, he threw two! Ooh. Able to lob a second over before he went down, and the double knock comes through. Now, Nix, if he falls here, there might just not be a rest possible. But watch out with the vehicle. But you got to be fast, too, because Milo might fall. And 8C, well, you get one.
He gets one. I was hoping that maybe even Na'Vi would try and take full advantage of this, but it's not to be the case. Is he going to put him in the car and drive it away? Yes, he is. Love it. Because, I mean, they have a bit of an onus here to try and get something going, and they're going to move south against this. Try and move onto this plateau and maybe res him up. They're going to need all the firepower they can get here if they're going to push up against Na'Vi.
See, Lokarim trying to suppress while the rest comes through. It's not going to happen, though, as they're down to just 2. BBL now with 3 alive as well, having to figure out how do we wrap forward on this. Do we take the fight to Na'Vi? Do we try to wrap further along the ridge line towards Samla? And all they're finding is bullets going their way. I don't think BBL has anywhere to go on this.
Example knocked by Rustamar actually opens things up here for Semla up to the top. So they're going to try and move on of that, as now Example under a lot of threat, a lot of pressure. The rest of Na'Vi turns their attention that way, realizing that the Cyborg himself is under threat. Ali's trying to find a bit of a different angle to shut them down. They really want to get in that building, but they can't. They're just sat on the back of it.
Melman has to do so much to try and keep him out. And now with BBL out, maybe that's a chance for them to do something. Fairest with 19 bullets in total. As an Orc, as a secondary gun too, there's not a whole lot more bullets to be found there. Should he want to get any sort of up-close threats in later on. Shots fired though, shots connected too. As Semlons tries to wrap around.
All you've got to do as Na'Vi is win this fight, because you've got crates dropping right behind you, so you can refill, restock, and get things good to go after that here. Example down. Nail It will finish him off here. The solo on the east side, being able to shut down at least one member, but Ferris moving forwards here with a nade. Is that going to connect? I think it's a little short. Oh, just barely short, but still does a plenty of damage. That one's good though. Oh, it's perfect from Ferris.
Lopped on over, gets the double, and that should be the end of Samla. It's just Nyx left alive. We'll see what he can do. Circle shifts away from him, and you'd have to imagine that Na'Vi wants to bring this one home. They want to take at least the 2 knock players they have down, and now with the location given away on the last one, that's a perfect angle for Alia. Wraps around the side, gates the 3, and that is Na'Vi once again racking up kills here with 7 already to the name.
I love that Fairest is thriving under the pressure of this. Like, the fact that we're here on the biggest stage in EMEA, and the fact that he is the newest addition to Na'Vi, and just showing some excellent stuff, similar to what he showed when he was on Exalt, right? Yeah. Like, just a brilliant player, bound for glory when it comes to being able to take one of these top spots. Awesome.
Off of the first 2 matches, he's currently sat in 5th place in overall damage done. So clearly a pretty good start for him. And this game is only, of course, going to bump those numbers up even further.
Let's see if Pacific can do anything about this from the north. FaZe has already clocked that they're coming in from that direction, so he's sending quite a few resources up there to hold out the Pacific boys. And Voldemort and Thunderlost, Quetpa, all up there, still kind of paying attention to the fact that FaZe is looking their way, but they've got to be slow about it. You can see this rock is not even in the circle, so Thunderlost is going to have some pressure against him in a minute. Oh. Cheeky.
How do FaZe make the move on forward? Do they take the fight to Savin first? Now they're not coming in from the side. That's maybe all the help they needed in order to take down remaining players of Savin, because Rexy and James are still yet to get there, but James finds CC mid-transition, and with just Baron Peaks left alive, you would have to imagine that's them at least grouping up with the remaining teammates.
Yeah. It's a good information game from FaZe as well. I mean, obviously they yielded that warehouse location from Fex. He moved out of it. But as long as, again, on the prior conversation that we were having about Sarvam taking residency up there with FaZe, as long as you know that they're constantly locked in those particular buildings, then they'll have all the room in the world to work with, will FaZe.
Oh, Elliot peeks on over 3 times. He connects, 4th time works as well. Solid shots through the smoke there. Tracking the opponent, trying to predict the movement, able to get Quetpa down. Is he going back for the rest? That is incredibly brave.
Yes, it is. And if they take a few more shots through those smokes, he might just go down to them anyway. Nade comes through. Voldemort here against Alia. He's going to have to move back. I think they should be able to get him up thanks to the cover on some of these crates.
They have to go now. I mean, they know now there's a threat within nade range, and that's that ought to be respected. They did not account for Voldemort being this close. I think they thought that no one can thrive in that open field. There should be people looking at him, but everyone on the western side are busy fighting in practically melee range with Sabim and FaZe right next to one another.
Circle's rough as well. Closes on the road as well as the hillside here that we're focusing on with Na'Vi and Pacific trying to find themselves a little bit of a spot. They do manage to get Alia up. He'll be recoverable. And now Voldemort, they realize how close he is, as you were saying, with the nade range in effect. And meanwhile, on the other side of the road, FaZe has already moved up against the embankment of this road. Sarvum, they're going to have a hard time coming out of here with FaZe holding this.
I will say this, though, for PCF, they have to make a play now. It's just going to say with FaZe, I mean, you can see on one side, just like that, Gustav is able to spot one, and that's them completely torn apart. They have to make an aggressive play on Na'Vi. They cannot allow for FaZe to shoot them in the back, but they did, and that's going to be them down. But still alive, though, trying to stay put.
The P90 is in effect again. I love seeing the P90 so much. Double Nate goes into this compound now, really trying to shut down Sarvum. They've held them here for a long time, and now Sarvum is going to be feeling the pressure. FaZe get themselves a nade in against Schiller. Even the flashes as well. Just buy as much time as possible. Hold them in the blue. Starve them out here. Perfect plays from FaZe.
Again, liking the don't risk it if you don't have to play style that we're seeing from FaZe here. Yeah, trying to wrap around, trying to play dead center. Not sure what they were hoping to achieve here in the middle of everything, but maybe that's exactly where they have to be. Trying to get the position while everyone is busy fighting one another. Issue is Na'Vi is done with their fight on the northern side. They're not going for Quetba right now. Now they're lobbing nades down towards Twisted Minds, and you could only imagine that it has their names written all over them.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, it's just slightly too early to try for something like this, right? I mean, the fact that We Live Again was willing to just sit in those buildings, have this angle on them, and then come out into the nade range means that Twisted Minds is going to get absolutely obliterated here. I like the idea in principle, but there's just too many teams in nade range of you.
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, maybe the idea would have been to take the fight up close, and as you're saying, nade range, it's there. Down they go, nothing they could do. Smokes didn't grant them the cover that they needed. And now for FaZe, on that western side, having cleared out Sarvum, it's their time to move forward. But James has been knocked. Can they get him back up alive is the question.
Should be able to. That road will provide them a bit of cover, kind of the embankment that goes down from it. We Live Again's not looking to put on the pressure against that angle. They're looking to just stay on this south side, still utilize a bit of this roof. Oh, but you can't. Yeah, you have to lie down if you're going to stay here. That's rough. And Pacific is gone in fourth. Not bad, though. Fourth place for them, considering it was a bit of a salvage mission up in the north side.
True. Again, I mean, should have probably taken the fight to Na'Vi earlier, but had they done that and not come up victorious, there would have been even less points for them. Gustav saw one, Alia saw him in return, though, and now the spray comes through. Flush is confirmed. Gustav also gave up his position in doing so. The rest has been commenced to at the same time. Actually, no, they're bringing him back to try and get the rest on floor. I think the idea wasn't necessarily for an aggressive play here for FaZe. They just needed to force Na'Vi to prone down. They could not allow for them to get an angle while the rest was being committed to on the other side of the circle.
And that spray from Alia really was relying on the information being fed from Melman, but ultimately you really couldn't see him. It was just slightly off. I thought maybe he was going to smoke up and try and go for the P90 himself, but no. Bit too bold a play. Look at the elevation in this circle right now. It's really not that much to work with for all of these teams on the edge. Phases are creeping in slowly, but so as We Live Again, just sat in towards the middle. Barely any nades left on any of these teams here. 2 mollies for Fairest. Could be important later.
It's the teams who, for the most part, have been fighting their way through the open, who are still here now. Again, as we were saying earlier, the Dragunov is dangerous at all distances, but we're within 100 meters, boys and girls. Expect to see helmets getting popped off. Fairest made great use of it in the previous game against Formulation in a 1v3 situation, and now let's see if he can get something going here once again.
At this range, the Dragunov may as well be a railgun.
It's a bolt action. It's a semi-automatic bolt action rifle. Yeah, you could argue that it's better than the arm as long as people have vests on.
I was thinking the giant cannons strapped to Metal Gears on the from Metal Gear Solid, but yeah, it's scary. Yeah. Oh, it's scary. But thankfully, these bushes are helping out FaZe quite a lot in terms of the lines of sight.
Sure are. All the cover they need. Alia with 1 frag left to go. I'm not sure they have any blue zone nades to work with either. You can see the last little utility has been lopped on forward. Hubba with an arm in hand as well. We're getting double arms here as the peak comes through. Nice shot connected. Not able to find the knock though, as now Hubba able to finally find him, but he falls to blue immediately after.
Yeah, the shots coming down though from FaZe, able to assist with that knock for the most part. So Sid, what can he do? He's actually got 5 kills on the board. That is a success here for We Live Again, if ever I've seen one. The mollies go through, though. Don't really connect with too much. Here comes some nades from Corexi as well to try and shut this down. Is this a FaZe back-to-back? Can they make this happen? The recovery on Gustav might be very important to make this happen, but they're controlling some side of this circle. They just don't need to fall to the external threats on their side. If We Live Again, if Saucy gets a few shots on them, Na'Vi could pounce.
And again, in similar fashion to the previous match, not overextending, not taking too many risks. They're still 4 on their feet. Make that 3 as James gets knocked as soon as he gets back on his feet. So down to 3 they go, but FaZe still with a lot of firepower here. They're prone. They're waiting for it. Alias, but so sit through.
Big push-up coming in here from Alia and Fairest onto this rock. Gonna have to try and move against the blue zone. Nay, but it will be FaZe. It's a back-to-back here to start things off for PEC Fall. Fantastic stuff coming out from the boys in red.
I'm loving this playstyle we're seeing from FaZe. Again, when they were in the compound earlier, it's a testament to them being 4 alive at this point in the game. They could have aggressed. They could have tried to push into the warehouse, but you don't know what you're up against there. Could be shotguns in play. There could be Dragunovs in play that'll one-shot you straight in the face. And they say, you know what? No, we'll let them come to us. They keep playing the style. No, they don't get a 17, 18, 19 kill win, but they kept the win confirmed in the most pretty much dominant fashion they possibly could.
Yeah, it's patient play from the 2 teams remaining at the end, right? Like with FaZe yielding a little bit of position to solve, but always being able to keep an eye on them, with Na'Vi controlling those hillsides, and yeah, eventually losing players here or there, but if you're in that kind of spot and you're in that kind of split, you can control a lot of that, and you're probably going to bleed out players eventually with all of these teams kind of crunching down. It's kind of what we were saying in the mid game. It could have been different, I suppose, if they kept Example alive for a little bit longer in that.
Also, it's a playstyle that works really well on a global scale stage, and you gotta keep in mind this is what FaZe is currently playing for. They are playing for PGC. They want to get to PGC and dominate. They want to win it. And the teams that we've seen succeed at PGC are the teams that have been playing it wise, playing it more calculated. So this playstyle from FaZe, I'm all for it.
All right, time to head back to the studio here to see what Sam, Saga, and Avenger think of that Tego.
I mean, what I think, I'm in full agreement with exactly what Kylaris and Toby were saying, and that is that I just love what we're seeing from FaZe. I love what we're seeing from Na'Vi as well. This is the kind of PUBG I love to watch, Saga.
Yeah, those global partner teams really showing up, at least the ones who aren't already guaranteed to be going to PGC, but the ones that really have to fight for it, because both of them are pretty close. They're like just outside of being exactly safe when it comes down to the PGC points, so making sure they at least guaranteed to get into the grand finals and fight for those points, and they're really making good moves towards that early on.
We saw the final highlight there as we came to the desk. Avenger, if you had to take a look at the whole match, what was your standout moment?
There's multiple things, right? Especially where you have a lot of teams that are trying to, make these sends to the center of the circle where it's being impossible or too early. Like either you're going to be within nade range, as the guy said, if you're going to be playing in the middle, or you move too early and all the other teams are going to just slay you completely with either nades or long range, because they still have 2 minutes before the circle starts moving, right? So it's very much a match of like indecisive decisions and kind of the Hail Mary sends in terms of rotations, and of course some nutty moments in terms of clutches, like we saw Soset with a lot of kills, Ferris with a lot of clutches. Na'Vi almost made it play again, but of course FaZe with a back-to-back here, and as Saga said as well, like these 2 teams that need it. FaZe is inside, yeah, sure, they're 300 some points ahead of Na'Vi. Navi's outside. They need to have a big tournament here, otherwise they're not going to PGC.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from that match, and Kylaris mentioned it, we'll say it again, a back-to-back chicken dinner for FaZe. They're going to be very happy with that, and they're also going to be very happy with the points that they get to take to the leaderboard, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Twisted Mind's also coming in with a lot of points. Good to see from those guys. 8 kills, obviously doing good. But yeah, it's definitely a start here that FaZe and Na'Vi, they are putting themselves in such a lead right now that they're going to be hard to catch. It's almost impossible for them not to be able to stay in the top 8 and go through to the grand finals here for PEC through the upper bracket. So yeah, exciting stuff if they can keep this up. They're super heavy momentum based. It's good to see these guys are popping off.
Let's take a look at what the leaderboard looks like as we hit the halfway mark on day number 1 of PEC 4 playoffs.
Oh my God.
Saga, when you take a look at that, I mean, Na'Vi and FaZe are in a sprint and there's no one on that racetrack with them.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for both of them, and to be fair, we love to see it out of FaZe Clan. Obviously, the back-to-back is a big talking point, but it's the way that they secured the victories in both of those games, because in the past, FaZe has fallen into the trap of being a little over-aggressive. You know, if they don't get zone prio, they look for fights on the edge, don't really watch for third parties. But this time, coming out of Buxansar, so many teams up on the northwestern island, it was only themselves and Entropic that really had very solid prio in the Phase 1 circle. They chose the perfect compound to make an early play to. They didn't get over aggressive when Sava made their entry into that compound. They went for pre-nades and said, you know what, it's okay, we didn't land anything, we don't need to push them right now, we can wait until the zone forces them to come into us. That's exactly what they did, and those are the kind of things that really separate a team that they have a very solid individual plays. They could get baited into getting that aggression going for them, but this time they held their nerve, they stayed disciplined, and it's really looking good for the boys in red.
Avenger, any teams though that are currently sitting in the bottom of the leaderboard that has surprised you?
Yeah, BBL, biggest surprise for me for sure. BBL, like they're a team that when we started the year, guys, they're like, okay, this is a team you're looking at, like this is a PGC contender, like they're going to be going to PGSs, they're going to be going to PTC, but it just hasn't really come to fruition just yet. So I'm really hoping for them to step around now that we're halfway through the day here. Last PEC spring, the cutoff for the upper bracket was 72 to 80 points, like the 8th was 80 and 9th was 72, so somewhere in between we could expect like 75 points plus minus 5 for the cutoff. So you need to get things started, and yeah, if you have like 40-41 points right now after just 3 games, you're looking pretty damn sharp.
41 points, and BBL is currently sitting with 1. That's
rough.
That's interesting. I like to use the term interesting because then it just leaves it open. If I make a very hard statement, as I did like at the start, it comes and bites me in the ass. So I'm not doing that anymore. But you know what I am doing? I am letting you know that we are going to take a longer break for you so you can get all your snacks, get all your drinks, get your bathroom breaks out of the way, because when we come back, we're going to Vikendi.
Всем привет, с вами Аля из команды Нави.
Привет, ребята, с вами Иван.
С вами Костя, Мелман из Нави.
С вами Example из Нави.
Сейчас мы вспомним самые красочные моменты прошлого глобала.
Все, стартуем.
Looks like they're gonna play spoiler on this one right now. It's gonna be a quick push coming out, but there you go. Now it's gonna be Example finding it down. He's making the push. You need to have your moments, and it looks like he's gonna try to have it. He's gonna be careful. 2 members of Cerberus still in front of him. Goes for the spray, gets some damage out. Spots out another one. Example refuses to go
Нас уже вытесняла зона, мы уже, у нас не оставалось другого выбора, как идти на Церберов. Был дан колл, что двое стоят сзади, смотрят, прикрывают, а я и Example идем под синькой под Церберов.
Поэтому для меня это только А. Больше я бы не поставил.
Example, S-тир, перетаскиваю. Ой, сюда.
И неплохая игра, в принципе, была. Я думаю, это C-тир.
Один из неплохих моментов в моей жизни, поэтому S-тир.
It's like they're trying to prep some type of vehicle fortification in front of them, and it's about the only option that they've got. Vehicles now are just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Na'Vi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. It's great. It's no problem. Wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Na'Vi.
Нас единственный, кто выдавливал зоны, и нам нужно было принимать какое-то действие. И так как мы тогда, я помню, знали то, что твисты на коре, в твистов там получится, не получится, но пуш был такой своеобразный достаточно и очень сложный. Но так вышло то, что я остался, я там нокнул одного, и пацаны там на драйвбай заехали и убили всех. Однозначно бы закинул его в S-тир, потому что мы там, наверное, выиграли то, что не выигрывается, что очень сложно выиграть.
Так что, это один из тоже самых крутых моментов. Так что я его не могу оценить меньше, чем S-тир тоже.
Я бы ответил это как скорее что-то около А-тира.
Так что я тоже отнесу этот момент в S-тир.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new champion.
Navi's patience is rewarded in the biggest of ways. $1 million they now get a hold of.
Очень непонятный для меня, потому что, ну, лично мы не понимали в середине игры, что мы уже чемпионы, типа, и нам нужно доиграть до конца было в любом случае.
Поэтому я бы тоже в S-тир его закинул.
Так что это, я думаю, А-тир для меня.
В плане эмоций это хороший, крепкий А-тир.
Самого такого понимания победы еще не было до конца.
Well, he got pushed back into the blue. It's right next to him. The blue is going to get the knock. The time's gone.
That's going to finish it off. At the end of it.
Here we go. It's their first international title. The first title for their region. Your 2022 PGC champions, Navi!
Финальная победная игра навсегда останется в моем сердечке. Я не сразу смог осознать то, что мы стали чемпионами мира.
Не знаю, что еще даже сказать по этому поводу. Это надо прочувствовать.
Именно после катки, когда ты встаешь, и ты понимаешь, что вот ты точно выиграл. Так что это однозначно самый лучший момент на турнире для меня, когда ты выигрываешь последнюю катку и встаешь чемпионом.
Отнесу этот момент в A-тир.
Одни из самых лучших эмоций, которые я испытывал, в принципе, в своей карьере. Поэтому определенно S.
Мой однозначно самый лучший момент в жизни. Поэтому я закину его точно в S-тир.
Это было первое командное поднятие кубка у нас. Это S-тир.
И поэтому я бы закинул его в А-тир. Приятно, но недостаточно.
Трофея, для меня это А-тир.
То есть поднятие кубка немножко хуже, чем в момент, когда ты встаешь победителем.
И в конце на сладенькое у нас скины от команды Na'Vi, которые будут выходить 27 сентября по 25 октября. Это чемпионские скины, набор, который поможет поддержать как команду, так и игроков в отдельности. Все-таки для меня, я думаю, это S-тир, это важно. В принципе, это значит, что это история в игре.
Очень красочные, прикольные скины. И очень круто то, что разработчики так поддерживают именно команды, которые вот выигрывают. Поэтому однозначно в S-тир.
В А-тир.
И приятно иметь в игре свои скины. Спасибо PUBG за такую возможность. Это также очень важно.
Я буду рад видеть вас на пабликах, в наших скинах. Всем спасибо, всем пока.
Это будет большая огромная поддержка для команды, для меня и для всех, кто участвовал в этой победе. Успех!
Так что и ты сможешь выигрывать любую каточку с ними.
Прикольные фановые скины. Будем бегать на пабликах. Мы точно. И ждем вас в этих же скинах. Всем спасибо.
I'm gonna have really good eyes here. Maybe sorry on the tree. I'm on it. On the green. Dark one in compound. I'm full night. I hit him once on orange. Right side of the smokes. He's gonna peek. One more knocked. Nice. One on this guy's orange. I'm going for res, Michael. Yeah.
SLR who's fighting northwest also agree.
The far right, guys.
Don't forget the car. You need the car for
Knock one in the mollies.
One active close. One more BBL knocked.
In the smoke.
Two knocked.
One active BBL.
Wait. Ultra more.
Just one of SRM.
One of them is gonna get knocked in the car.
It's SRM here, okay?
Two knocks. Don't push this though, because Twist is gonna push this.
Like all three. You wanna push them?
I'm crawling to you, Brexy.
Yeah, I'm holding over you now. You go rest through then. Go quickly if you can.
On my left.
Yep. I'm pushing across the road now.
Nice. Last guy from zoomed it. I'm leading it.
One on my smoke. One HP left side smoke. My middle.
Leaded it. Rock right side.
Nice.
3 matches have been played, 3 more to go on day 1 here at PEC4. The upper bracket playoffs are well underway. FaZe and Na'Vi are running away with it right at the top of the scoreline. And talking about Na'Vi, of course, you must know by now that the PGC 2022 Champions Na'Vi Battle Gear skins are out. And they were speaking about those skins during the break if you watch some of the interviews. And we actually have a skins bundle to give away every single day here at PEC4. So all you need to do is tweet PUBG Esports, use the hashtag Na'Vi PGC 2022, or sorry, you need to include the hashtag PEC4 and tweet us something creative, something fun, and you could win. Let's talk about the fact that we are now going to Vikendi, Avenger, which I am very excited about. Are you as excited as I am?
Yeah, winter is coming and I'm super excited for that. It's always fun, especially when you get the snowstorms and the bears and all of the stuff here. But also to me, it's like the map that the players know the least, right? So you always have these curveballs, you always have these unpredictabilities that's going to happen throughout the game. So that's what I'm really excited for. And of course, it's a little bit of a wildcard map. It's not as much played as the other maps, of course, in terms of Erangel Miramar. So we're going to see some fun stuff and we're going to see some full sends as we saw here in Taco 2.
Saga, off the back of what Avenger said, I was going to ask you about polar bears and windstorms and all sorts of other things, but then I thought, you know what,
I'm taking all your... It's like you gotta write me something, Sam, if I'm not taking your lines. Come on, Sam.
I'm just way too excited, so you know what, I think we should just go and drop into Vikendi. Let's go. No more talking here.
Let's do it. It's time to get chilly. It's time to get cold. Toby is with me, the windy wind blast himself on Vikendi with those windstorms. It's a snowstorm, but we're good.
Windstorm. I'm like, yeah, what's a storm like without wind? I don't even know how that works, but in any case, yeah, Vikendi it is. I've had the pleasure of casting old Vikendi, but now we get new Vikendi with polar bears, snowstorms, all the good stuff, and the gondolas as well. I'm curious to see when we're gonna see one of those fancy gondola Panzerfaust kills that we've seen people upload plenty of clips from. I believe Pixel was one of the players to upload the first one on social media. Maybe we'll see some spicy stuff, or maybe because we haven't had enough chaos already today, we'll just leave it up to the snowstorm to cause even more commotion.
It's like the game encourages you to, right? Every time you go up to the ski lift area, there's like 4 Panzerfausts. You're like, it's just like pushing you. Go on, do it, do it. And you're like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not going to give in. Unless you're Kovo at PNC, apparently.
Yeah, true.
And then, you know, he's able to do it from apparently a mile away. Awesome.
Something close to it. Something close to it. I think it's still very new, very new, especially in a competitive scene. And again, I mean, for the players that were fortunate enough, I guess you can say, to play at PNC, while there were games of experience on the map, they were very repetitive in terms of where the games ended up taking us to. So I'm looking for some northern circles, maybe all the way up to Coal Mine. Do you have your favorite Vikendi spot that you would like to see a game potentially in that coming into?
It's all about Dino Land, man. It's all about Dino Land. Everyone knows it's all about Dino Land. Come on. It's a bit of a crazy place to have an ending at, like, because
it's very arena TDM-esque.
Yeah, and you can actually like get up on some of the rock creations that are around it, right, and really use those as off angles to really kind of catch people off guard a little bit. But yeah, it gets a bit dicey. It's a weird urban ending.
Yeah, I like if we were to compare Vikendi to the likes of Taco, I think what Taco has working for it that so far Vikendi doesn't is that at least it has the rice fields. I feel like some of the open areas of Vikendi, as I'm kind of looking through the map from, you know, in-game observer on just flying around, I like to imagine that Vikendi would be better off with steeper hills. I don't know what the exact word from a topography term would be, but it's mainly just rolls, which means that even where there should be some cover, there really isn't any, because the incline of the hill isn't sharp enough or steep enough that you can actually gain an advantage from it. So I still think teams have yet to find the perfect way of playing open fields in Vikendi, because so far there really isn't any.
There's obviously some really heavy outliers, like the big frozen lake up in the northwest side, where is unbelievably open, and if you get endings up there, it's a death trap. But anyway, let's get to it here. We've got ourselves match number 4 here for PEC Fall. It will be on Vikendi, our one Vikendi for the day. I'm excited, I'm hyped, and I'm also hyped for see how these players deal with the snowstorms.
And polar bears. I thought you were going to bring in the polar bear in that one, but I guess
We
not,
saw
but
some deaths in the qualifier to the polar
we
bears.
did.
That was fun.
Rest in peace, I believe. Was it a doozy or Phil first? I'm not quite sure, but they sure seem to get... I didn't know PUBG was as much of a horror game as it was when a polar bear just comes flying through a snowstorm, but apparently that's the thing. So we'll see if anyone gets taken down by the big white beast, or if they just get to live and chill on their own.
I mean, realistically speaking, it's really not that difficult to even deal with them. And their caves provide really decent loot. But we do have actually a hot drop going on already. Howl and Exalt going blow for blow here. Schofield's down, so is Molodox.
Ooh, Matt, you want to find that? Finds it in the end. Yeah, not exactly the optimal gun. And having said that, Matt didn't have a vest on, so could have potentially done something with it. Matt, 5 bullets left to work with. Can you find Uber? No, he cannot. And now you got to make a run for it.
Yeah, you do. We're going to get Lazar and Schofield up here for the most part. Arctic still down, as we're saying. Howl, one shot. I mean, he's threatening. He's looking to try and get to another building here so he can actually get some loot on the board. But Ruin's going to hold on for a little longer. AKM actually hit some really good shots here through the window. Tries to charge up the nade. Will he be able to finish this off?
It's good. It's good. It's very good. And Fade, well, goes down. Howl, so far 0 casualties as the Matt is alive and kicking. And I don't think Art has found any heals yet. He's still running around with the old 20 from when he got rest.
Howl showing that they're very adept at being able to take this early hot drop. The fact that they managed to recover Schofield and now continue applying this pressure is great. Fate's done. It's only on Uber and Artix now. Artix is still running around with a VSS, still unloaded. Oh, he's got his off an AKM now as well.
When you only have one building to loot and you have 3 players in it, you're limited in the weaponry that you get to utilize, I suppose. Ruin, solid shots coming through, double headshot connected as Uber falls down now, just Arch left alive. Not the start that Exalt would have wanted to this Vikendi game, but at least one knock does come through. Can he get the flush? At least just some points off of this already pretty bad game. Nope, not gonna happen. That is Exalt annihilated by Howl.
Early stuff for them. And yeah, Artix had like 19 shots on that AKM, so even the few shots that he actually sprinkled through to get that initial knock on Schofield once again, like I don't know how much more he actually had available. He would have had to have switched to the VSS at that point, and then what, you've got 10 shots before you have to reload. Good luck. It's enough to be able to knock someone else, but if the entire team starts breaching on you, not easy.
Face result, just now get a kill on one of the players from PCF as well. And we saw a run over immediately after, so looking or assuming that it's sort of a mid-rotation thing coming through. And again, I mean, we were talking about it on Taco earlier, rotations and how the kind of the at least main off-road highways have already been set up. I don't feel like that's the same case on Vikendi. What I do think they have in common, though, is that there's so much open terrain you can rotate through. Because the terrain isn't worse to drive in, it's very easy to go pretty much anywhere. You just reduce speed a bit.
Yeah, so as we look at this circle as well, you've got a lot of fields still in play already, I should say, compared to, some of the more snowy areas. And then some of those snowy areas that transition to fields, the kind of barriers that you can see between them, are actually quite open. So there's a lot of open area in this first circle to get things going. That's why we may end up probably seeing something similar to what we saw in Tago, which is a lot of that send through to the middle, try and find yourselves. It's a bear! He's stuck.
Oh, maybe that's for the best.
Yeah.
Maybe. No, he's not stuck. He was just listening for footsteps, eyeing his opportunity to go out and get some points on the board, and then he sat down.
Oh,
there's 2 of them, just to make it even more dangerous.
Terrifying creatures are polar bears. Did you know, to camouflage, they just cover their nose with their paw? Crazy that, eh?
Yeah. Did you know the polar bears weren't white to begin with? They were all brown, and then they just evolved white fur because they lived in snowy conditions and survived.
Amazing.
So it's like albino brown bears that just survived for longer and then evolved into being a race of their own.
Trying to think of more polar bear things.
Did you know they're left-handed too? So the national animal of Greenland is a polar bear, and they're like on their banner, it's a left paw that's in the air because all polar bears are left-handed.
Like me. So does that mean I'm a polar bear?
Yeah. I mean, you have been going to the gym lately, but polar bear? And you live in Poland, so I guess we're halfway there.
And I'm not very tanned, let's be real.
True. You mean you do have everything going. You do have everything going just like FaZe does. And once again, we're seeing issues on this side. The receiving team here. It's not been good for Pacific Esports in this Vikendi match.
An attempt at trying to rotate past one of these roads is almost certainly surely going to result in some shots coming your way. So, yeah, FaZe was able to very willingly take that fight. Smoke down, get yourself some loot on board. And even though Pacific is completely gone, all done.
Indeed. I'm starting to wonder if we should have goggles in this game, you know? Just to mitigate blizzard damage.
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
So, there is actually scenarios where in late game, the snowstorms can allow you to make weird transitions, right? When teams just can't see you. Say if you're kind of stuck in the worst position ever, a snowstorm comes down and actually you can make crazy moves, crazy rotations. Oh, I call them rotations, but it's not really that because you're moving very slowly through a snowstorm where you could actually potentially get to some extra cover. So that's one thing that sometimes mitigates really rough spots in the very late game. But for the most part, obviously, everyone's having a bit of a rough time with them. They're more of a nuisance than anything.
Yeah. I never get to coin anything in PUBG. I think snotations is what I'm going to use from now on for people that are just strategically maneuvering with
through a
this blizzard. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That could work, a snotation, yeah.
Yeah. At least I'm going to do it. Then it's up to you to hop on the bandwagon.
That's fair.
Or up not to. Entropic, a team who we talked about in the beginning of the day as last year being, are they the new top of EMEA? They had their period of even besting the likes of Twisted Minds up there in their top, and then since then they have been nowhere near their previous form. They always, or at least for the most part, have always taken at least a day or a day and a half to get things going in any stage of tournaments as of late, and now hopefully, while they're sat in 5th place here with a couple of games played already, they can finish off day one with a day they can be proud of. Because it's been a while since they've had a strong day one start.
A 5th place, yes, but thanks to the fact that FaZe and Na'Vi have soaked up so many points.
I said, you know what, I'm trying to 5th place. Technically could be 4th. They're close. I mean, leaderboards,
the issue is, look at between 3rd and 13th. There's 6 points.
Yeah, it is pretty close when you have two teams literally take the same amount of points as the next 6.
Yeah, it's wild.
Make that 4, but yeah.
It's been a strong start for FaZe and Na'Vi. Na'Vi, of course, not having a win on the board just yet, but have looked phenomenal getting to the late game each and every time. Maybe some of that reconfiguring of the roster and then a focus on the mid game has paid off. I mean, remains to be seen. It's only 3 games, but they have looked great whilst doing it. And again, it's awesome to see Fairest on a lineup like this. I think big things are in the future for that guy.
And off of what you're saying, now that I come to think of it, it's 2 teams where one, we're seeing the change, but haven't necessarily heard it confirmed by the players themselves. Na'Vi, we have it from the coach. They're looking to change things up, even though it's, mid-season, everyone's going, isn't that a bit of a dangerous time to do it? The Des talked about that earlier as well. They've only had 2 weeks as a team with Fairest on the roster, but they're saying we're focusing on the mid-game. We don't necessarily care for the big flashy wins, the big numbers. We just want to play consistent PUBG from start to finish. And right, still up there in the top, and with Fairest as, if not the spearhead of that operation, but a big contributor to that from the start. Honestly, for Na'Vi, even without a win on the board, they couldn't really ask for a better start than where they're currently sat.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that it continues. That's the thing, right? Again, it's a small sample size from us to draw from, so things could have just gone their way, and it could have been cool. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. For Vorpal, they're moving on in. Circle, centers up. It's not Hardshift City to start things off here on Vikendi. I'm okay with it.
First time for everything, but we can still, of course, always swing over to Howl, and we'll see how things unfold from there. We do know that the circles do tend to shift away from the snow for reasons unknown to us, but for now, Twisted Minds will get to maintain this very, very wide 2-way split. Curious to see if they're opting to try and maintain it, or what's going to happen there out west.
around Lumberyard. If we get a Lumberyard finish, that'll be insane.
Yeah,
There's a lot of approaches, as you can see here. The overlook of Lumberyard. Howl's already in a little bit. Here comes FaZe, our two-time winners, trying to move through, but they are being shot at a little bit by Sarvam, but actually shots from the car. Gustav trades in kind. Baron Peak gets laid down as they move through onto the building.
More rotation kills coming through from FaZe here. The first two on approach for them. Second time around, it's them crashing forward. Finds one, opens an opportunity for them, and now they're set. While still out towards the eastern side, they can sit here. They can try and scout further forward.
Yes, they can. It's a bit of a limiter, though, is just having one building on a Vikendi like this. And also, you're going to know that a lot of teams are going to be looking at you from a lot of angles in terms of some of these rolling hills that do exist. Sarvam's trying to make the move. They can hear the cars across the ridge and are just prepared for if they come across. It's not to be the case. I mean, Sarvam would be crazy to do so, right? Considering that they've just lost one player upon the breach here from FaZe.
Yeah, no reason for them to try and re-engage in that fight, especially having heard all the vehicles from multiple other teams around them. It's a little too much of a third-party invite, I think, even for them. So they're going to opt to go further send up. They do have formulation in the middle, which is kind of where they're currently headed. We'll see if they fully commit to the fight or if they're going to stop up here in the forest. In the meantime, Michael, taken down by Entropic. That is Entropic also on arrival to the circle coming from the south, catching BBL split while they were trying to scout forward themselves.
It's a brutal start for BBL. Only 1 point on the board, losing Michael. And, I mean, we saw in previous games that they had some fights and they could have gone their way, but then they lost the fights and the teams that they knocked are just completely fully recovered. So minor details here are making BBL get absolutely destroyed in some of the point gains. So now Na'Vi is just chilling in some of these buildings, making sure that everything's okay.
I love the fact that Example is just sat on the open roof scouting 200 meters ago. You know what? Let me just check the building right next to me while I'm here anyway. As if, like, why wouldn't you have cleared that before you sat around on the roof?
Yeah, some of these. The thing is, as well, as some of these buildings, some of these vehicles, these little ski buggy, whatever they're called. I can't remember what snow buggy. Snowmobile. There you go. Thank you. You saved me.
You're the polar bear, James. Come on, man.
Yeah. They're all, a lot of them are hard spawns, so you're not even thinking that somebody's just really rocked up on a snowmobile in some of these compounds.
No, it would be quite surprising if that's the vehicle of choice, especially if you're not on the snow patches. It would be quite dicey to try and fully commit to a pull-up on that one. It's like a worse buggy, effectively. But now, for Chris and the Dragonov in hand, can he find one of the players towards the west? It's We Live Again, a team we also haven't seen too much from so far today. And Sarvan with the circle going right on top of him. How are they going to maneuver here in this one?
Wait a minute.
What?
2 centers up in a row.
What?
I'm not having this.
There's a first for everything.
This is ridiculous. I'm mad. I'm not that mad. Formulation Gaming isn't mad, though. They've got a nice big drop popping up right on them. BBL's trying to go for the send again. We can't go out with just 1 point after 4 games, boys. You're going to have to make this work.
Where are you guys planning on going? Rustenmar gotten tagged up. Smash even more. So they're going to go straight into the open arms of Sarvam. You could only imagine now. Crates coming in. Maybe bait the attention of Sarvam for just a little while. But no. BBL right next door.
And Sarvam here surely is going to have to lay some fire down on this. Yes, they will. Clip goes down. Rustenmar's going to have to run with the tails between his legs. CCNX has 2 foldable platforms set up there alongside the car, so he is fully bunkered down if he needs it.
And that's what I was worried about for Sarvam. Like, how are you going to fortify this possession? But when you have the double deployable shields available, look at this. I mean, you can practically make small compounds where there are none. Then, of course, you have mortars and whatnot. That's not going to be fun. So until we get roofs for deployable shields, then this is what you're going to have to work with.
I'm a huge fan of teams and players bringing these into the mid and late game. I think that they can be very, very impactful when it comes. It might look like just a small piece of cover, but that could be the difference between you being shot from one angle and not. So, dropping though, it's going to be shot very quickly here by Vard. Nice shot.
Yeah, not too much you can do though when there's 4 people pulling up on you. Does find the first one, but not the whole lot more will happen. As I say that, Mexi, sorry, hello. You gonna get that flush, buddy?
He's bleeding out now. I don't think they can even get to him, right, to May as well not risk moving forwards. I mean, yeah, the spray was interesting, but Beamy's going to smoke things off and get it going.
Speaking of Fex, here comes all of Faceland. They heard the commotion and they want to check it out for themselves. Nail up though, spots them first. It's now the remaining Face players, as slow as they've been playing it up until this point today. Here they are, full speed forward. Natesy realizing that all the pressure has just kind of been alleviated from them. They get a chance to regroup should they want to.
James moves. It will not be a back-to-back-to-back by the looks of things, unless we can see some insane play coming out. But yeah, some of these vehicles, you've got to be a little bit careful about driving them along the snow. That's why we're not seeing any big sudden moves. Keep it driving straight and true.
Yeah. Massive blizzard have just popped right on top of Twisted Minds compound. So all they were scouting before, I hope they did their work, because it won't be possible for much longer. T-Bone now, the remaining Foot players, except for Vard, of course, trying to push on forward, trying to clear out the remaining players on the side of Entropic, and successful in doing so.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Foot is doing all right in the standings here between them. Losing Vard obviously hurts, and especially trying to make these transitions now, because Ascend, ever the latecomers here to these circles, will just find an opportunity like this and start rinsing it up. As already one knock has gone down, they're going to push aggressively on this. Although they are spotted by Vorpal, so if they sit around here for too long, they also could be victims.
Yeah, it usually doesn't take much third-party kind of support to make Ascent think better of it. And this time round, only a few shots was needed too. They got the knock, they knew Vard was down, but even that was not enough for them to over-aggress. Again, I mean, they have the inside of the circle. I think there's more on the line for Ascent than taking a full-on YOLO fight to Foot Esports, a team who is very capable at fighting on the edge of circles.
Chilling. Here on Vikendi. Haha, I didn't mean to do that. We've got ourselves... They're taking it slow. Meanwhile...
Snowstorm! Woo! I'd like to hear the team comes from Lou.
Guys, I can't see anything. What's... Help!
Ah, polar bear! Ah! Yep, that's a horror movie right there. Sure is. Blown out, trying to get out of this area alive. In the meantime, back towards Ascend and Foot Esports we go. The first knock does come through. Oh, and again, I mean, these Dragunovs, it's just they're brutal. They're brutal. First knock comes through. 8's now down as well. It's just Beamy left alive. I would count him out, but it's level 3 Kenneth Dragunov, you know. I mean, hit 2 good headshots, and that's you all of a sudden with a pretty decent chance of coming out victorious.
Yeah. We'll see, because he's moving along against it. We'll be peeking over here soon and realizing that they're a bit closer than maybe entailed. I mean, just here the car's actually moving. BBL is gone once again here. Kiliakai a little bit open, but Rexia, we're going to have to move away from that.
Oh, they're getting so much help. Vorpal again, as you were saying before. I mean, perfect angles on their side. Beamy will fall in the end of it, though.
Still more shots raining down. MK12 trying to find an opportunity here. Digital Athletics under a lot of pressure as well. Over on this west side of the circle. They're kind of caught in the open here. A big push, though, from Mertralius to try and shut down We Live again. Sauced will be falling. Code Marco cooking up a nade. Trying to throw it on forwards. Looking to try and use some of that utility to flex some aggression up against them here. Realizing he's so close to them in this smoke and not knowing exactly where the rest of We Live Again is. iZoom lying down.
Clearly playing off of some missing information here. You can see him expecting there to be more threats up close, but as we know it, of course, not quite the case. Twisted Minds in the meantime, 4 alive still, trying to push further forward. And this is just perfect timing for them. I mean, the fact that DA comes in, finds 2 knocks, and now allowing for Twisted Minds to backfill on it. This should have a lot of points in the making for Batulans and the gang.
Agreed. It looks like a full easy cleanup for them if they're cautious enough about this approach. And Spiro will peek on over straight away, shut that down. Metralius finally gets the finish on Sauced, but more nades are going to hit. Metralius is super dead, ultra dead. So is We Live Again. Twisted Minds, easy points.
Yep. Even the remains of him aren't there, as they got completely shredded apart from the nades coming in after as well. Just like that, 28, make that 27 players left alive as we make our way into placement points. Intense accidentally ran over a teammate earlier, but they've gotten back on their feet, and here comes the MG3. Level 3 gear as well in hand for Tegas as he aggressively makes his way forward towards Mike.
A big blast, a terrifying gun to go up against here for Ascend, smoking things off, trying to get up intense as quickly as possible. Just barely can see Mika there with all of this. But as these fights are raging down in the south, the circle has shifted hard north. This favors Na'Vi, who is in a great position to capitalize off this after already being in first place.
I mean, they're chilling. They are chilling, at least for now. It's again one of those where they don't have to go aggressive. They can, if they want to. They can go out and try and claim that double-digit kill win. But if we're seeing a new Na'Vi, which is more in the style of what we're also seeing from FaZe currently, of the let's not take a fight unless we have to, I'm expecting them to just sit and let the bottom of this, like the southern side of this circle, dismantle one another and just take what's left.
Yeah, you don't have to really force too much of an issue here, as we're already seeing them try and fan out and basically gain as much information as possible on that north side. Vorpal, though, still locked very much so in this fight against Sarvum, against Formation. CZNX already gets himself that first knock. While they're on the edge of the snowstorm, it will block a little bit of the vision from Sarvum, not so much on the side of Vorpal. A little bit of an advantage here for Vorpal, maybe, trying to peek over this hill.
The Sarvum players both down to such low HPs. Just CC left alive now with a sliver of health, trying to make his way further towards the circle. But of course, in between three teams, not exactly going to be easy to do. Howl now on this notation, trying to make their way in from the eastern side. If they engage now, they could wipe out both these teams at the same time.
You just wanted to say Snowtation, but we've got Twisted Minds here cleaning up the rest of Formation Gaming on this side. 9 kills going their way already. Perfectix with 4. Vorpal now putting the boot in against Howl, realizing that this push was ongoing whilst he can barely see anything.
If you like, if there's a time to be called PUBG,
look at that picture.
That's when you have a suppressor. Yep, exactly. This is what they see, as well as us. Very limited information. Trying to go off of the audio cues. Oh wait, you're in a blizzard, so they don't really help you too much either. So as up close as they get, might as well add a bayonet to your AUG. As sneaky peeky, Vorpal try to creep their way further forward. Not too much damage, fortunately, being done here by the blizzard.
He's got a suppressor on that AUG. You can't hear him. You can't see him. Oh. Is he even there?
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me. Does he have a snow ghillie as well? That'd be even better.
That'd be sick. Yeah. Like a ghost coming out of the snow.
Maybe you take the polar bear skin on when you're playing and they think you're polar bears, so they don't shoot you. I mean, that's a strategy, I suppose. Or you don't.
It's cleared up. Oh, it's cleared
just
up.
Like that, everyone realizes, wait, we're in the open! And just that, they fall.
That's one scary thing about the Snowtation. You better be sure as hell when it clears up, you actually have some cover. Because Twisted Minds had an absolute field day as soon as that cleared up.
Yeah. Vorpal were thinking they were 9 billion IQing on that one, but a little too slow on their arrival, as Howl now with cover of their own, able to peek on over and do damage too. Howl should have a pretty easy rotation to the north from where they currently are. And I think what Twisted Minds is doing now is, of course, they want the kills if they can get him, but also just force Howl to rotate the other direction. If they can force them into Na'Vi and wrap on their own towards the west, I mean, Twisted Minds are going to be all kinds of perfect here.
Yeah, we're folding down to a potential Na'Vi versus Twisted Minds 4v4, unless Howl can do something here. They need to get out of the bind that they've put themselves here on the east side. I mean, they've been slow on the east side, and I understand why, right? There hasn't been much issue for them to move, but Schofield already opens up on Perfectix. That's a great start to try and make themselves have a move against this circle.
What a timing as well. I was just going to say maybe Umbra can do something from the other side to apply some pressure, but nope. Lou spots him, finds his kill number 5 as Twisted Minds racks up their 12th in the game. Again, it's been quiet on the side of Na'Vi, but that has also allowed for them to maintain, you can only imagine, Kevlar, helmet, utility. As I say that, Melman has none of it, so nope, not quite the case. But Alia, as you can see here, still has plenty to work with.
Looks to bring one of the vehicles into play as well, making sure that they have more options available to them. Yeah, as you say, it's a bit more of a quieter Na'Vi, but it feels like a calculated Na'Vi, like a scary calculated, like a spitting cobra just staring at you from behind glass, ready to strike.
That's the thing, right? Because that's kind of the playstyle Twisted Minds is always emphasized. Don't go for the big flashy wins. We'll take them when we're like when they present themselves, but we don't need them. And they've had great success with it. The thing is, they can fight. They just decide not to. And what's more scary than a team that is capable of doing it, but say, you know what, we don't need it. But if you fight us, we'll take you down. Like, it's a lose-lose. If we stick around, they're just going to kill us in the end game. And if we take a fight to them early, they don't want it to happen, so they're going to be even more angry and take you out faster.
And quite the three-way now. The world champions versus the first place from the PGS2 qualifiers in Twisted Minds versus PGS1 champions in Howl. This circle centers dead center again. So there's going to be an opportunity for teams to play it. Still, Howl, I do feel like, is in the most vulnerable location here. Gonna have to try and get out of that a little.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dip they find themselves in, but they are also the team outside of Na'Vi, the closest to the circle, and they don't have far to go to have somewhat of a ball to play. I don't think they have to do a whole lot either to force this fight between Na'Vi and Twisted Minds. Just sit around for a little while longer and let these shots ring and hopefully see a knock in the kill feed.
Mortar setup. I like Mortar's late game.
Yeah, especially when you have these angles to work with. And that's the thing, I was talking about it earlier, how the terrain doesn't really allow for you to play in the open. But when you're with this distance to one another, that's when they work. But as soon as, I mean, all these three teams push forward, they're all within vision from one another. And that's what makes it, well, that's what's going to make this really, really difficult to try and take advantage of.
I mean, example already with his angle scouts out exactly the distance required, right? So potentially this setup could work here. But for Twisted Minds, spreading out of the utmost importance as well. If you think that there might be a mortar in play in late game, don't all be stacked on top of each other. But, I mean, how can you guess? How can you know? I suppose one way you could know is the fact that, or at least potentially anticipate it, is that Na'Vi has been in this area for quite a while, so could still have a lot of their tools available to them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. They haven't really been forced to take any up-close fights, so they can prioritize utilizing it. Do we have the math down right? It seems pretty good to me. Where are the crates? They're over there. Are they going to loot them? Yes, great. Take them out.
There's three on top of each other. Oh! Very close.
Bit off to the side. Are there more shots coming in as the blue forces Twisted Minds to push forward as well?
That's a good point. Generally, you wouldn't have just two mortar shots. Usually, you see like 3 or 4 shells whenever you see actually a mortar. So maybe there's a little bit more available.
Well, doesn't seem like that's the priority right now. They want to take out Twisted Minds while they're in the open. Use the mortar for shell shock effect, but for everything else, leave it to the infantry up close to take out the competition.
Have we seen a P90 every game? There's another P90
something close to it. Something
That's
close
awesome.
to it.
All right, well, Circle favors Na'Vi slightly on that lean, but Howl still has a little bit as a player on that side here. Twisted Minds. So I think the onus is really on Twisted Minds to start moving now.
Yes.
I mean, there's not much for them to play with this circle.
I think Twisted Minds are going, come on, Howl, do something. We beg you, we need you to do anything. Find the knock, even get knocked. That could allow for us to push forward. But Howl, I should say, they're just chilling out as best as they can. Of course, the team with the numbers disadvantage here, not opting to go aggressive before they absolutely have to. They're inside the circle. They have their deployable shields to work with. And both Na'Vi and Twisted Minds are the ones to make a move.
Ferris moves up with his car. Gets blasted out by the MK12 though here. So a good start for Twisted Minds to try and open up a little bit of room for themselves, but they need that. They need those kinds of plays if they want to move up against this. They're having to expend smokes to keep themselves alive.
Moment with a vehicle trying to accelerate in the snow ain't easy, but maneuvering his way further forward, granting himself a little bit of cover where there was none. Let's see if he can get it up with the other vehicle. Yes, indeed, he can jump on out. Instantly swap on over to the smoke launcher. And again, I mean, just gotta make use of everything you have because Vikendi, not very kind to you when it comes to hard cover.
Definitely not. Just a few trees here and there to work with. Small rolls in these hills. Yes, they took down one Na'Vi player, but can they take out more? Nades sent forwards, and actually are in great range. Spiro opens up this fight here against Melman. P90 in hand.
Such a lethal weapon at pretty much any distance, and an example with low HP already gets taken down here. You have to imagine that Howl falls, but again, where is Howl? You know, I mean, Na'Vi falls, so where is Howl in all of this? Now they're slowly starting to wrap in the direction of Twisted Minds, but I mean, they're effectively allowing for Twisted Minds to just fully focus the fight between them and Na'Vi. No one right now from Twisted Minds is looking toward Howl.
Good finish off with the blue zone nade on Mel. Keep the pressure on here against Na'Vi. SLR in hand, only 11 bullets left here though for Lou. Just waiting for Example to have to come out from there. Throws up the foldables. But yeah, I think he's gone. Spiro is able to get that alongside Lou with a few of those shots coming in. Na'Vi's gone. It will be not the chicken dinner for the boys that had such a good position up at the top, but the Mad opens things up even further for How. Are they going to take this?
Matt spending forever to try and wrap around on this angle. Now peeks on over, finds a double instantly after Spiro down. That's the P90 out of the equation, at least for now. But again, look at the open field that they have to traverse. Trying to deploy some smokes, trying to grant themselves a little extra visual obstructions here and there to allow them to push further forward, but still too far for them to run, I think, to deny the rest to come through.
It's really a game of inches here. Spiro will be taken down by the blue here, as they really have just not much room to work with. Peeking on the side of this smoke, tries to go for the shots on Perfectix, not able to connect with them. Oof.
Once again, forced back now. Loop down to the nade he goes. Batulin's finds someone in return, so it's a 2 versus 2. Batulin's wrapping on forward. Health level 3 gear to work with all the kit that came through earlier. Now, Scoville with the tree to cover himself up. When Scoville finds one, it's a 2 versus 1. Batulin's left alive alone. Not gonna have an Howl. Out victorious with 10 kills to boot.
I didn't think they were going to be able to weather the storm in all of this, but they did on this east side, as they managed to push up against that hillside there and really effectively corral Twisted Minds and Na'Vi to be in conflict with one another during all of this without really doing much about it. So very good stuff here from Hal.
We've seen it time and time again where the team that opts to engage the latest usually comes out victorious, but because they hesitate for too long, they allow for the team that has just fought to reset and then take them out too. Good thing for Howl is that Matt, while all this was going on, said, guys, there's a reason we're holding back, because I'm literally snaking my way into a better position. And as soon as he had to hit the shots, he did, and they come out victorious. So great repositioning from the Matt in like while the fight between Na'Vi and Twisted was going on.
Yeah, got to agree. I think that might have been the winning play, considering how much that opens up for them in terms of being able to use those smokes, push up a little bit, really put the initiative that has to be taken on Twisted Minds to try and get into that circle. Because, I mean, from where the other two players are of Howl, if you're all taking the angle from there, it potentially allows Twisted Minds to just wrap around on that north side with a little bit of cover, maybe a tree or two. Not much, but something at least.
Exactly, and that's what I think you got to do when you're up against the numbers. You got to find the off angle. But now let's hop back to the desk and see what they have to say after the first EMEA Vikendi here at PEC full of bracket. So
I was in the process of saying that I'm banning all storm puns, and as I was thinking that, Avenger said before we came on, how are they doing this? And I bashed my head against the desk. The first Vikendi we've got to see here at EMEA. So Saga, favorite moment?
I mean, I've got a lot of respect for the teams that were really trying to brawl while in the blizzard. They had about as much vision as VAR trying to make a correct offside call against Liverpool. It was a bit rough for those teams, and especially when they had to make the push up the hilltop as well immediately afterwards, and Twisted Minds just absolutely farming everyone on the south. But the patient play, the one team that got away from them, maybe a little bit thanks to the blizzard, maybe more so thanks to the ridges, but keeping themselves nice and patient, Howl wrapping around on the perfect opportunity to win the very end game fight.
How about you, Avenger? What was your favorite moment on Vikendi?
Well, my favorite moment was that the 3 teams that was in the end was actually the 3 teams that had the best position in the second circle. So it's very Vikendi-esque, like it's very strong position from second circle on, and then you're able to hold on to your 4-man. And then you just fight everyone. Like, the way that Twisted Minds were able to do so, though, that is one thing that I admired a lot. Like, they were able to kind of maneuver in and out of fights, and they analyzed the terrain and the elevation in front of them and took advantage of that throughout the whole way. But I gotta say, you bashing your head towards your desk is completely normal. I do it to iron out all my wrinkles, so it's a really good way to do it.
Who needs to pay for Botox when you have Avenger's great plastic surgery advice?
Exactly.
My favorite moment was early on in the game when we got to watch Kylaris and Toby commentate on the adorable polar bears, and I'm disappointed that neither of you brought that up. Onto the scoreboard now. As we moved into that final 4 battle, Saga, you still said Na'Vi wins this, and we were all kind of in agreement. What went wrong for them, though?
They really tried. They tried as hard as they possibly could to get an opening knock. They had cars, they had vehicles, they had a ridge, they had the high ground, but Twisted Minds, once they were done just murking everyone towards the south, kept themselves hunkered down and out of the way, and Howl did exactly the same thing. They were both extremely patient at the end, and eventually Na'Vi just ran out of time, and they were forced to make a play. They had to send Fairist over in a vehicle. He gets knocked out instantly, and that just allows the Mad to make that wrap rotation around the side that was really their undoing. So maybe if the zone had favored them slightly more towards the very end, Phase 8 in particular was really the killer for Na'Vi, but it's not enough to dislodge them from the top spot just yet.
They're still there, but FaZe is so close behind Avenger.
They're close. And as you said, again, this is like 75 points, plus minus 5 points is probably going to be the top 8 cutoff right now. They've been putting themselves into a great spot here. Twisted Minds, I said in the beginning of the day, like, they got to step up. They can't have 2 bad games like that. And then, you know, they come in here and they frag out and they step up to the case. Happy to see Howl also come in and do well like they did here. It's almost like PCs, their kind of games, and a tournament like.
I like that a lot of those big teams that we've been talking about, that we were talking about coming into this, are definitely popping off. Of course, there are a few that we expect to see more of, so maybe that'll happen on Miramar, which is exactly where we're going to be heading to right after this break.
All the time if they leave and you drive.
They're ready on the cars.
Don't shoot them.
Going on VAR.
Locked. Let's go.
Are they all there?
They're just stopping.
Yeah.
Up dead. They're all warm.
1 sack on orange.
Knocked.
Other team. We're fighting first. Yeah, I'm here. 1 stay.
Need help.
1 close, 1 far.
Yeah.
I'm pushing the close guy. To the smokes. Just drive to the smokes.
Just drive past them. Just drive on him.
I'm just throwing one more flash.
Behind the car.
Nice.
All dead.
I don't know if FaZe died. Yeah.
Welcome back to the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall. It is the upper bracket playoffs. The top teams from the upper bracket over the next 2 days, the top 8 teams, will make it through to the grand finals for PEC Fall. That's a big deal. They want to do that, so they are fighting extremely hard. We have 2 matches left today. We'll be playing on Miramar. And of course, we want to include you in all of the action. We want you involved. We're trying to give you lots of giveaways. And also, we've got one of our PUBG partners taking over the PUBG Esports Twitter account. So make sure you hit her up, chat to her, tell her what you're enjoying, tell her about your favorite team. She wants to hear from you. She is there. She is ready to answer all your questions, and she's watching along as well. So get involved. Talking about getting involved, heading into Miramar now. Are we expecting, because what we've seen is a very dominant performance from very specific teams. Obviously, Navi and FaZe, but Hal has been up there as well, Saga. We've seen Foot Esports as well putting on a pretty impressive performance. A lot of these teams have kind of dominated or stuck around in the top finishers over the last few matches. Does that continue into Miramar? Are all the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard finally going to get a chance to try and get some points?
They're probably going to have to. They're really going to have to push to get some points now, because it's still pretty close. I mean, even for a team who has had as rough of a start to the playoffs as BBL has, they're 1 point. If they get 20 points in this game, a 10-kill win, we've seen that happen a couple of times already so far, they're already in the top 8, and that's the cutoff point. It's not an impossible goalpost that they have to try and reach. They just need to make sure that they're not letting the kind of unfortunate or poor performances that they've had so far. If that affects their mentality, then they're in trouble. But if they can keep it calm, keep it cool, reset, and find a way to actually get some points and have some success, it's still very doable. We've still got 8 more games to go.
I mean, Avenger, it's not like they're out of the competition if they don't finish in the top 8 in the next 2 days. They go into the lower bracket, right? And we've seen BBL do that before, where they dropped into the lowers and they still made it through to the grand finals. Does it weigh heavy, though, in these players' minds to think, oh, we can't really afford to get into to drop into the lower bracket?
Yeah, there's some history with that. We're not going to go too deep into, but for sure, like, even with 8 more games, you can still do it. And you can still, jump into things and get things going. But you want to have that momentum, and you want to have that from the very first day, and you want to not be the one chasing too much. You want to be kind of comfortable in there. But they're definitely a team that can pull up on the second day and put in 70 points in one day, no problem. But I just want to see it from now. Like, we've seen some performances from them, also some of the scrims they have had where they absolutely dominated and like threw 60-65 points in just a single 6-game day. So I know they're capable of it with like similar teams that they're playing right now. So I know they're capable of it, and I know it's just scrims, but I feel like their current state of mind is something just gonna shake off, and then go into the last 2 games of Miramar today and just push through, and then we're gonna see the top potential of the BBL boys today and tomorrow, hopefully for the rest of the day.
My gosh, all I wanted to do was say scrims don't count, and you went, I know it's just scrims. I'm done with this desk. It's impossible. I can't do my job. Kalaris, Toby. Shh. Kalaris, Toby, over to you.
Yeah, shut up, Martin. It's time to get into the desert as we go. We've got 2 matches on Miramar here to finish off the day, Toby.
We do. I can tell your coffee just kicked in. That's good, James. Good for you.
Yeah,
double Miramar. We just got off with the snowstorms, and now we get the Santations. They don't sound as good as the Snowtations, but they could potentially come to fruition as we head on over to Miramar.
No, that's awful. Stop. Santations. All right, game number 5. Miramar on the way. We got a double helping of it. A double scoop of sandy goodness. Ugh, that's grim.
What kind of ice cream would Miramar be? I'm thinking nougat.
Biscoff. Do you know Biscoff?
That does not even sound... Did you just make that word up?
No, I didn't. I didn't make that up.
Is
it's
it like
a real
a biscuit
thing.
And coffee? Biscoff?
No.
No?
You know those Lotus biscuits? It tastes like that.
Why? Stop making up things just to throw me off, James.
I'm not making it up. Somebody in the chat's going to be like, Biscoff's awesome. And then you're going to look like a fool.
Is it a biscuit or is it a cookie? Oh, wait, that's not those ones. That's the other ones.
Okay, wait, I can make this much easier. It's like gingerbread. It tastes like gingerbread.
Why didn't you say that from the beginning?
Yeah, it's not quite as strong as gingerbread. But anyway, circle.
So, we have new Miramar in play, James, and we all know that in old Miramar, Junkyard had some sort of a magnet installed that just tended to full-on pull circles towards it. Do you think we're gonna get ourselves a truck stop finish to kick things off today?
So, of all places I have not been onto on New Miramar, actually, I've never been to truck stop, so I barely know it. So hopefully, yeah, that'd be great. Because then I get to see some games there, because I've not been yet.
One thing that I'm looking forward to, regardless of whether we end there or not, is how much of an impact the new road to Truck Stop, from where Corexia is currently positioned, how much impact that road is going to have. Because it's not just one of those, hard-to-drive dirt roads. It's like a proper paved road that I think is going to make for, obviously an easier transition on paper, but also maybe a kind of camp position that we haven't really seen teams try and utilize before. One thing's for sure, it's going to reduce the value of the compound that Nix is currently in.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, let's see how Semlar is going to do then. If they have this position on lock with the 2-2 kind of across Azahar as well as Truck Stop, and as you said, the compound that Nix has got. Where have I been? I've been to Campo Militar, the new one, that's cool. Alcantara, I've been Partona, down where Brexco is as well. All the cool new locations. But yeah, not Truck Stop. Have you been to the new Truck Stop?
I've hovered it in observer mode.
It. Okay.
Yeah, so I've flown around.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Here it is,
observers are going to go a little flyover as well. Oh, no, that was a brief flyover. But here we see the road. The road that I was just talking about completely changes the dynamic of this hillside. We've seen so many endings in this area of the map. And the funny thing is, as much as I like the idea of having more roads on Miramar to help things out, I actually kind of liked the endings in the old version of Miramar on this area. Like, not proper Junkyard endings, but when we finished west of it in the hills. I thought it was one of the few hilly areas that actually played pretty well in the end game. And I'm worried that this road, which just creates one more Death Valley effectively, is not going to play out as well in end game as this area previously did.
Well, I'm going to be cup half full kind of guy and say we haven't seen enough endings there yet in the new one.
Cup half full.
You say what?
Is that what you just said?
Cup half full.
Oh, cup half full. Oh, it's your accent. Okay.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, what can we hear from Spiro right now, James?
I'm not going to do it.
This is a perfect opportunity, and it was them last time too.
I'm not going to do it.
I hear a faint sound in the far distance, and it sounds a lot like... There you go. That's all you get. That's the one time. And the one time only. Clip it, keep it, save it, use it for your subscription sounds on Twitch or whatever you want. I hereby give you the rights to do that, and James cannot say anything against it.
Oh, great, yeah.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And Twisted Minds, off to a... I think, honestly, the start that they would want to here, you can never predict the likes of FaZe and Na'Vi to absolutely just rock up and pop off to start things off. But finishing off now with a 15-kill win in the previous game. And them having had kills throughout all the previous ones too, and with the chaos that both the Erangel games presented, I think they kind of... weathered both the snow and the sandstorm, and now their third place is what would be considered a pretty good start for Twisted Minds, considering that they usually don't come off to the best start in new stages of tournaments.
I feel like all the sandstorms have done on this game, whenever I've watched this with Miramar, like PNC, for example, is a cool fight's been happening, then the sandstorm rocks up, ruins the fight, and then the fight sort of ends in a weird way.
Yeah, it's... Have you ever seen the meme with... Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. I'll get back to memeing in just a moment. As we see Chris try and get healed on up with the entirety of Pacific Esports right in front of him. That nade bouncing a bit off in the wrong direction, but doesn't matter. Chris will find the knock regardless.
Yeah, quite the bold move up there, and quite not very well anticipated by Pacific. Now Chris is going to continue putting pressure on. Nade comes around the corner, though. Does a lot of damage to him. They do know where he is. Tenderloss, though, is quite low, so can't even push himself. Tries to go for the spray around this truck. How is he not done here? It's Chris tries to go for the shots underneath, but Voldemort shuts him down.
And how is it a 1v everyone, whereas his teammates now Killiakai is pulling up to try and help? Maybe he was just flashed for too long, couldn't really assist earlier, just 5 bullets to work with. That's all he needed in order to take down Thendalos. Gets the reload around the side and finds the last as well. What a play from Killiakai, and what a valiant effort from Chris to, well, hold them back effectively for as long as he did.
I mean, going up against the Ascend boys in a 4v4 like this, I don't know. There's very few teams I would like them that I would want to go up against, considering that they looked great at the start of PNC. Let's be real, it was basically Ascend. They've looked great in past tournaments in the region as a whole. They know how to take these fights, especially these early ones when they're moving on these rotations.
And it goes back to what we were saying before, with more and more teams opting to play a don't fight until you have to play style. The teams that do want to fight, they just run into more and more of these. I mean, it's like, oh, we'll take a fight to this passive team. Oh, wait, it's Ascent. Oh, wait, it's Na'Vi. Oh, wait, it's Space. Like, who can we fight? Who dares fighting in the early game? Well, it's not the teams that want to get the most points on average.
No, definitely. They'll be coming in a little later now, but that's all good in Ascend's book, as the rest of the teams are going to try and perch up alongside what I guess I'm going to call Truck Stop Hills for the most part, with Hal having taken Truck Stop here. And we have Foot just coming in slightly east of Howl, finding themselves what looks like some nice little hillage to work with.
A little bit of a hillage.
A bit of hillage.
As 8C peeks on forward, has gotten Howl in his crosshairs. As Ruin continues to take damage. Oh, they hear the sound. They instantly go away. Is it 100 meters? Nope, it's further. So at least he can survive 1 bullet. That's good.
Trying, and chilling here with Beanie, also a little bit further south than them, so eventually the rendezvous will come through. T-Bone obviously was down earlier, so they're going to be playing this as 3 to get things going. Here, Vorpal, swords on the edge of them, shifting around, ethereal like Vorpal blades.
To go back to the meme I was talking about before, have you ever seen that meme of the bird sitting at a branch and like just chilling and singing a song, and then you have the massive crow coming in and yelling like a crazy person?
That's
I feel
me,
like the sandstorm, I mean that too, but also the sandstorm is the crow.
Oh,
like everyone is just having a good time by themselves, and they're just rah, rah, comes in from the side and just kind of takes over the party.
So by that definition, not only am I the crow, but I'm also the sandstorm, ruining situations.
A crow and a sandstorm all at the same time.
This makes sense.
You are the Noah's Ark of PUBG.
I'm some Lovecraftian abomination that you've just created.
Well, I don't know about that, but somewhere in between for sure. In the meantime now, I think all of Ascend is going to be in for surprise should they opt to stop here, but not quite the case. And Perfectix, who is probably capable, would have been capable of taking down both Brexco and Mika in this situation, opts not to peek, and I think that's for the better, because right now, Twisted Minds is insanely split, and Perfectix, even with a knock or 2, that would probably hit him down. And again, just doesn't play into the Twisted Minds playstyle to go out and risk casualties early on.
No, definitely not. They are very split across this, as you were saying. So it's technically Perfectix vulnerable, but really hasn't made any noise. But we do have the zips that you could potentially use. Now, if you do use these early game or anything like that, then you're forgoing your cars, which oftentimes that's why people are not going to take them in situations like this, unless absolutely necessary. You still want your vehicles into the mid to late game.
I guess you only take these when you're in a sandstorm. Because then people can shoot at you from everywhere.
I mean, I guess at this level, right? You'd think so.
If people were near then, you probably just wouldn't do it. But we'll see. Circle does send up. And when I said I wanted to see an area or end game in this area to kind of see how it's going to play out, and well, if this first circle is anything, or second circle, I should say, is anything to go by, we're going to be given exactly that. We know that the mountain that Na'Vi is currently in control of is going to get shifted away from at some point soon. So, Selma, what can you do with the position that you currently have? How much can you make of it? Because the circle could potentially be coming to you.
But until it does get shifted away from, it's actually a really strong spot for Na'Vi, right? Like, the fact that you can have some significantly strong high ground, the fact that when teams generally do try and rotate past these areas, there's still so many little dips that you can hide in to then spray down at teams that try and transition through that area. I mean, it's not going to happen now, right now, I should say, but if teams get desperate, they can try and make some crazy sense through that area, and Na'Vi would have a significant advantage.
Speaking of Ascent, here come Ascent. Full speed forward they go. Ooh! It's always interesting to see Ascent who doesn't necessarily have a place to go. They sometimes, on some rotations, they can look a little lost. And this time around is one of them as they full speed drive around the field looking for just anywhere to go. But little does Kai know that he's rugging up on the DA compound. And now he should be aware.
I think Lyran had a flare gun there as well, so maybe they're biding their time and trying to find an opportunity to be able to pop that off. But yeah, with Ascend here, that is not the time. As we have him, Mika just kind of moving in alongside Kai. A little bit divided here. Mika can't be doing this alone. This is too much.
Yeah, can he distract for long enough? I'm not sure. Does he even go for it? I mean, they clearly know that someone pulled up in this position, Mika. Now, though, what do you do with it on your own, Nate? Pulled, lopped on forward. Machado is clearly completely oblivious to the fact that Nate just landed right next to him.
That was an insane bounce. Really well done there from Mika. Tries to go for it again. Not to be the case. May have seen Metralius' head just pass by. So he's going for no bounce anymore. Another pressure point here put on against Metralius. Waiting for the rest of Ascent to try and reinforce this position.
In the meantime, Lyran just trying to take full advantage of some of these off-angle positions that we do have ever since the warehouses were changed a couple of patches back, I should say.
Yeah,
they've just been so like the advantage of the team sat inside waiting has just been drastically improved. There are so many more weird angles you can be in now, and you can't really fault a team that's pushing for not being able to kind of have control of all of them.
Spotting her far away, tries to go for a bit of a spray through on DA, who's trying to tuck tail and leave. Lyran, the boys move away. Considering how divided they were, smart play, mature play. You don't want to be taking this fight, especially with Mika, having known where you were with the nades before. They had a very limited amount of room to move around in that warehouse, given that he'd noticed. I mean, I know what you were saying about kind of how the warehouses previously were, especially with some of the elevation you can get. But knowing that he'd sniffed him out, yeah, you had to get out of there.
Definitely. Circle towards the west we go, and even further west we will go. So Sandstorm was the one to predict the circle. And once again, it's Twisted Minds. I feel like just Mother Nature has it out for Twisted Minds today, as they can't see anything. They're driving down, trying to regroup on Spiro, as they know, of course, that the mountain that Navi is still in position of will get shifted out. So if you're, foot all these teams out towards the east, quite a tricky journey ahead. And a snowstorm to rotate through as well.
Let's be real, not many forces can shut down Twisted Minds, so forces of nature are going to be after the things to try and do it.
Yeah,
not easy.
Not easy at all. See, I mean, honestly, in terms of rotation timing, it couldn't really have come at a better time for some of these teams to try and avoid confrontation. When have we ever seen this many teams, as you can see in the minimap, drive so close to each other with little to no casualties? Now, Ruin does fall, but not a whole lot more comes through from it. And Tropic flying forward as well. Where are they planning on going?
It's bold and it's a late game one, so maybe it's going to work, maybe not. It really depends on how many people have eyes on this straight away. They're also racing Ascend here to try to get to that. Formation Game is going to try and shoot them out of the sky as well. Will anybody else turn eyes on this and try and shoot? Looks like Sarvum's going to try and do so. Nailup already goes down to Formation Gaming. Lucarix lands, tries to hold off this position. It looks like Ascend went further, so they're not going to be clashing with them. But this was a bit of a, I guess, a compensation for Entropic, considering the lose one.
Yeah, they wanted the position that Ascent took right in front of them. The issue with this spot now is they don't have any cars. So how the hell do you make use of it? And more importantly, how do you get away from there? Should it come to that, a circle or two from now, we'll have to wait and see for Entropic what they're going to be able to make of this match. In the meantime, the teams that couldn't just fly over towards the circle are forced to brawl it out on the west. And this is the exact new area that we were just talking about. Now let's see it in effect.
I mean, I get why all of these, a team like Entropic would want to go for an E pickup, considering what I was talking about with the rotations that go past where Na'Vi was. It is treacherous as anything. We were talking about 10 minutes ago to try and get through there when teams have already perched up. And BBL, as well as Vorpal, both teams, well, I was about to say both teams don't really have that many points. It's BBL that's still on one. Vorpal's actually done all right. 18 points so far. That sits them in what I would consider an extreme mid-pack right now.
Yeah, definitely.
For their first showing, I think it's good so far.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They're literally a couple of points out of top 5. So despite the place on the leaderboard might be misleading, they are very much in the race.
Big move here for BBL. Where are they going to go? Because it has to be kind of extreme to try and make something work. One of the cars hits a rock during all of that. That felt... These coupes, man, they sit so low and they catch on anything.
Yeah, when you thought things couldn't get worse for BBL, we continue to get surprised. Let's see now if Rustenmark can at least find Umbra. Headshot connected, one apiece. As Umbra forced to heal on up. Same thing for Rustenmark, though, as the circle does swing towards the north. I think more people thought it was going to go further west, but actually it's not the worst case for these teams trying to make their way on in. The only issue right now is that FaZe are the team that you have to battle once you come through all of this brawling on the edge.
Yeah, they are going to be salivating at the idea of these teams finishing this up on the east side, because now with that road there that you were alluding to at the beginning of this game, it's so open for teams to try and bypass them. So they've got a perfect point, an anchor point to try and hold out all of those teams to the east. And if you want to go a little bit more south than that, Na'Vi's going to hold you as well. The east side's going to be a killing field.
Sure is. Samla as well. 0 points so far. Need to get something going. Oh, the worst timing for a knock there as well. They're not even going for him? No, I don't think they are. They're just going to run on off. Of course, phase 4 damage hurts enough for you not to be able to get the res on up unless if you have a jammer pack. Of course, a blue backpack, whatever you want to call it. So forced to make the run on forward. Prioritize trying to make their way into the circle themselves.
Vorpal still managed to get across the road, though. I'm okay with that.
I like this rev a lot.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
No, but I mean, they're inside the circle, and all the commotion on the north that they could have become part of, they completely avoided. So, pretty wise. They're outside nade range from base. All they really have to worry about right now is the teams above.
Rustamar opens things up on Neeks with a nade, trying to move up against this warehouse wherever they can, but Semler is not really giving them too much room, but it will be shut down. Smash with a few extra knocks here and there, shutting down Semler. But what do you do now? How do you get across this road? How do you keep playing this game out?
BBL right now, it ain't pretty, but points are points, I suppose. And same thing, unfortunately, cannot be said for Sabim. Completely dismantled as they try to rotate on the edge, but Twisted Minds, they read it like an open book, and they take them out.
We got ourselves Twisted Minds, as you say, on a position that's a bit dicey, to be perfectly honest. They've got a little bit of room to work with, though, of course, and Perfectix will act as their anchor point. But a Panzerfaust from Lazar to open it up. Oh my, what is going on? Uber tries to crash on in, not going to be successful. Schofield's holding it off, and he continues. What a play.
The 3 Ps from Schofield to deny entry for the team Rabinon, and Exalt completely torn to shreds. Great hold here from Schofield in a spot that is so hard to utilize. But dodging and weaving, and on top of that, actually now going to be able to get Lazar back on his feet too.
Great stuff coming out. Howl back on some form here to start things off for PEC Fall. He knew that they had a bit of a rough time midway through the year after winning Spring. But this 30 points is a great start for them. Foot, though, Beamy actually being taken out by Fairest. Fairest is a bit of a machine here at the moment for Na'Vi, trying to salvage the situations for them.
Yeah, and for Foot Esports, I mean, they started off with a win, a 15-point game 1, and haven't really been able to get a whole lot going since then. Now, 8C does manage to find the knock on Alia, but I think it's just delaying the inevitable, as the entirety of Na'Vi is kind of on the hunt here.
Fairest gonna get him. Get ready. Oh no, he's being shot from the distance. We live again here. Should be out to this dead to rights as long as they're all able to focus down on this, and he will go down. Example is up, but for how long?
I like how he's going for points. Might as well. I mean, you're solo left alive if you can find some on the edge. With 37 still alive, you're maybe not anticipating that you'll get placement points off of it. So might as well see if you can deny the entry here for Na'Vi altogether. BBL will fall in the end of it. Out in 12th they go, but again, at least some points. It's not been a good day for them, but if they can finish in that mid-pack as well, again, as you were saying before, James, look at 12th through 5th, essentially. It's just 5 points. If they can finish off with one good game, it's not been pretty, but at least it's going to be decent enough for them to get things going tomorrow.
Yeah, the mid-pack's extreme, which I didn't think I'd be saying as early as this in the tournament, but here we are. 8C still holding this angle wherever he can. Wise to do so, because he knows that the backstab will come in straight away if given the opportunity here from Na'Vi. And Twisted Minds still just moving on in. They did lose a 1 to try and get themselves in here. But a circle like this on the edges, unless you're already center like Howl is, like they were able to hold off those big moves into the middle as well, the edges are going to be pretty treacherous.
I do like the idea that HC isn't playing inside the building, that there's no back wall for them to lob a nade through. It would be pretty difficult, if not impossible, for them to get in with that. But now, trying to dodge and weave, gets a safety, maybe allow for other teams to deal with Na'Vi for him. But as I say that, here comes FaZe full speed forward. Not what HC was hoping for.
No, definitely not. Didn't want to kind of reunite with old teammates like this, I think. Although they don't realize he's playing it slow. Oh, now they do.
Does he get him? Does he get more? No bullets left in the chamber, and that's going to be him now. Gustav able to take him out as James instantly finds one more FaZe.
What?
Just rocking up on all cylinders. Vex those 4. Things get a little too hot for him there. And Alia, the current top damage dealer coming into this game, trying to make something happen, but not to be. Na'Vi out in 8th.
James and Gustavs are absolutely popping off in this game so far. Brilliant stuff from FaZe, who once again, after 2 chicken dinners, is looking to reaffirm some extra EU strength here on the battlegrounds. We Live Again, though, has a bit of a vantage point over the 3 boys down there in the compound, trying to use some of that utility. Vex is down. Maybe they can kind of finish off a little bit more of this if they've got a tiny bit more utility. I assume does not.
We mentioned it coming into PGS2, and we saw it in action during PGS2. The change of roles within the FaZe roster. It's just amazing to see how James have stepped in as the kind of full-on IGL of the team. Gustav now playing more of a flank role, kind of similar to what James was doing in the past. Now James more so aligning with Vex in up-close fights. Of course, right now, not twice the case. As I think James is forced to stay in this 3-1 split. Now he's going to leave, but just overall, I mean, the way the FaZe stand are approaching the game now with the new IGL in play, it's really, really good to watch.
Very nice. James losing a bit of a tire there on this vehicle, so not exactly the easiest of transitions with that car across this terrain, and realizing that if you try and slow roll out of that smoke, you're just going to get blasted out by Howl here. So he's going to play it out a little bit longer, try and provide some what would be supporting fire against We Live Again if they're able to stretch, but DA has the off angle.
How did Lyron spot it was through the back window of the vehicle? I thought as James thought that nice. Vehicle had him perfectly covered, but headshot, body shot to follow. James, I think, caught a bit by surprise in that one.
Lyron with the laser eyes. I'm okay with it. As FaZe here trying their best as 3 to just stick around. James will just act as, I assume, some information for a little while. Lyron finishes him off. And here goes formation once again with a big send on through here. Maybe this is going to be more fodder for Howl if they're not careful.
Yeah, but it's only 2 that have made their way up the hillside. Ironic did get rest, of course, with Twisted Minds being the ones to find the knock. They are well aware that there's still formulation players in the building down below. Correxy holding his fire for a little while longer than DMRs usually would, but of course trying to line up the one-shot headshot. It's a bit too much of a distance maybe for it to be a one-shot, but still a lot of damage coming through.
Look, right, we are contractually obliged to have 1 P90 every game today, and I'm okay with it. Let's go, DA. All right. I can't believe it. I'm so happy.
No, just all over the place. All over the place. Lyron, again, trying to make something happen here for DA. They're all together. They're up close. They got all 4 players alive. As I say that, Lyron almost taken down, but able to stay put for a little while longer. At least should be able to get the first hit off as well.
Let's see now. Formation still sending some nades over. Ironic. Oh, brilliant start here for him to be able to put in the boot. But Lyron pops over this hill, able to do a lot of damage. But here comes Howl. Yeah. Perfect timing by them. The third party comes at an exactly right moment.
Yeah, but might have been a little overzealous. And I like the fact that we see Howl try and go aggressive here. Again, we've said it before. We said it in the previous game too. Howl, you have a chance to aggress, but you opt not to. Is it going to work for you or against you? This time around works out perfectly. Schofield, 4 kills already in this match. As we do see formulation get taken out. Simply impossible for them to make it up that hillside in the end.
It's CIS and Turkey fighting it off. Hey, a bike. We've got ourselves We Live Again, just still moving around on the south side of the circle. Not a whole lot of cover to work with in terms of transition points. But one good thing for We Live Again is apart from Howl, everybody's kind of busy. So We Live Again can potentially make some transitions here off the fact that we have Twisted Minds and the solo of DA a bit stuck.
P90. And what better place to have it than up close issue is. Perfectix bests him with the Skyle in hand. The off angle worked out exactly the way that he wanted it to. And who knows, Perfectix with the P90, not exactly the worst combo either.
I'll take it, since he's my captain. We've got ourselves him throwing that nade, though, forwards. No, going to actually think about that differently. Lou gets... Wait, what? I've never seen a nade bounce that aggressively.
Nope, well, it did, and he found the nut. So everything that he wanted and more is what he was given with it. But now We Live Again taking full advantage of the high ground position. I was just going to say, how can Matt not see him from where he's positioned? But in the end, it's actually going to be Hopper with the knock.
I just realized it didn't bounce. It just so happens to be that a nade was thrown in as a nade was being thrown out.
There you go.
I'm so stupid.
There you go.
Never mind.
Good for you. You are getting old. I mean, it's only fair. It's only fair. Perfectix finds one, has in fact picked up the P90. And for Twisted Minds here, again, a team that usually we like to think of as they play so well when they have info to play off of. Give them one day and they'll come back super strong. They don't need that right now. They're up there in the top of the leaderboard. Maybe not in first place, but after this game, that might just be the case.
I mean, let's be real. This is a Twisted Minds that once again on the international stage as they go down, got second place again. So, of course, they want to be absolutely gunning it for PGC. But at the same time here, Schofield's going to deny there's no way you're going to take on We Live Again as 4-man. Understandable. They win the game out from that south side. They had so much room to work with, Toby, for actually a really good portion of this game. And they were able to flex and take the opportunities with it.
I mean, they backfilled incredibly well in this match. They understood that there's a lot of action taking place in front of them. And yes, they could take part in it, but why not let the opposing teams wound one another and then just come in and take what's left? And effectively them taking what's left turned into a double-digit kill win. So huge 20-point game for We Live Again here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, looking at how this terrain plays out as well, I think that you wouldn't be remiss if a lot of these teams on the edge, like we saw, actually kind of slowly bled out and really couldn't find themselves decent like checkpoint locations to try and move into circle again and again and again. But We Live Again, I mean, I think they did very well on that south side to be able to ward off the potential threats that were coming their way. Like Twisted Minds, for example. The Twisted Minds could have pushed hard on that west side and really caused them some commotion, but they did a really good job of pushing them slowly to take other fights elsewhere.
Exactly. Forcing them into one another truly helped out for them. And also just understanding not only how to approach the game, but just like the overall thought process in this game, I think was very, 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 very good in order to bring them that win.
All right, well, studio time. Let's head over to Avenger, Saga, and, of course, Tech Girl to figure out every little thing that was going on.
Only we had enough time to figure out every little thing that's going on, but we'll talk about some of the big picture stuff that we got to see here. Avenger, I feel like after the first two games, Twisted Minds were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. You were very tough on them. I told you to be nicer, but it turns out I was wrong. You were tough, and it's paid off because now they're in contention for that top spot.
Yeah, I'm sure they listened to me being tough on them, and then they stepped it up. It's 100% the reason.
I'm just creating a story, you know?
I'm joking. No, for sure, yeah. They're able to step it up here in this case, and they're able to, you know, take control of some really good terrain, make really good decision-making throughout. But We Live Again here, able to jump in with 10 kills, double-digit kill win here, so fantastic for them. But then again, they also need to have more good games, otherwise they're, you know... Yeah, they're not going to be able to stay inside the top 8 if it's only just that one good game, because their game so far leading up to it has not been just in there. Again, we're considering the 75-point mark to be the cutoff.
This is where it gets difficult, right, Saga? Because for some of these teams, they've got to be consistent if they want to finish in the top 8. But you're going up against Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, FaZe, Foot, legends of the game.
That's definitely an issue. I guess it's there where you're thankful that you only need top 8 and you don't need top 3, or, you know, if you get into the grand finals, you need top 1. Then it's a really big problem. But it's entirely possible just to dodge out of the way and take fights against team like BBL, who seem to be struggling instead. That seems to be a way to get points. Samler is just gunning them very effectively every time they run into each other, although this game it did finally go BBL's way, which is great to see. But it definitely, it says a lot that maybe 75 is perhaps slightly an overestimation, given the fact that we've got so many teams that are within 1 or 2 points of 20 right now, and we're almost at the halfway point of the day. So it's going to be very close, and definitely much closer than the tournaments we've seen in the past.
Let's take a look at the scoreboard from that last game, and of course We Live Again taking the chicken dinner. A really good performance from them, and they're 20 points. They're going to be quite happy with that, Saga.
Yeah, I think it's very fair to say that 20 points, again, like they had 19 points coming into this game. They pick up another 20, and suddenly they're borderline top 3, and it may well be enough that one big game just clinches it out. If things stay as close and as hotly contested as they currently are, this could be a very big deciding game for them.
Let's take a look now. We've just heard that from Saga that We Live Again might be able to push themselves right on up, and they do just that. Avenger, they're now sitting in 5th place, so shaking up the sport. It's still over. I mean, I would argue, I know we've got one more game of the day. We've got 6 more games tomorrow. I still feel like it's pretty open for a lot of these teams. If they want to get there, they can.
Yeah, it could definitely end up being, you know, the top teams vacuuming up all the points, and it's going to be even lower cutoff. Could be 65, 70 even for all I know. But yeah, as you see here, with just one game to go, 25 currently, it's extremely close. And with Hal being very consistent in terms of the placement points, they're tied first with FaZe. But they just need a little bit more kills there, and then they're going to be comfortable in the top 4. But yeah, We Live Again. Good to see them pop in with this, and that just means, you know, if you're in one of these big middle pack teams that are currently sitting around the 20-point mark, one good game and you're going to be sitting a little bit more comfortable. I feel like, you know, you're going to be having your 3, 4, 5-point games, and then you have to have 2 decent games, like 2 double-digit games, and you're going to be into the top 8 here once we're done with things.
I want to have a very tough conversation about digital athletics and BBL, so we're going to do that right after the break.
Pass out. Come in. No,
Prime
not
pass.
coming. Sending away.
Oh, shooting buggy.
Shooting buggy. Oh.
Stop them, Green.
I'm going to shot from my back. Up me.
Yeah, don't knock him above you.
Nice. One behind blue.
Right in the container, sir. Knock the left.
Right low. Check twice.
One is straight.
Netting the close guy.
One is straight. I got one.
In the blue, though.
Close guy left. Nice. They're gonna race up on like away.
Probably just getting the gun down while you can with that knock.
We'll be playing here next zone.
Wonder from middle track. Boss.
Yeah. We'll be playing here next zone, by the way.
Me too. I don't know where
we can reset now. We can reset.
Yeah, maybe tilt.
On my left, one guy. Somewhere orange.
Inside my house, one.
Insta.
Yes. Nice.
Different team.
Still novice somewhere. Yeah, on the wall on green. I'm mollied. I'm near knocked.
It's different team. One dead.
We're moving into the final match of day number 1 here in the upper bracket, and we have to talk about these two teams because they are fans. They are names that have been staple in competitive PUBG here in EMEA for a while. Digital Athletics and BBL. BBL currently still in single digits when it comes to points. Digital Athletics not that far away from them. Avenger, why are they playing so badly?
You know, it's a rough thing to start off because it's been a long break since they had like a big tournament like this, right? So the meta slightly changes a little bit, and also there's a lot of mental that probably is not in the right spot right now. You know, it's if you have a rough couple of first games, then you gotta be able to reset, and if you're not, then it's just gonna be rough. I will say though, what we heard from them and kind of their comms, it did sound like they're taking it extremely calm and they're just kind of rolling with the punches with whatever happening. So I'm not too worried just yet. I know they're capable of pulling up great things once we get into like further games, and yeah, they're gonna take today with a slap on the face and then step up and do great things tomorrow, and then hopefully for the last game they're gonna have a good showing here.
Before we carry on this conversation, do not forget some good news, of course. The PGC 2022 champion skins from Na'Vi are now available. They are limited, so you need to get them, well, at the limited time available, so you need to get them before October 25th. And we are giving away a skins bundle. You just need to tweet at PUBG Esports, use the hashtags, tell us something interesting, and you could win. I want to pick up exactly what Avenger just said. You're not too worried. Twisted Minds plays 2 games, just 2 games, and you're complaining about them and saying that they need to up their game and whatever. BBL is in single digits, Saga, and Avenger's like, I'm not too worried. Should he not be? Like any BBL fan right now should be worried.
I think it's fair to be worried, but also Twisted Minds stepped up their game. So now that DA and BBL have been called out, there's no way that they could possibly have another disaster and end the day with 0 placement points. Surely it can't possibly happen on brand new Miramar. But it has been a lot of tough fights on the edge, and in particular it's the wildcard teams that have been causing problems. It's Vorpal Swords, Samler. Quite often we knew that they had the potential to throw a bit of a spanner in the works to teams that might have more sort of set rotation paths and suddenly find themselves fighting and then third-partied, and it all falls apart extremely quickly, which is kind of why I liked what we saw from Foot on Vikendi, where they got third-partied, backed away, and then re-engaged and cleaned up the fight. If BBL can maybe take that approach, slightly adjust it, could work out much better for them.
You two are so nice. I gave you all the arsenal to just take these 2 teams out by the knees, and neither of you would take the bait. I don't know if I'm disappointed or impressed, but there we go. What do you think about BBL and Digital Athletics' performance? Are you still rooting for them? Are you a fan? Let us know in the chat. Let us know on Twitter. We want to hear from you. And you know who else I want to hear from? Because it is the last time we get to hear from them today. Kai Laris, Toby, our 2 voices in game. I've had so much fun listening to them. I'm sure you have as well. They are going to be taking us into the final Miramar of the day.
But unfortunately for you, it's not the last time you'll ever hear from me. I'm here to stay alongside Toby. We have got ourselves another murmur to go.
Yeah, it's good, and I actually kind of want to hear from you as well. Now that Sam was asking both Martin and Saga, BBL, with the lineup that they've got in terms of individual capabilities and skill set, and just experience in the team, what's happening? Because it's not just today, it's not just this tournament. I mean, Foot hasn't been at Globals, but they've been close. BBL, they seem to struggle. And that's putting it lightly.
Honestly, I couldn't tell you without knowing what's going on internally, right? Like, there could be things that we're unaware of. There could be, gelling issues, leadership issues. I have no clue, but you're right. Nothing's sticking today. Hopefully it sticks tomorrow. Hopefully it sticks in this game. I mean, maybe, they're dropping an El Pozo here. Maybe they get themselves a circle. It's not really the circle, but, it's good enough to transition to. So we're okay for the moment.
Yeah, it should be all right. And I think for BBL, their saving grace, as we kind of alluded to in the previous game, and as it was also somewhat brought up on desk, is because the top 3 teams are racking up as many points as they are like a half-decent game away from effectively top 10. So, so it's not by any stretch of the imagination over and done, and it's not a top 1 to go to PGC, nothing else matters. they quote-unquote just need top 8. But it, of course, is a very difficult lobby to just get top 8 in.
It definitely is, especially with some teams that are coming in from the qualifiers that are also able to flex their muscles a little bit, right? Like We Live Again, for example. This is a team that has a lot of veterans on it of the scene, not really that easy to topple over, and obviously is able to get wins. So all of these extra threats that enter the fray that that can just get wins over you, it's not enough to just be veterans now. It's not enough to just be veterans like Michael, like Rustamar, like these guys. A lot more needs to click than just that.
And you know what I think is evening the playing field even more than just individual skill? Because as you're alluding to, all these players have it. Like, put them in a 1v1, they can all beat each other under the right circumstances. They're all that good. The thing is, 2023, in terms of when you think back to how, I don't want to say stale, but how repetitive PUBG has been in terms of adding new things and whatnot, PUBG has been the polar opposite of that. So even if you have 6 years of competitive experience, you can come in with 1 or 2, but if you have the same mechanical skill, it's as if things have kind of been reset, with Taiko being added, with Vikendi being added, with new weaponry, utility, you name it, being added. It's as if, as you were saying, veterancy just ain't gonna cut it no more.
Not in its entirety, no. It's been a wild year. Like, I actually thought it was gonna be how do I describe this? More toned back than this, but they were like, okay, let's just do everything at once. With Panzerfaust, with Mortars, with Sandstorms, with Snowstorms, with Vikendi, with Tago. Well, Tago was in a little bit earlier, right? But as we see these fights unfolding, Panzerfaust was in hand, but not going to be utilized too much. Celtic's going to be moving up as well. Sandstorm is going to be hitting this while this is going on, so if they're not careful, they'll be moving slowly. Tick's going to go down here. Quepper goes around the corner, hits Metralius very quickly.
Gotta heal up. Gotta heal up as fast as he can to continue to be more of an effect in this fight as Nux get pulled out through. Both teams taking casualties in this one. Voltamon literally 0 bullets to work with. Fortunately for him, does manage to pick up some from his fallen opponent. Nice audible Q, but not gonna be enough. As Lyron, sole survivor, should he be able to get Hewith up, there will be 2, and that's exactly the amount of HP that he currently has to work with.
And that's 2 Mirrors Mars in a row that Pacific has gone down early here. They went down early to Ascend in the previous game, and now they've gone down early here to Digital Athletics. So 15th place will be their end for today, unless BBL is able to win out this game. But again, look at the team like Pacific. They come in from the qualifiers. The MENA region in general, awesome at this game. A bunch of veterans, but sometimes it's not enough because you're going up against DA, Ascend, all of these teams in the early game, and they will go gun to gun with you.
And also, while I'm saying that, that there are certain teams that would usually play well with info and they're still coming off to a good start, it is day 1 in a 4-day, or make that a 3-day span. They're only going to be halfway through by the end of this. They can come back in tomorrow and turn things around. It's been a chaotic. Even Erangel, which usually is the map that tends to play out the most calm, hell's blazing from start to finish. So sometimes, those situations, those matches just work against you. And I think for a team like Pacific, they were on the receiving end of a lot of the bad flips on on the chaos today.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It is a tough one. Well, we're on board with Foot at the moment, who started off the day with a win and now found themselves in 9th place. Aside from a few kills here and there in the previous game, it's been steady going, I want to say, for them. Which is a nice way of saying not great in the past couple of games.
Yeah, they kicked off things with a win, and not a flashy win, but a well kind of controlled win for these esports, that is. And ever since then, also on the receiving end of chaotic mid-game situations that I think is maybe a lot of what Elrain was talking about when I talked to him earlier. For Na'Vi, they were trying to stay clear of. As much as Na'Vi has been able to kind of avoid all of that for esports, alongside with Pacific as well, have just been kind of pulled right into it.
Well, we have ourselves good old Sarvum, who are sat in some small hills, small creeks here, as all of these teams now jostle for position, find themselves the compounds that they want. Look at that, what a surprise. Guess who's up there? Good old Batulins, doing his thing.
Some things just never get old. The man who quite... can we say that he invented the mountain goading meta? I feel like we can. I don't recall ever seeing any, like either NA, Asia, you name it, in competitive play. I don't think I ever saw anyone utilize like high mountain top stuff with bikes and whatnot before Batulins did.
I mean, if he didn't, he mastered it. Let's be real, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So. I think we can also give him the credit of inventing it. I'm sure someone in chat will say, actually, I in 2018 did. Yep, I don't care. I think Batulins did it.
Yeah, they've literally got second place at every single international that's ever existed. Look, I'll go with Batulins being the mastermind.
Although it might be a little bit twisted.
All right. That was as bad as Martin's howl thing earlier that Sam was not happy with.
That's the thing, James. I just do a lot of jokes. So whenever I hit a good one, people forget about the bad ones.
Yeah, the one common denominator between you and Martin is Danish. I have to deal with you guys all the time. And then we have Wacky Jackie on the desk at PGS2. And another Dane. Unreal.
Absolutely amazing. What can I say? What can I say? Circle up towards the north again. I mean, most teams already in a pretty decent position. The only ones making their way in late, Whirlpool alongside Ascent. Ascent, of course, not a team that is in any way an unusual late arriver to these parties. But I think in a circle like this well, even more so, there's just nothing to come for early. And once again, I'm kind of keen to see what Michael's average survival time has been today. I think it's somewhere along the lines of 6 minutes.
Look, Michael's one of my favorite players. Don't do that to my boy, okay? Like, please let off the previous UK PNC champion.
It's been tough. And I think, I mean, as you were saying, we don't know what happens behind the doors of the BBL roster. But if there is anything going on, and this is not me, saying that there is, it's just if there's anything like that going on within any given team and they have a day like this where everything just works against them, that is really going to test them. That is really going to go out and just, I mean, you don't really get challenged any better, I suppose, than having to overcome a tough day like this.
Yeah, they're gonna have to grapple with that one. It's gonna be difficult to kind of reset mind-wise coming into the next day. But if anything, it is an opportunity to do a reset. It is a full extra day, but a huge hard shift down towards that southeast side, and BBL will not be benefiting from that. Likewise, Navi's going to start moving, but at least they'll have an entry point on the east side, considering it wasn't that congested.
No, I mean, this circle shift, as hard shifty as it is, does allow for some pretty easy transitions, both in the north. The issue is for BBL, speaking of, and Exhalation as well, having to make their way in from the side of the circle they're currently on now. Not going to be all that easy with the amount of teams in front of them. Actually, I would hope to see BBL opting to rev all the way south around now. They can't, there's nowhere for BBL to enter behind Exalt in this circle. They have to try and rev further around it.
Yeah, and also that northwest side, when you're trying to enter, you're going to, drive over the hills? No, you're probably going to try and take the roads, and so those are all become huge choke points, right, from northwest. Yeah. So, major wrap, try and come in kind of maybe west of San Martin in one of those roads might be more beneficial for you, especially if someone like Ascend, who is probably coming in late anyway, tries to go a little bit more further into this circle. So there is opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Sabim, are they aware that they have Entropic players right up above them? Now they should be, because the vehicles will give that audio cue across. Baron shoots forward. Nothing more being done, though, than at least forcing away the opponents.
Punch in the air. Hit that air. Get it.
Well, can't hit with bullets. Might as well try with your fists. I like that. I mean, now that I think about it, I'm not sure I'd actually do. Sabim were inside the circle. They were in the warehouse west of where DA is. They rotated out of the circle and now have to kind of come up with a new approach from the north. The thing is, when you're in the north side of this, where the hell do you play from? You already have Entropic in front of you. You just saw them rotate ahead of you. Where do you go?
They might try hard wrap east. It's difficult, I suppose, or it's an option. but
it's a
not an
rotation.
amazing one.
Yeah. It is.
But it is a rotation. It's moving.
Mm-hmm.
It's moving.
Yeah, I mean, you get the miles in, but I'm not sure it's the direction you want to be headed here. I mean, there aren't as many teams on that side, and I think that's the reason they're doing it. But I think there's also a good reason why there aren't that many teams over there. There just ain't as much to play around, especially not if you have FUT Esports with full control of the east side, kind of mountain peak. It's going to be hard to follow that, but we'll see how Savim opts to or manages to make things happen on their north side travels.
Hal's got to be happy with their 2-2 split in terms of space control, but not necessarily covering angles. If one of them gets rocked up on quickly, they will be very difficult to support each other. Therefore, it's more likely to just be a straight in cars and run away type of 2-2 split.
Beamy pulling arm up here, finds the first one, will get traded instantly after. And good thing for Na'Vi that they get him down because they are caught in a split. Good thing for them is, though, that FUT also not grouped up whatsoever. Vart caught with a nade in hand, able to back off, though.
Am I the only person that was scared of that gas can when he came around the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Could easily go wrong. Easily go wrong. Smoke's been deployed, trying to buy some time. Both, of course, Vart to get his teammates to join him, but also for Melman to join his teammates. And Na'Vi Example already down early on. Once again, a game with Example out early. Not what Na'Vi would want, despite the fact they're set up in second place already.
Circle shifts north of San Martin, so all of those teams, like, for example, Ascend, who came in late and beamed it straight to the middle of that circle, are going to be sitting pretty and happy with it. You can see it in the bottom right-hand corner in the pip. A pip and a pip and a pip here for that one. Whilst we have Fair still trying to hold strong here against FUT. They've done plenty today of Na'Vi. They've got to be very happy with the performance so far. So is Fairist, who's trying to bombard the position of 8.
Yeah. I think whether you get the kill or not, just deny him opportunity to pull on up and help out. But having said that, not going to matter. Vart double headshot with the Scar in hand. A lot of Scar-Ls in play for both these teams right now. Not something you see too often as they try to make something happen in this area of the map that is currently outside the next circle. Not optimal to have to fight for this for neither two teams. But I think for FUT Esports, more so than Na'Vi, they really want to come out victorious.
And whoever comes out of it might try wrap down towards Hacienda. But still, this roof actually quite useful here for Alia. T-Bone realizes it. Gonna have to dash into the house to make sure that you can negate some of that angle. Very important there for him to find some cover.
Yep, nice flash. Ooh. Been locked on out. Great timing for T-Bone. Heard the footsteps and able to get the knock fast enough that Alia can't do a whole lot about it. Vart peeks on up, spots him, takes him out. Nice. Clean sweep for Na'Vi. As I say that, yes, they should be able to get 80 up as well. So only losing one. That was Beamy. He was the only one here early on. But with the arrival of the remaining 3 players, they're able to stay alive.
Na'Vi can have a rest. As I said, during that fight, they've done enough today. They've had a really good start to PEC fall. So good stuff for them. For FUT, this is much needed points. Moving on through now. And actually are looking to just start moving to straight west. Maybe down into water treatment, which is currently taken up by Sarvin.
Yeah, or at least for now, for T-Bone, you can see get up on the mountain, scout forward again. They came in far northeast in this circle. They shouldn't have any clue whatsoever of what's happening in front of them. Yes, of course, they were probably assuming that the vast majority of compounds down here will be taken, but they haven't had eyes on really anything. So now is your chance. Spend the next 15 seconds wisely before you have to rotate again.
Yeah, for sure. He just get no information from there. Difficult. Lyran, likewise, the information he has is how many bolts are on that wheel. Beyond that, not much else himself after the dismay that occurred earlier. Formation, a really good compound, actually. Potentially a winning compound, considering this circle. The only time this really becomes a significant problem is, well, of course, if it shifts away from it, but also if multiple teams crash it at the same time and you're trying to hold every building and every angle.
Also something we rarely ever see, because the only approachable spot you really have is that northern side. You can wrap kind of underneath and pull up on it, but because the wall is there, it's very difficult to pull up on. As you were saying, a company that you can usually win games from, but that's because, just like former Junkyard, which is now a truck stop, it also has a bit of a magnet on it that likes to yoink circles in its direction.
And as to be expected, kind of for FUT's approach, they kind of had to dip down towards Hacienda del Patron because coming in, water treatment coming in along that road, which is just very open, or the compound that Volpal Swords is holding, not easy. So having to find an alternate angle, very impressive to find that move. But unfortunately, Entropic already loses one. Mexi was miles away during this. As well, this is a salvage play if I've ever seen one.
You know what? If you're gonna be 3 in a minivan and you only lose 1 on rotation, I think that's to be considered a.
It's okay.
Kind of. This is all right. We expected worse when we did this, and we are alive. So yeah, we'll take it.
You're right. I expect the absolute worst when you get in one of those little minivan things. They're truly horrific.
Yep, they sure are, and having 3 in them ain't gonna make things any better. For now, 1 rotation comes to fruition. Second one up is going to be Vorpal. Unlucky timing for your Karim to go down, but the rest should be possible, even with the blue closing in. Can they regroup on the gas station, though, or does Howl manage to deny them that entry?
Trying to move on. Rolf here with Foot still putting up pressure against them. Foot's actually, on a little bit of a wave here, trying to find themselves an attack move, an attack formation against this. Varge cooking up a nade to try and throw it across. Meanwhile, in the distance, Spiro's doing quite a bit of damage to Exalt. Rolf just going to chug it on down. Can Milo do anything on this? As he's trying to find a little bit of wiggle room, maybe a bounce of a nade. Flash onto nothing, unfortunately. Oh, what an angle from Vard!
I like the idea of 2 of the Foot players pulling up in the compound with 80 staying behind to kind of play overview, see if anyone is peeking early, get a knock off of that, and then them, once 80 opts to push up and help out up close, they hold the aggression. They say, we gotta stop, we gotta wait for the cavalry to arrive, now 80 are great, now we push again. They come in, they find one more, but look at what's happening south of this clip on your minimap. It's slowly creeping on in as we hop on over to Howl. Easy dismantling of Lyron. That's DA out in 14th.
Tough stuff, but to be expected after that beginning for them, unfortunately. And Foot still holding Rolf to account. He is not making a noise, not a peep, not a squeak here. He's got to be a bit scared. Twisted Minds, though, not really scared of Exalt, what they're bringing to the table here. As Fate is going to be going down pretty soon as Spiro finds himself the right angle.
You'd have to imagine he stays counted for. Spiro sprays on through. Can't quite connect anything. So Fate stay alive for a little while longer, but nope. There you go. Lou able to find him in the end.
Yeah. All right by Twisted Minds. Big names at the top, really doing very well to start things off for today. And, formation.
That's a circle we haven't seen before.
Well, if you're formation, you're laughing, right? I mean, this is the prime opportunity for them to get a win on the board against, again, some of the apex predators of this lobby.
Yeah, sure is. Sure is. But again, I mean, as little as we ever see anyone pull up in this compound, they still have to kind of account for the possibility of it happening. They need to maintain full control of especially those barn buildings, the hay buildings on the southern side, hay buildings, whatever you want to call them, on the southern side, because that's usually what's crashable. But with both the hillside to the west and the compound on the southern side still in play, there isn't really anywhere anyone can pull up on them. So, no, I mean, formation, they're all kinds of golden right now.
Tough for any team trying to crash on in. This is going to be difficult. Sarvam is looking to make a move. They know that water treatment has served its purpose, kept them alive for this long, but you can't stay here for long. And now, ascend across the valley against FaZe. Their barrels bearing down on you here. Vex is able to get one on CCNX to start things off. James finishes it off. They're crashing across the road from them, but they're in nade range now.
Not sure what the play is here. I mean, there's a Panzerfaust in hands. I think that's kind of underlining what the idea was. We go in, we explode everything, and then we just see what happens. And Sarvin, well, they got to see what happened, and now, well, they get to finish their day in the 11th.
That's a very American mindset, right? We go in, bang, 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 done.
So we started shooting, and then, yep, that's it. And then it went downhill from there. And, well, speaking of downhill from there, so it goes for We Live Again. As I say that, it might actually be the other way around. Twisted Minds, Spiro, and Lou, the only 2 players on their feet right now, trying to stay put, trying to hold the angle. Warning, of course, Petulance back on his feet, but not easy to commit to the rest here right now with 3 players still alive on the side of We Live Again. Nice angle, though, for Lou as he finds the first.
Yeah, Lou's blasting and finds that perfect little move here. Spiro still in the blue against Hello My Bad, tries to go for the trade, but Hello My Bad will take it in turn. And CEST finishes it off. Twisted Minds out. Their road done for the day. And we live again after a victory, taking some more scalps.
FaZe alive with 4 as well. They've been creeping in from the north. Then they took out Sarvim. And now, I mean, already in first place by 8 points down to Twisted Minds. If they can up the gap here coming into day 2, that would be absolutely huge.
Chilling now on the edge of this circle. Chilling. Where are we going to go? Please center up. Please ruin everybody's day.
Why? Ooh, FaZe. A little bit of
playable.
A gift there. Yeah, they'll take it. They'll take it, not having to move, knowing that multiple other teams on that southern side will have to. Then, who knows, maybe next circle shifts out of the compound too, and then formation. It's going to be on them to get things going. And here is Entropic. Still
Great news, everyone. Entropic is still alive.
Yeah, but they don't have any tires in their pickup truck or their minivan, so now it's effectively just a tank.
I'd rather walk than get back in that minivan. I'm on it.
Yeah, especially without the tires. It might be faster, too.
Yeah. Ugh. Horrific. Terrible. Look at it. Ugh. Yeah, my uncle used to have one when I was a kid. Same thing. The little VW... What was it called? I can't remember. Camper.
You know what we call them in Danish? Folkevognsforbrød. We'll take that another time, though.
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, talk about this.
Yep, exactly. We live again. Trying to fend off against this push coming through from Ascent. Nice timing, I thought, on the side of Ascent, but not sure they were accounting for this position from Relive again. They wanted to set up against FaZe. They wanted to set up against Formation, but little did they expect that there were still 2 players from Relive again up on the hillsides.
CEST's able to hit this. He's taken out almost the entirety of the team here, and this is big. Kiliakai almost down. I mean, they're dead to rights. How are you supposed to defend against this angle? Never mind anybody shooting you from the compound as well here. Gustav actually knocks the man from Howl. So FaZe is still making a meal of this at the moment, but CEST's been able to take names here. 400 damage so far, and Kiliakai is just barely alive.
I'm curious if Ascent just wasn't aware that We Live Again was still up here, or maybe hoping that in case they shoot, then Formation will take them out rather than shooting at us. Because the way they parked their vehicles and the way they kind of proned out, they were very exposed to We Live Again up high. So maybe a bit of lack of info there, or maybe just them saying, you know, we gotta go somewhere, and regardless of where we go, we're gonna be visible to some players.
Yeah, that or straight send. I mean, regardless, right? Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. They weren't going to do anything if they were staying in that compound, and where else were they going to go? Maybe try and crash formation
on the east side. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because they knew that Howl was forced down the hillside, so maybe crash east, but of course, always easy with the hindsight knowledge.
CEST takes Kiliakai. That's CEST getting a ton there. Brilliant stuff from him coming in. And FaZe still alive down towards the bottom. Howl doing all right as well. 48 points on the day. 6 limbs here to start off game 6. But how long do they survive for down there? Not long, I suspect.
No, it's kind of terrible. Not gonna lie. They outside the circle too. The little dip that they have is just exactly outside of this next one. FaZe 6 damage. Hurts like hell. They gotta move forward, and only with smokes to cover, not gonna make things any easier.
No.
Lugarux gets denied that one. You can only imagine that Naleb is gonna do the same.
I thought it was the MK14. I'm just a sucker for an MK14, but it wasn't. It was the blue. So we've got ourselves Howl now trying to move through. Not that many shots left with the MK14, actually, though, here for Gustav. Maybe have to do a little bit of a trade with his buddies. Nice shots. Finishes it off. Howl will actually be the one to take down Naleb. And now they see formation on the roofs, and they know that eventually they have to move.
Nice of formation to, of course, after Ascent leaves, them realizing, great, now we can actually spread out. Now we can try and take control. But they do still have Relive again on the side here. And for Howl as well, as you're saying, yes, they get the kills, but it's also the placement points. They have 2 second places today. They have themselves a 10-kill win as well, and now top 4 once more. So despite the day being chaotic, Howl has wavered the storm, and here they are, top 4 once again.
And with Formation in that compound, Formation has to win this game. They've got to go big on this game here, considering how much control they should be able to exert here as time goes on. Howl is just dead to rights on these rocks. As long as FaZe stays here a little bit longer, they do actually have to move in from this a little bit earlier than Howl does on that rock. So maybe that will give Howl some solace against this. But even the foldable shield, not enough to be able to guard against this.
Gustav trying to take out Howl before they have any chance making their way further up the hillside. Of course, FaZe not inside the circle yet either, having to figure out how are they planning on playing this, and if they can deal with Howl now without formation being able to engage in any of it. That's why they're aggressing. They want to go forward. They want to go aggro. They want full control of the ridge line, and here comes James. No one's peeking on the other side, and just like that, FaZe up to 10 kills as they take out Howl.
That vehicle was like one shot away from eventually ticking down and exploding, but here comes Formation trying to show that they have presence and pressure here against this. Take down Gustav, but James is able to take away Tekker's. Formation might let this slip away from them if they're not careful. James has an amazing angle on the roof. Oh my days.
FaZe just full speed forward. Now they've been playing it passive, they've been playing it slow, but oh, do they know when to aggress and when not. So this time around, pedal to the metal. Full speed forward they go, taking out one and what looked to be a pretty guaranteed Formation Gaming win because they don't deal with We Live Again early enough.
Yeah.
They have no chance of engaging on FaZe Clan.
This is the major problem. If you cannot control this compound and then stave off multiple aggressive moves at the same time, I thought he was going to throw the pan then, you could fall apart. And that's what we're seeing slowly here for Formation Gaming. A almost guaranteed win is slipping away from them. The fact that these two teams have aggressed so well against it.
FaZe knew the importance of clearing the north side before chaos ended on the southern side. If they can beat Formation to effectively take out their close competitor, they can come up victorious. Because look at the circle now. It's shifting north. We're ending literally on the crate. Quite literally on top of the crate is where this game is going to end. Crates always do. We know it. We know it to be true. And FaZe with this ridgeline now, you have to give them the upper hand in coming out victorious here.
This is wild. What a wild ending to this. So after what I would assume was just going to be quite 1, 2, 3 by the numbers, but it's going to be anything but. CEST's played an amazing game here for We Live Again. Off the back of them getting a win in the previous one as well. What a great day here for We Live Again, as it started off a bit shaky, but now they're able to salvage. They have a little tractor to work with, admittedly. You can shoot underneath that, but still, if they need to, it's a desperation move down the line maybe.
I mean, how often, if ever, do we see the team coming off that hillside coming out victorious? Not that We Live Again is guaranteed to do so, but as you're saying, let alone the fact that they've made it this far is incredibly impressive. They had to fight up close against Batulans and Twisted Minds. They come out victorious, then they take out a send-on approach afterwards, and now there's just 2 left alive. They pull up on the shack, they take out one from Formation to rack up, to pull up in this spot and find themselves in top 3.
Well, let's take learnings from FaZe's first win, right? Or the Tego win, right? They were patient. All you have to do for FaZe here is be patient alongside this ridgeline. Wait for eventually the circle to fold down on We Live Again as well as Formation.
Yeah.
And this should be FaZe's, right?
Yeah, I mean, right now, FaZe is in the only spot they should be playing this from is on the far southeastern side, because that's the only spot Formation can leave the compound from where We Live Again don't have a good angle on them.
Yeah,
that's the only place Formation can get a proper 2v2 fight in to then maybe win that and take another 2v2 afterwards. So FaZe Clan saying, we sit here, we don't push, we just sit here, let them know that we're there. That's us forcing them to take the fight. Perfect third-party force, effectively, by FaZe Clan here.
Can't believe that nade bounced off of that cactus, but we have Formulation now moving on through against it. CEST now will shut them down completely. Ironic's just charging through, but this gives an opportunity for FaZe. Will it be 3 on the day here for FaZe? They've played an absolute blinder once again on that ridge line here, and Formulation's going to go down. The blue takes them. FaZe 3 on the day, Toby.
What a way to finish it off, and across 3 different maps as well. A hell of a performance from a very calm and collected FaZe, but again showing us here in the very final game that when they have to aggress, they go straight back to old FaZe Clan, pedal to the metal, full speed forward. Such a nice play. We saw it from James' perspective there. James and how he was driving forward. We were surprised no one was shooting, but that's because Gustav is sat behind, and every single time they try to peek over that rock, bullets were flying their way.
Unreal stuff here from the FaZe boys. And to think, Toby, as well, when we look back at some of their, I guess, more regional based play, it's sometimes been a bit shaky here for the most recent FaZe iteration of this roster. It's not been the heights of 2018 and stuff like that, 2019, but this has been a belter of a day for them.
It sure has. Again, I mean, the The change of IGL, the change of playstyle now for FaZe that we've really, I feel like, seen underlined today of what their game plan is and how they're looking to approach games. It's so calculated. And when you have a lineup with this amount of talent, if they can pull off anything remotely close to a decent day, I mean, they can do this. So, like they just give themselves so many opportunities to get wins, and today they just racked them all up.
Yeah, ridiculous. Great stuff by them. Great to finish this off. And for formulation, just having this compound but not being able to hold it down, it's got to sting a little bit, but to be able to get these points on the board, it's decent enough as a start here for day number 1, Toby.
Yeah, again, I mean, tight mid-pack, exactly where they want to be. Could have gotten a win, not quite the case, but that's what it is.
All right, back to the studio. We're done for day number 1. Let's hear their thoughts before we head off and wrap up.
Thanks so much to Kylaris and Toby. 6 matches here for day number 1 of PEC Fall. 3 of them won by FaZe Clan. They have dominated this lobby. They have clearly made a statement, and I am loving the way they're playing this game, Saga.
It is definitely a look that FaZe Clan fans have been waiting for pretty much ever since this version of the roster came to fruition. It's always been, you know, they've been good, they've performed well, but not quite to this level, and they've always had the potential. I'm pretty sure we've said it every single time we see them play. This is a roster that can completely dominate, not only regionally, but they could continue this level at a global, and it's really nice to finally get to see some hints of it.
Avenger, what do you think it is that's helped them to click coming into PEC4?
I'm sure when we're going to ask any of the guys that's going to come into the interview later, they're going to say it's just too easy of a lobby. Like, we are dominating these kids now. It's just going to be confidence, right? They're coming in with super much confidence, and they know that they have the mechanical skill. And if everything kind of comes to fruition and everything is smooth and oiled up, then it's going to be super nice, especially James.
I'll ask James whether being oiled up has really helped them as they've proceeded. What did we think of that? What did we think of that final murmur as we look at the scoreboard from that game and how these teams did, Avenger?
It's always an interesting one when we have these kind of northern shifts that ended up coming up, jumping on to FaZe Clan right there. So obviously a good one for them to enable them to win the game here. But they fought for 12 kills throughout here. See 22 points for FaZe Clan. Good to see we live again with another 16 points for them. Formulation also another double digits. So overall, an interesting one to end things. How consistency today has also impressed me. It's good to see them step up to the case, and of course a lot of teams that we expect to do well, they're in here, but also a little bit of surprises.
We live again, the wildcard saga. They've had a really good close of the day.
Absolutely have. Huge performance from CEST in the final game as well. And good to see, again, another wildcard team making their way in. Maybe there was a little bit of fumbleation gaming at the end, kind of fumbling the bag on that hard feed on the compound. But just the fact that We Live Again not only was able to clean up Ascend, but then to get down there and actually get into a position to threaten Formulation's hold on the compound was enough to prevent, as they said in the cast, the full push onto FaZe Clan taking the height advantage. They simply did not get the opportunity to do it, and FaZe are more than happy to walk away with a point, even if it comes with a deny to the blue zone at the very end.
77 points for FaZe. They have just, I said that Na'Vi and then we're in a sprint. They've gone way past Na'Vi, and We Live Again, the wild card. We've been talking about them. Look how close it is though between Hal, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, We Live Again, Avenger. This is fun. Halfway through, this is exactly the type of leaderboard you want to see. Yeah,
it's 4 teams, 4 points here to differ them, and it's still, I feel like at this point we can say, unless it's like they have a huge blunder tomorrow, I could say that right now it's only 3 spots tomorrow that's going to be fighting for here. Formulation 16 points up to Hull here, so it's a big gap. But all of our mid-pack teams, like, it's just one good game and you're into the top 8, right? So there's like 3 spots to be really fought for, and yeah, I think maybe if one of the teams in the top 5 fumble, then it could be a chance for them. But I feel like tomorrow we're going to see the same top 5 teams. They're going to continue to get points. Like, they're going to vacuum all the points, and it might, as we talked about and as Saga pointed out, it might be a lower cutoff than the 75 point. It could be, you know, 65, 70, but let's see.
Apparently, according to Avenger, he loves being oiled up, so we thought it would be a great opportunity for us to chat to him. James from FaZe is with us now. Welcome, James.
He's so oiled.
Look at you. I'm so oiled. Well. Avenger, I can't go down. Oh, you are riled up, really. There we go. I have to ask, because Avenger said earlier that if I ask you, it's very obvious that you're going to say this. I said, what has clicked for the team today? And he said the lobby's just too easy. That's what you're going to say. So I'll pose that question to you. What has clicked for the team today?
Well, I mean, sometimes circle comes, sometimes circle go, and today it came.
The squeaky quote, nice.
We also kept 4 people alive till the late game, and yeah, it wasn't all that hard today. I think we had some rough games though, but mostly it was easy.
You made it look
easy lobby. Sure. Yeah, sorry, I was just gonna say easy lobby, click heads, stay alive. I mean, there we go. Yep. That's how to be a pro. But now Saga will ask you the serious questions.
Yeah, so we had actually a little bit of a glimpse of your comms during the Tego game when Salvan breaches your compound, and it's you that's calling, let's not push this, let's just wait for Twisted Minds to push. Every game after that, it's full send, balls to the wall, FaZe Clan. What was the difference there? Was it just confidence that you could dumpster the lobby, or the fact you'd already got some points? What made that change?
I think the call on Tego was just realizing that Twisted Minds were free, and if we started a fight with SRM, and if we take just a single knock, they will third party us. So it was just that individual situation had to be played that way. But yeah, like you said, we've been playing a bit balls to the walls in the last few games, and I think it just comes with getting some few points and getting that confidence up, you know?
Cool. I got a question as well. First of all, congratulations with 3 wins. James, obviously huge for you and the boys. The confidence is strong within you guys. You can definitely tell with the sunglasses there. I have another question though. Throughout the year and what we've seen so far, like it's been very kind of even in Europe, and a lot of teams have been able to, you know, take the win. There's been some surprises throughout the tournaments. What do you think in Europe? Because you've played for so long. What do you think in your kind of mind here? Is the reason that PUBG has stagnated a little bit, or is everyone just kind of fighting at a little bit more even hand, or is the you know, less experienced teams getting better? What do you think?
I definitely think less experienced teams are getting better. So like you said, EU it's always a new champion pretty much. It's never the same one. It's a very competitive region and stuff. And yeah, they're just getting better. And also, I think the top teams are also getting as good as Twisted Minds. So they're actually contesting them as well for the top much more.
Cool.
James, we have had one day. You are the victor of half the matches so far. Congratulations to you and the boys. I'm going to let you go. We'll see you in the lobby tomorrow.
Feels good, man. See you guys.
Yeah, and congrats on the finals.
Thanks.
Have fun tomorrow.
Avenger just throwing it out. I mean,
I mean, they're through, right? So tomorrow is just gonna be. If you thought he was smiling now today, tomorrow through all the 6 games, he's gonna be smiling because it's like it's a free day. They can do what they want. They can third party. They can take like strategic choices on, you know, hot dropping, contesting, third partying, and that's something that's like bridge camps. That's something that's super fun, and we've seen FaZe Clan do a lot before, right? So they have every opportunity open for them tomorrow. And yeah, and again, there's no, it doesn't matter if they're first or they're 8th. Of course, they want to win the upper bracket, but still, they're far ahead right now, so they're gonna have a lot of fun tomorrow, and we're definitely gonna be seeing that tomorrow.
I like this phase. I enjoy seeing them confident, and I mean, James touched on it, Saga, where when he answered your question, where he said like towards the end when they started getting much more aggressive, going balls to the wall, it's a confidence that's running through that team. That is potentially quite scary for a lot of the other teams in that lobby.
It's very scary to see FaZe getting this confident this early as well in a tournament. I mean, different rosters, but you go historically back, and FaZe is one of the teams that builds momentum the further they get into tournaments. So if this is their day one, I don't know, it's not looking good for the rest of them for tomorrow.
Talking about not looking good, it's not looking good for me on the Twire Fantasy board, if I'm not mistaken.
I've noticed.
Never really is. But here we go. Let's take a look at how the talent... Oh, never mind, I take it back.
Oh, she's second.
That's embarrassing for every other talent that is below me. Just want to say.
Yeah, and for everyone below me, that's also. No, I'm joking. Well done. That's a nutty. Let's see. What's your team? Perfectix captain, Gustav, T-Bone, Rustamazar.
3
really
IGLs,
good team.
Yeah,
really good team.
To do that with a BBL player is honestly very impressive. They have really not been stuck.
I think that they should. I do think that there should be a way for me to kick players. Like, I think that should be allowed. Like, maybe you could get like a financial like penalty, but you can get rid of players, because I want to get rid of my BBL player. But in all fairness, once upon a time, a couple of years back, I did this as well, where I had 3 IGLs in the mix, and Avenger told me I was mad, and I did very well then.
Yeah, you did. You had
and
a really
look,
good
it
one,
works.
yeah.
This strategy works for me, so I'm just gonna run with it.
Yeah. And a
Here you go,
shout out to
Saga.
Jarosar outside the top 5.
Didn't make the cut. Unfortunate.
Saga, what happened though? You were the king of Tyre. What went wrong?
So what happened was Na'Vi got their points early and said, all right, we can go to sleep by game 4 today. And that's entirely fine. You know, we'll allow it as long as they get into the grand finals. There's always time for a comeback. Ask them at PGC last year. I mean, they've got skins in the game because of it, so there's time.
Saga was belly laughing last time, first game when we saw Example frag out and get like 7-8 kills.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Guess who's got him on the team, boy?
Celebrated way too soon. All right, we've had a lot of fun. The first day of PEC Fall, the upper bracket playoffs, is done. We will be back the same time tomorrow for another 6 matches, and we'll find out which 8 teams are making it through to the grand finals from all of us here. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Now we're 2. On me. Inside the current grid. It's only one guy, he's hit twice.
There's one more.
Yeah, still east side of the concrete. And then upstairs.
He's on T-bone.
Nice, upstairs, last guy. Upstairs on the half roof. Nice, good.
Nice. Rest me.
The boxes on the right. One's gonna come left around, maybe half roof.
Let's take good up.
One guy's upstairs. Out.
2 active.
With you?
Yeah. This car. Really low. Stopping on their side. Of us. Landing as well. You guys
stay alive, guys. Don't get knocked to these nades. We should win.
Knocked one.
One stayed. One knocked yellow on the dirt road. Flush. 2 men VS.
After this, we need to drive to like yellow.
Knocked. Car's in.
Just hold the smoke now. Hold the smoke. Let's smoke us into the show.
Nice. Okay, come with the car then. Or
yeah.
Wait a bit. Slow down.
One's on the rock, one's in the depth. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, let's
both from rock.
Okay.
Headshot one. They're both headshot.
He's 1 HP.
Rock for low speed. Go right. On them.
Okay.
Go on them.
Nice.
I'm going up left. I think they knock compound.
I'm pushing the compound, keep comes.
One behind shack, low. They're on fighting on the shack.
Yeah.
Last 2 guys.
One up right now.
Sitting on an airdrop holding the peak.